Chapter 209. Long Chen and Dongfang Tianyu were at loggerheads. Since the beginning of the battle, they had been competing against each other, but there was still no clear winner. Now that they were fighting in front of everyone, it had aroused everyone's interest. Between the two of them, within the Earth Core realm, Dongfang Tianyu was almost invincible. As for Long Chen, although his expression was shocking, because his strength had not reached the late Earth Core realm, no one except Dongfang Xianxiao was optimistic about him winning. Looking at Dongfang Tianyu, who was charging towards him like a cheetah, Long Chen's expression didn't change. Within his body, the blood-red Jin Qi was raging, and it seemed like it could explode at any time and unleash a powerful attack. Heavenly Blue Dragon Seal. In the process of advancing, Dongfang Tianyu rapidly followed up with the imprint. His palms instantly transformed into a mirage, bringing with them the faint shadow of a divine dragon. His palms howled as he ferociously attacked Long Chen. Heh! With a loud shout, Dongfang Tianyu threw out the dragon seal in his hand. Immediately, a green divine dragon's shadow appeared out of nowhere and roared towards Long Chen. This was actually a seal that Dongfang Tianyu had infused with Jin Qi. Is it also a seal related to dragons? It's even stronger than the Yang clan's profound dragon seal. However, Long Chen's eyes shone with a cold light. Just as his opponent was about to attack, he stomped on the ground and transformed into a bloody arrow that shot toward Dongfang Tianyu. He was now at the early Earth Core realm, and with the dragon's soul transformation, his Jin Qi was almost the same as Dongfang Tianyu's. Now, they were competing with combat skills, experience, and nerves of mind. In terms of combat skills, although they were both high-level profound combat skills, there was still a big difference. However, Long Chen's demon spirit sword finger was taught to him by Lingxi, so it shouldn't be too bad. As for the movement combat skill, True Dragon 9 Flash, it was definitely better than the one Dongfang Tianyu was using. Since it's a dragon seal, I'll use my dragon seal to deal with it. While moving forward, Long Chen suddenly struck out with the profound dragon seal. Immediately, 9 blood-red divine dragons merged together and turned into a powerful force, colliding with Dongfang Tianyu's heavenly blue dragon seal. Roar! The collision of the two divine dragons immediately caused the entire mausoleum to tremble. Violent energy spread in all directions, causing everyone's clothes to flutter in the wind. This was their first confrontation. Both of them were retreating, but Long Chen retreated more. He staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. I already said that Long Chen is not Xiao Yu's opponent, and now it has come true. Seeing this, Dongfang Tianqing burst out laughing proudly, as if everything was under his control. That's not right, Xiao Yu is using a middle mystic class battle skill, while Long Chen's battle skill is also a type of dragon seal, but it's at most a high golden class battle skill. Using a high golden class battle skill to fight against Xiao Yu, this is a very difficult thing to do. Beside him, Dongfang Xuanyu had a look of shock in her eyes as she looked at Long Chen, who was in a sorry state, but not injured at all. Everyone present was also confused. Long Chen had displayed a battle skill that was beyond his realm right from the start, and everyone else was in disbelief. Although this battle skill is only a high golden class battle skill, he has already mastered it to the acme of perfection. Furthermore, his body is very compatible with this battle skill. Looks like this Long Chen's realm is too low, but he is a genius in cultivating battle skills. The cold voice of the blue dragon ancestor faintly rang out. So that's how it is. Only then did everyone understand. The blue dragon ancestor did not usually praise people. If he said that Long Chen was a genius in cultivating battle skills, it could only mean that Long Chen's battle skills were too heaven-defying. And all of this was thanks to the mysterious dragon Jade. At this time, Long Chen and Dongfang Tianyu were once again fighting. Dongfang Tianyu, looks like you're only so-so. Long Chen laughed coldly, directly using the mountain god's leg technique and the heaven-scorching devil yang fist, forcing Dongfang Tianyu to retreat. Once again, Long Chen proved to everyone that he had the strength to face Dongfang Tianyu head-on. Looks like you really won't cry until you're in your coffin. Dongfang Tianyu coldly retreated, then reached into his cosmos sack. To be honest, you can indeed cause me trouble. However, you're only facing a tiny bit of my strength. There's nothing to be excited about. I'll let you know right now that the real Dongfang Tianyu is a realm that you'll never be able to touch. As he spoke, Dongfang Tianyu laughed. With a flick of his wrist, a long halberd was taken out from his cosmos sack. This halberd was extraordinary. Its entire body was a fiery red, with a fiery glow circulating around it. At the tip of the halberd, a faint fiery glow could be seen, emitting a cold light that was extremely dazzling to the eyes. This is the Sun Halberd, a high-grade profound ranked divine weapon. Brat, I'm sure you've never seen it before. Although this Sun Halberd is inferior to the Blue Dragon Halberd, it's more than enough to deal with you. When Dongfang Tianyu took out the blazing Sun Battle Halberd, Longchen already knew that there was going to be trouble. However, he already knew that Dongfang Tianyu had a high-grade profound ranked divine weapon, so he was somewhat prepared. The usefulness of divine weapons in battle is also extraordinary. With this Sun Halberd, Dongfang Tianyu's battle prowess will definitely be greatly boosted. If I'm able to control the Blue Dragon Halberd like Xiao Lang, then my battle prowess will definitely soar. Thinking of this, Long Chen looked at the Blue Dragon Halberd not far away, his eyes burning with desire. What are you looking at? The Blue Dragon Halberd is mine. As for you, you can go find it in hell. In front of all the elders, Dongfang Tianyu felt that he was a bit more decisive. Without another word, he directly brandished the Sun Halberd, charging towards Long Chen. This was the first time that Long Chen had fought against an enemy who wielded a weapon. The sharpness of his opponent's weapon made him feel as if it could cut through his body at any moment, causing his scalp to turn numb. Long Chen felt that the threat that Dongfang Tianyu posed to him had instantly doubled. Die. Sun Halberd, 8 Directions Battle. Once this combat skill was unleashed, it immediately locked onto Long Chen. The fiery red Sun Halberd immediately split into 8 shadows, attacking Long Chen from top, bottom, front, back, left, right, and other directions. Their speed was extremely fast, and the strength of each attack was close to the full strength of a late Earth core warrior. Not good. Facing this kind of attack, Long Chen felt a bit depressed. He had no choice but to reveal his trump card. This time, Long Chen is finished. Seeing Dongfang Tianyu use the Sun Halberd, and seeing that Long Chen basically had no way of fighting back, the crowd all sighed. Dongfang Xuanyu and the others all had gloating smiles on their faces, but when they saw Long Chen's reaction, their faces immediately became dull. Right at this moment, Long Chen used the True Dragon 9 Flash. Movement combat skill, in front of 8 Directions Battle, can you dodge it 8 times? Dongfang Tianyu increased his strength. Those 8 attacks, Long Chen didn't dare to face them head-on, because he knew that they were too strong, and facing them head-on wouldn't bring him any good results. Who said I can't dodge 8 times? Long Chen coldly laughed. He suddenly rushed forward, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, his figure began to change. After images appeared one after another, causing Dongfang Tianyu's blazing Sun Battle Halberd attack to completely disappear. True Dragon 9 Flash, how is this possible? That's the 5th flash. Dongfang Tianyu's heart was filled with shock. His 5 rings attack had been completely dodged by Long Chen, and hadn't even touched a single hair on Long Chen's body. No matter how much of a genius you are, to be able to use the True Dragon 9 Flash until the 9th flash, my next 3 moves will be enough to take your life. Thinking up to here, Dongfang Tianyu seemed to have gone crazy. He unleashed all of his Jin Qi, and the Sun Halberd released waves of Jin Qi that swept towards Long Chen. True Dragon 9 Flash. Everyone turned to look at Dongfang Xianxiao out of the corner of their eyes. The True Dragon 9 Flashes had to have been taught to Long Chen by Dongfang Xianxiao. Clearly, not much time had passed, but Long Chen had actually cultivated the True Dragon 9 Flashes to such an extent. How heaven-defying was he to have reached such a level? The 7th time. At this time, Long Chen had already easily dodged 7 of the attacks from the 8 directions battle. He had it easy, but Dongfang Tianyu, who had the flaming sun battle halberd and whose attack power had almost doubled, was in a tragic state. His attacks all landed on empty air, and the spectators all sighed in admiration. These unintentional sighs of admiration were heard by Dongfang Tianyu, and to him, it was a monstrous humiliation. Bastard, I don't believe you can still dodge. Battle 8 Flash, dominate the world. This was the last attack of the Battle 8 Flash. In an instant, the halberd turned into a huge mountain and slashed towards Long Chen. Tianyu's attack is definitely at the heavenly core realm. Long Chen has already used the 7th flash of the True Dragon 9 Flash. I don't believe he can still dodge it. Dongfang Xuanyu, who used to look down on Long Chen, couldn't help but believe that Long Chen's talent was really monstrous. To be able to cultivate the True Dragon 9 Flash to the 7th Flash in such a short period of time, what kind of realm was this? Right now, the one who was shocked the most was actually Dongfang Xianxiao. He had cultivated the True Dragon 9 Flash before, so he knew how difficult it was. But, when Long Chen was using it, and looking at how easy it looked, it was almost on par with him. Can he dodge the World Dominator? It was an attack that was almost at the heavenly core realm. If Long Chen managed to dodge it, it would definitely cause a huge shock. When everyone saw the final scene, they were all shocked. Even the patriarch of the Blue Dragon had his eyes fixed on Long Chen and Dongfang Xianxiao. Most importantly, it was because of Long Chen. The overwhelming attack had indeed made Long Chen's hair stand up. He had to admit that Dongfang Tianyu was strong, but Long Chen wasn't weak either. Movement combat skills, when used to the extreme, are not any weaker than offensive combat skills. This was what Long Chen was thinking. Right now, facing the World Dominator, he once again started moving his feet. This time, he turned into a phantom. After the 7th flash of the True Dragon 9 Flash, it was the 8th flash, and then the 9th flash. After changing his body twice in a row, World Dominator finally brushed past him. That powerful attack directly smashed a large hole in the ground of the Ancestral Mausoleum. Instantly, mud and dirt flew everywhere, covering everyone's vision. Everyone's expression changed at this moment. Chapter 210. 9 Flashes. Even Dongfang Xuanyu's mouth was wide open. Her face was filled with shock. Thinking about how she had ridiculed Long Chen, it was like a slap to her face. Dongfang Tianqing was also dumbfounded when he heard his mother's words. The other members of the Dongfang clan had previously looked down on Long Chen. When they saw that Long Chen had actually mastered the 9 flashes of the True Dragon in just a month, the shock in their hearts was almost the same as Dongfang Xuanyu's. Even the Blue Dragon Patriarch's face was incomparably solemn. Looks like Xianxiao has found a true battle genius. How could this Long Chen be so special? Compared to the others, Dongfang Xianxiao was filled with pride. Although he knew that Long Chen would surprise him, this surprise was really too big. There were thousands of words in his heart, but when he saw Long Chen use the final flash and successfully dodge Dongfang Tianyu's dominating the world, he didn't need to say anything. However, after flashing dominating the world and shocking everyone, how could Long Chen stop creating miracles? It's time to decide the victor. Long Chen muttered in his heart. When Dongfang Tianyu's scorching sun halberd hit the ground, a sharp starlight suddenly lit up in Long Chen's finger. In just an instant, a resplendent sword light instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Tianyu, who had just consumed a lot of energy and hadn't even recovered from the shock. Spirit Demon Sword Finger. The biggest characteristic of the Spirit Demon Sword Finger was its speed. Long Chen had just raised his finger and the sword light had already attacked Dongfang Tianyu. No. At this critical moment, Dongfang Tianyu could only throw away the scorching sun halberd in his hand and subconsciously block. That sharp sword light had already blown apart his sleeves. The Spirit Demon Sword Finger instantly turned into countless sword shadows and rushed into Dongfang Tianyu's body, directly destroying his internal organs. Numerous sword scars instantly appeared on Dongfang Tianyu's body. These sword scars were already gushing out blood when Dongfang Tianyu was sent flying. This made his appearance particularly sinister and even tragic. With a miserable cry, Dongfang Tianyu was sent flying and heavily landed on the ground with a bang. Dust filled the air. The blood on his body immediately formed a pool of blood. Long Chen caught Dongfang Tianyu's blazing sun battle halberd, turned around and threw it. The blazing sun battle halberd firmly nailed itself between Dongfang Tianyu's legs. It was only about 5 centimeters away from the most crucial part of his body. Even so, the other people from the Dongfang family all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. If we weren't in the Dongfang family, I would have directly pierced your balls. Long Chen thought. At this time, the dust around him finally dispersed. The battle was over. Long Chen also recovered from his dragon soul transformation. His perfectly straight figure stood in front of everyone with a trace of pride in his eyes. Not far from his feet, Dongfang Tianyu was covered in blood. He had already fainted and lost consciousness. This scene was constantly replaying in everyone's mind. They discovered that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't forget Long Chen's figure in their minds. They couldn't see the arrogance in his eyes right now. He was like a wild wolf. After defeating its prey, it would flaunt its might to those who wanted to kill it but couldn't. Tianyu, he, lost. Seeing Dongfang Tianyu like this, Dongfang Xuanyu, who had watched him grow up, felt waves of pain in her heart. She looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. In today's battle, Dongfang Xianfeng was overseeing the overall situation. If he saw Dongfang Tianyu's current state, his killing intent for Long Chen wouldn't be any less than Dongfang Xuanyu's. Other than Dongfang Xuanyu, Long Chen saw another person. That was Dongfang Tianchen. When no one made a move, he silently walked to Dongfang Tianyu's side and helped him heal. The sword wounds on Dongfang Tianyu's body were only superficial wounds. It was easy to stop the bleeding. However, it would take a long time for his internal organs to recover. From Dongfang Tianchen's calm eyes, Long Chen saw a dangerous aura. Among the crowd, the only gaze that made Long Chen feel warm was Dongfang Xianshao. His gaze contained too many emotions. Praise, pride, warmth, pride, etc. Long Chen being able to accomplish such a feat was really out of his expectations. At this time, everyone had to accept the fact that Long Chen had completely defeated Dongfang Tianyu and obtained the only qualification to comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique. This made them feel as if they were dreaming. The Blue Dragon battle technique was actually comprehended by an outsider? Although the inner clan recruited talented cultivators from outside the clan, in reality, who would truly admit that a person without the Blue Dragon bloodline could truly become a member of their clan and even comprehend the highest level secret manual of their clan? After a short moment of silence, everyone thought of this problem. Dongfang Xuanyu was the first to react. She righteously said, "Father, and the other elders, I feel that it is very inappropriate to let Long Chen comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique. Long Chen is not a true member of our clan. How can he comprehend the highest level secret manual of our clan? If he betrays us or spreads it to outsiders, what should we do?" Dongfang Xuanyu's question hit the nail on the head. Thus, the others also started to speak up, hoping that the Blue Dragon ancestor would change his mind. "Tianchen, take Tianyu back to recuperate first." No one could tell what the Blue Dragon ancestor was thinking. After Dongfang Tianchen took Dongfang Tianyu away, he would deal with Long Chen's matter. At this time, Long Chen and Xian Shao stood on one side. Everyone else stood on the other side. Dongfang Xianyun, who had a good relationship with Dongfang Xianyao, hesitated for a moment before choosing to stay beside the ancestor. "Father, you must think twice. Long Chen is vicious and merciless. He has bad intentions. He was so ruthless to little you. He injured a member of our clan. Now that he has the qualifications to comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique, I think our entire clan will be dissatisfied with this." Dongfang Xuanyu said until here, almost crying. Xianyao, why don't you say a few words? The blue dragon ancestor didn't listen to Dongfang Xuanyu's words. Instead, he looked straight at Dongfang Xianyao. The rules have been set. Long Chen has also acknowledged his ancestor and entered the clan. I hope that the patriarch can act according to the rules and not listen to the shallow opinions of a woman. Dongfang Xianyao said indifferently. What did you say? Dongfang Xuanyao's words were obviously directed at her. Dongfang Xuanyu was immediately furious. However, with so many elders here, she couldn't make a scene. She could only coldly say, Xianyao, you're going too far. I've done my best all these years and made great contributions to the clan. Why is it that when it comes to you, it becomes a woman's opinion? Dongfang Xianyao curled his lips and simply ignored her. Long Chen stood beside Dongfang Xianyao and observed the situation. After defeating Dongfang Tianyu, he originally thought that the blue dragon battle halberd was already in his hands. He didn't expect that the Dongfang family would make such a scene. It seemed that the blue dragon battle halberd was quite mysterious. The situation is not optimistic. Seeing how xenophobic the Dongfang family was, Long Chen was a little worried. At this time, the Xian elders discussed for a while. They moved closer to the blue dragon ancestor and said, Big brother, why don't we forget about the blue dragon battle halberd? We'll reward Long Chen with a high-level profound rank battle skill and a high-level profound rank divine weapon. What do you think? He spoke softly, but in this empty place, everyone could hear him. It's hopeless. After working so hard, in the end, it was impossible for Long Chen to not be angry. However, the other party was a top expert. He was just a small Earth Core realm warrior. What right did he have to speak? Even Dongfang Xianyao frowned deeply. What are you talking about? Under everyone's expectant eyes, the blue dragon ancestor suddenly laughed and said, The Dongfang family is a big family in the Yuanling County. A big family naturally acts according to the rules. If what you said today were to spread out, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock of other families? How can the dignified Dongfang family be so narrow-minded? As soon as the blue dragon ancestor said this, Long Chen was a little stunned. What was going on? Long Chen knew that although the blue dragon ancestor said it appropriately, he was definitely helping Long Chen. However, Long Chen was more willing to believe that it was related to Dongfang Xianyao because when the blue dragon ancestor said this, he was looking at Dongfang Xianyao. Ancestor, think twice before you act. Don't talk too much. The blue dragon ancestor scolded, and the others immediately became subservient and didn't dare to say anything. Even the few great Xian elders didn't dare to disobey him. Long Chen could see that this huge Dongfang family was actually dictated by the blue dragon ancestor. He was the only Heavenly River realm warrior, so it was no wonder that he had such prestige. I have made up my mind. Now, I announce that the winner of this battle for the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd is Long Chen. He will hold and use the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd for 10 days and comprehend the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. Long Chen, come to my side. Dongfang Xianyao once told Long Chen that the current owner of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd was the Blue Dragon Ancestor. If Long Chen could win the battle, he would condense a true qi into a seed and plant it in Long Chen's body. With this true qi seed, Long Chen could hold and use the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd for 10 days. During this period, the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd would treat him as its owner. After 10 days, the true qi seed would disappear, and the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd would return to the 7-colored cauldron in the ancestral tomb. And now, the Blue Dragon Ancestor was going to plant a true qi seed for Long Chen. Chapter 211. Long Chen was a little surprised that he was still able to obtain the Blue Dragon Halberd under such circumstances. However, he had a bad feeling about this. The Blue Dragon Patriarch did not look at him with the concern that Dongfang Xianshao had in his eyes. In that case, why did he ignore the opinions of his family members and give the Blue Dragon Halberd to Long Chen? What a profound old fart. I can /T guess what he /S thinking. That /S right, the older, the wiser. I think this old fart is quite shrewd. As he secretly cursed in his heart, Long Chen accepted a trace of the vital energy seed from the Blue Dragon Patriarch and carefully integrated it into his own vital energy. Thus, his vital energy had a trace of the Blue Dragon Patriarch /S aura. Watching Long Chen accept the vital energy seed, everyone had different feelings. Some were envious, some were depressed, and some were hateful and unwilling. Child, go and take what belongs to you. You have a total of 10 days. After 10 days, the Blue Dragon Halberd will automatically return here. Whether you can comprehend the Blue Dragon combat technique or not will depend on your own luck. The Blue Dragon Patriarch smiled. I /LL work hard and one /T let you down. Long Chen said. In fact, he felt that the Blue Dragon Patriarch /S smile was somewhat malicious. What is this old man up to? Long Chen was puzzled. Next, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Long Chen approached the Blue Dragon Halberd step by step. When he looked at the Earth-grade weapon up close, Long Chen was a little excited. The Blue Dragon Halberd actually had an ancient incomplete dragon soul as its weapon spirit. It could be seen that it was a very powerful existence among the Earth-grade weapons. It should be known that ordinary Earth-grade weapons would not have weapon spirits at all. The cyan dragon scales, the hard steel lines, and the sharp tip of the halberd made the Blue Dragon Halberd full of beauty. It would be great if I could make it mine. Unfortunately, I only have 10 days. I'd better try to lift this Blue Dragon Halberd. When he walked to the side of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, Long Chen didn't hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. Soon, his fingers were about to touch the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. And at this moment, Long Chen suddenly felt that the Blue Dragon Halberd seemed to let out a mournful cry and slightly trembled. This trembling was due to fear. Long Chen guessed that the primordial dragon's soul had probably sensed Long Chen's divine dragon bloodline. Such a powerful bloodline had caused it to feel fear. Among the primordial divine dragons, the blue dragon was one of the lowest-ranked dragons. The inheritance blood that Long Chen currently possessed might be the inheritance blood essence of the most heaven-defying ancestral dragon, the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Chen, the primordial dragon's soul in the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd has sensed your presence. It is both familiar and afraid, so it is hiding far away like a child. Take the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd first and go back to comfort it. Lingxi's voice was transmitted to Long Chen's ears through the Lingxi sword. If it was anyone else who touched the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, they would definitely be attacked by the primordial dragon's soul. But when Long Chen appeared, the primordial dragon's soul could only flee in fear. Afraid of me? Is this primordial dragon's soul a little girl? Long Chen smiled and grabbed the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. In an instant, his body trembled. Ordinary weapons would feel cold to the touch, but this Blue Dragon Battle Halberd was actually a little warm, as if it was a living thing. What Long Chen was holding was not a battle halberd, but a dragon. This primordial dragon's soul has been dead for hundreds of millions of years. What is left is only a trace of obsession. After a long time, it formed this inexplicable dragon soul. Chen, put it back into the cosmos sack first. It is afraid of you now, so it will not resist, Lingxi explained. Whether or not the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd could be put into the cosmos sack was the first standard to comprehend the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. So Long Chen put the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd back into the cosmos sack and prepared to study it properly when he returned. Today's matter came to an end after Long Chen put the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd away. He can actually put the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd away. Could Long Chen really comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique? Elder Xian said. Impossible. In our generation, there are only a few people who have comprehended the Blue Dragon battle technique. Besides, there are also Xian Shao and Tian Chen. Even geniuses like Xian Feng and Tian Xian have not comprehended it. How could Long Chen possibly comprehend it? Elder Xian said decisively. That's true. At this moment, seeing that Long Chen had successfully put away the blue dragon battle halberd, most people had the same thought. You can be proud of yourself now. After 10 days, you will know what it means to draw water with a sieve. If father had given this opportunity to Tianyu, he would not have been rejected by the blue dragon battle halberd since he has our blue dragon bloodline. Dongfang Xuanyu looked at Long Chen coldly. Long Chen, make good use of these 10 days. After the blue dragon patriarch finished speaking, the battle for the blue dragon battle halberd was officially over. Long Chen, cultivate well first. I once comprehended the blue dragon battle technique and have some experience. You can ask me if you don't understand anything, Dongfang Xianshao said after returning to his residence. I'll go back and think about what's going on. If I really can't figure it out, I'll look for you. How about that? Long Chen asked. That's good. You are very talented in cultivating battle techniques. I look forward to your performance. Dongfang Xianshao smiled. He was very pleased that Long Chen was able to obtain the blue dragon battle halberd. I'll give him 8 days to cultivate first. The remaining 2 days should be enough for me to fulfill my final wish. Long Chen, I hope you won't blame me. If I don't do this, I will live in regret for the rest of my life. At this moment, Dongfang Xianshao was thinking about this matter. If Long Chen heard his thoughts, he would definitely be puzzled. 10 days is enough for me to save Xiaolang. However, I have to be very careful this time. Before that, I need to familiarize myself with the blue dragon battle halberd. Don't waste this great opportunity, Long Chen thought. His thoughts were similar to Dongfang Xuanxiao's, but what was Dongfang Xuanxiao's plan? With a heavy heart, Dongfang Xianshao left the place. Yin Mengyao couldn't help but ask, Little Chen, what's your plan? Long Chen was able to obtain the blue dragon battle halberd, and he had completed his goal of entering the inner clan. Although Yin Mengyao was shocked, she was excited when she thought about how she could save Mo Xiaolang. For now, the only way is this. I'll find an excuse to enter the Star Fiend prison for the trial, then I'll go to the Blue Dragon planet and save Xiaolang. Xiaolang is a early Heavenly Core warrior, and there are 4 early Heavenly Core warriors guarding the entrance of the Star Fiend prison. But, if Xiaolang has the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade, he might be able to escape. Even if he doesn't have the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade, Xiaolang has cultivated a movement combat skill called the Phantom Godly Steps. It's extremely fast, and I think an ordinary early Heavenly Core warrior wouldn't even be able to see his face clearly. That's perfect. I know those 4 combat armor guards, so I can spare their lives. After Xiaolang escapes, I'll be in danger. This is the best outcome. Sister Mengyao, that Phantom Godly Steps, is it really that magical? Before this, Long Chen had been worrying about something. After he saved Mo Xiaolang, what would he do if someone found out that he was the one who saved Mo Xiaolang? If Long Chen was alone, he could just run away. But Yang Lingqing was still in the Lingwu family, and Biyao Town's foundation was still there. He could run away, but he couldn't run away from the temple. If he was caught, he would have a miserable ending. But, if it was Yan Honghai and the others, they wouldn't be able to find out who had escaped. The Phantom Godly Steps is indeed magical. I've seen Xiaolang use it before, and as long as he disguises himself, I can guarantee that those 4 combat armor guards won't be able to recognize him. But, Long Chen, if Patriarch Blue Dragon enters the Blue Dragon planet, he will definitely know who is missing. Also, you are a man with the Blue Dragon halberd, so it should be easy for you to be discovered in the Star Fiend prison. Yin Mengyao furrowed her brows when she said this. On one hand, she wanted Mo Xiaolang to regain his freedom, but on the other hand, she didn't want anything bad to happen to Long Chen. After hearing Yin Mengyao's analysis, Long Chen felt that things were going to be difficult. Why don't we ask foster father for help? I think foster father is quite nice to us. When the time comes, we just need to ask him to find an excuse to distract the 4 armored guards. Then, wolf cub can easily escape without being discovered, Yin Mengyao suddenly said. Dongfang Xianshao. This was a good idea, but he was a member of the Blue Dragon family, so he would really agree to help instead of scolding Long Chen and Lu Qiue. How about this, Long Chen, you go and comprehend the Blue Dragon combat technique first, and I'll think of a solution. If it really doesn't work out, we can only take the risk and tell father. He treats us really well, and he doesn't get along with the others in the family. Even if he doesn't agree, he won't stop us, right? Yin Mengyao said. That's the only way for now. Long Chen actually felt that Dongfang Xianshao was worth a try. After bidding farewell to Yin Mengyao, Long Chen returned to his room. At this time, Lingxi had already come out impatiently. After refining the azure nethersal fruit, she looked even more beautiful and enchanting. Little she, how do you think I should deal with the blue dragon halberd? Long Chen knew that Lingxi had a strong background and was rich in knowledge. She would definitely have good guidance. If it were someone else, they would have to fight against the ancient dragon's soul and obtain its approval by force. Dongfang Tianxian and the others couldn't comprehend the blue dragon combat technique precisely because their willpower couldn't contend against the ancient dragon's soul. However, you're different. The ancient dragon's soul has already fled to the deepest part of the blue dragon halberd. It's obviously afraid of you. As long as you try to communicate with it and appease it, it should be easy for you to succeed. You might even be able to completely control it and remove the mark that old man left on the blue dragon halberd. Then, you'll become the true master of the blue dragon halberd, just like Mo Shaolang. What? Long Chen was surprised and said, Lingxi, you mean that old man isn't the master of the blue dragon halberd? Of course not. Lingxi wrinkled her cute nose and said, he doesn't have that ability. However, his ancestor once controlled it and left behind an inheritance. That's why he's barely qualified to use the blue dragon halberd. In other words, I have a great chance. Chapter 212. Not too big, not too small. Lingxi said. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will try my best. I only have 10 days, so I will first ponder for a day. If I can figure out the knack, then I can consider Shaolang in a few days. After all, the blue dragon battle halberd is not something that can be kept in my hands for long. Firmly closing the door, Long Chen went to the training basement. Because she was afraid of disturbing Long Chen, Lingxi returned to the Lingxi sword at this time. Long Chen sat cross-legged in the basement and then took out the warm blue dragon battle halberd from his chinkuan bag. This time, Long Chen could carefully observe it. The more he observed, the more he felt that the halberd was perfect. Stroking the cyan dragon scales and sensing the patterns, Long Chen actually felt that there was a bloodline connection. Ancient dragon soul, how do I get close to it? In this regard, Long Chen was not good at it. He could only close his eyes and sink his mind into the blue dragon battle halberd, and then feel it with his heart. I should think of the blue dragon battle halberd as a life. The warmth in his hand also made Long Chen feel that there was a heart beating in the blue dragon battle halberd in his hand. Although it was weak, it really existed. It should be like this. Long Chen is a person who can think. Lingxi only said to get close to it, but didn't give any hint. Long Chen thought that only people of the same kind can get close to it. The blue dragon battle halberd seems to have its own thoughts, which is almost the same as a person. Long Chen can completely think of it as a life and then communicate with it. At first, he was blindly perceiving the blue dragon battle halberd in his hand. He seemed to be in a white world, without direction. He didn't know where the other party was. I need to call him out. Long Chen thought that he could not use his real voice, but he could use his heart to call for it. This was not difficult. Long Chen tried to find it while using his own source to get close to it. At this time, the mysterious dragon jade in his spiritual sea shook. Long Chen felt as if some kind of energy was flowing into his eyes. The white fog in front of him suddenly disappeared, and the world became clear. His field of vision opened up. Like this, Long Chen could easily see a huge mountain range in the distance. This was a huge mountain range. Long Chen could only see a small part of it. The rest of it was hidden in the endless void. This is not a mountain, but the ancient dragon soul. Long Chen guessed. He took a step forward and approached. Sure enough, he found that this was only the dragon body of the ancient incomplete dragon soul. This dragon body was as huge as a mountain range. Every piece of regular green scale was about 10 meters wide. Could a divine dragon from ancient times be this big? Long Chen's heart was filled with shock. I have to find its head to communicate with it. Thinking of this, Long Chen was about to move. At this time, he felt the earth tremble. The mountain-like divine dragon in front of him moved its body. A cloud of dust and clouds surged. Then, a huge dragon head appeared in front of Long Chen. It looked at Long Chen nervously and doubtfully. There was a trace of fear in its eyes. If he faced this ancient dragon's soul directly, it would fight him to the death. But now that it was Long Chen, this ancient dragon's soul was afraid. This is all thanks to the mysterious dragon jade. If it wasn't for the dragon jade, Long Chen might not have been able to find this incomplete ancient dragon soul. I see it too. This ancient dragon soul is very weak. But in terms of consciousness, it is stronger than you. Long Chen, try to communicate with it. It's like coaxing a child. Coaxing a child. Long Chen was depressed. But for the blue dragon battle technique, he was ready to go all out. How should he coax it? Long Chen really wasn't good at this. He could only try his best to look at the green dragon head that covered the sky with a kind gaze. The dragon whiskers that hung down like a waterfall were about to drown Long Chen. From this lowest level blue dragon, one could see how terrifying the era ruled by dragons was. Good girl, come here. Big brother will give you a candy. When it came to little Hong, Long Chen could only say shamelessly. Chen, I can't stand you anymore. Lingxi rolled her eyes. But this little girl, even if she rolled her eyes, she was still very good looking. Just as Lingxi was thinking of a way to help Long Chen deal with this ancient dragon's soul, the ancient dragon's soul suddenly let out a wail. Then, in its huge eyes, a green divine light pierced through the clouds and directly poured into Long Chen's body. In Long Chen's mind, there was a lot of information out of nowhere. Blue Dragon Battle Technique. Long Chen was stunned. Lingxi said that she wanted him to get close to the ancient dragon's soul. The problem was that before he could do that, the ancient dragon's soul directly gave him the blue dragon battle technique. At this time, the ancient dragon's soul gradually dissipated. Long Chen's consciousness also withdrew from the blue dragon battle halberd and returned to the basement. At this time, his expression was still a little dazed. Shao Shi, I've succeeded. You really don't know shame. Lingxi covered her mouth and chuckled. In her heart, she was sincerely happy for Long Chen. I don't know the reason. Maybe the ancient dragon soul felt the aura of your dragon warrior, so it took special care of you. So that's the case. In other words, it took me less than a quarter of an hour to complete the task that Dongfang Tianxian and the others couldn't complete in 10 days. I obtained the blue dragon battle technique. Silently browsing the information in his mind, Long Chen's face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. How is it? What did you get? Lingxi moved closer and looked at Long Chen with her big eyes and asked curiously. The blue dragon battle technique includes a general principle. Cultivating this general principle will allow my true qi to carry the aura of the blue dragon, allowing me to cultivate the blue dragon true qi. I estimate that this is the same principle as the power of thunder flame, but the blue dragon true qi is obviously stronger. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such a battle technique with a general principle. With this blue dragon true qi, Long Chen's battle technique of the blue dragon battle technique would definitely be more powerful. It's just a general principle. What about the earth rank battle technique? Lingxi asked with some anticipation. There's no hurry. The Blue Dragon battle technique has a total of 3 moves. The legendary Earth rank battle technique is the last move, which is included in this. Since I comprehended the Blue Dragon battle technique so quickly, I'll first spend 5 days to cultivate the general principle of the Blue Dragon battle technique. At the same time, I'll cultivate the first of the 3 moves, Yellow Spring Split. 3 moves. The other 2 moves are Blue Dragon Halberd, Yellow Spring Split, Blue Underworld Shatter, and an Earth rank battle technique called Dragon Battle in the Star Field. After making up his mind, Long Chen started cultivating the Blue Dragon battle technique. With his peerless comprehension ability, he was able to easily cultivate the general principle of the battle technique. But, when the Blue Dragon True Chi was formed, something unexpected happened. When the newly formed Blue Dragon True Chi came into contact with Long Chen's original Dragon Soul True Chi, it turned into a blood-red color. Long Chen realized that the drop of inherited blood essence he had obtained was definitely from an ancient divine dragon that was much more powerful than the Blue Dragon. Using the force of nature, Yellow Spring Split. Even if it's just the first 2 moves, when combined with the Blue Dragon Halberd and Blue Dragon True Chi, they are much more powerful than my Spirit Demon Sword Finger. They are considered top high-rank profound battle techniques, and I can even fight a Heavenly Core warrior. When he thought of this, Long Chen was filled with fighting spirit. But too bad, the Blue Dragon Halberd will have to be returned to someone else. Long Chen stood up and looked at the halberd that seemed to be connected to him by blood. He felt a little helpless. He had been communicating with the ancient dragon soul for the past few days, but there were still no signs of it recognizing him as its master. But, Long Chen was getting more and more reluctant to part with the Blue Dragon Halberd, especially when he used the Blue Dragon Halberd to practice the first move, Yellow Spring Split. Its power was definitely not something that the mid-rank profound halberd in his hand could compare with. Are there any signs of it recognizing you as its master? There are only 5 days left. Long Chen, when are you going to leave and save Mo Xiaolang? Lingxi asked. I've already comprehended the Blue Dragon battle technique and completed the mission perfectly. Although the Blue Dragon Halberd is important, Xiaolang only has this one chance to escape. I can't ignore him just because of the Blue Dragon Halberd. Fine, let nature take its course. I'll go find Sister Meng Yao now and discuss this matter. Long Chen had always been swift and decisive in his actions. At this moment, he did as he said and immediately walked out of the room. Long Chen had actually considered the matter of Mo Xiaolang. He was worried about Ling Qing in this world, so he couldn't act rashly without considering the consequences. After 5 days of thinking, he decided to prepare to ask Dongfang Xianxiao for help. Since the start of the internal clan selection, foster father has helped me so much, especially that time with Ling Qing. If it weren't for him, Ling Qing would have become a married woman. He values me so much, and with Sister Meng Yao pleading from the side, there should be a chance. After carefully analyzing Dongfang Xuanxiao's character, Long Chen felt that this matter was feasible. Yin Mengyao hadn't come to disturb him for the past few days. Long Chen went to her room and knocked on the door, but found that Yin Mengyao wasn't there. I'm in seclusion. She's concerned about Xiaolang, so she should be waiting by the side. Where did she go? Long Chen was a little puzzled. He didn't have time to waste, so he went out to look for Yin Mengyao. There weren't many buildings in the Dongfang family, but the area was very spacious. Long Chen went to the Profound Cloud Pavilion and the Profound Rain Pavilion, but didn't see Yin Mengyao. Why did she disappear? Forget it, I'll find someone to ask. Long Chen walked around for a while and saw 2 youths walking over. Long Chen was about to ask them, but who knew that when the 2 youths saw Long Chen, they would run away like mice seeing a mouse. There's a problem. Long Chen rushed up and grabbed one of them with each hand. He said coldly, you know where my sister Meng Yao is. The 2 youths seemed to have been exposed and were shocked. One of them said first, Brother Tianxing lured her to the Yunling forest. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 213. The Cloud Ridge Forest was a dense forest not far away from the Dongfang mansion. It had a beautiful environment, and only a few of their clansmen would choose to cultivate here. It was now the middle of winter. Although the Cangyang Kingdom's winter wasn't cold, the leaves had withered, and the beautiful scenery was no longer there. Although Long Chen hadn't been there before, he had heard about it from Yin Mengyao. But now, when he heard that Dongfang Tianqing had attacked Yin Mengyao, Long Chen's eyes turned slightly red. Sensing the brutal and stern aura coming from him, the two young men who were about the same age as him became even more frightened. During the battle for the Azure Dragon battle halberd, Long Chen's devouring blood world had taught them a deep lesson. Even now, they still firmly remembered it in their minds. They had already been defeated by Long Chen, and even Dongfang Tianyu had been defeated by Long Chen. It was reasonable for them to be afraid of Long Chen, especially after they had done something shameful. Lead the way, we have to get there in half a minute. If not, I don't mind letting you have another taste of what happened that day. Long Chen put them down and said with a cold voice. Originally, they were going to discuss the matter of rescuing Imo Shaolang, but they had never expected something like this to happen. If Long Chen hadn't come out from his secluded cultivation in time, he would have regretted what he had done to Yin Mengyao. Yin Mengyao was his sister now, and she had taken good care of him. Long Chen wouldn't allow anyone to touch her, not even Dongfang Tianqing, who was a heavenly core warrior. The two youths naturally did not dare to try the terrifying and strange damage of the devouring blood world again. Under Long Chen's threat, they could only look at each other and choose to compromise. They brought Long Chen towards the direction of the Cloud Ridge Forest. Do you want to die? Hurry up. Obviously, Long Chen could feel that this wasn't their fastest speed, so he shouted. Indeed, they had increased their speed again. Long Chen was burning with anxiety, but he looked calm on the surface. After experiencing so many things, he already knew the importance of facing an accident. Dongfang Tianqing had long since set his sights on Yin Mengyao. Originally, he had wanted to use Dongfang Tianyu to get rid of Long Chen. However, Long Chen had actually defeated Dongfang Tianyu and obtained the Blue Dragon battle halberd. This caused the anxious Dongfang Tianqing to be unable to endure it any longer. Fine, I'll use you to test the power of my Blue Dragon halberd. Long Chen's eyes were filled with madness. In the middle of the Cloud Ridge Forest, there was a tranquil lake. At this moment, two people were standing in front of this dark green lake. Mengyao, do you see these flowers? They're all gifts I've prepared for you. I've spent a lot of money to make these flowers bloom in the middle of winter. What do you think? Beautiful, right? Dongfang Tianqing's eyes were red as he looked at the graceful girl in front of him. Yin Mengyao wore a pure white dress that was dotted with floral patterns. Even though it was late in the winter, there was still some cold wind blowing, causing her dress to flutter in the wind, outlining her exquisite curves. Her fair skin and delicate facial features were exactly what Dongfang Tianqing was attracted to. There was no lack of beautiful women in this world. Yin Mengyao was considered very outstanding, and she had her own temperament. However, this wasn't the reason why Dongfang Tianqing liked her the most. The main reason was because of Yin Mengyao's identity and strength. A talented female cultivator who didn't have the bloodline of the Dongfang clan, and wasn't an enemy of the Dongfang clan, was simply too rare. Looking at the magnificent flowers in front of her, which didn't follow the season at all, Yin Mengyao had to admit that they were beautiful. However, she felt a little disgusted by the person who had made them. You're the reason why you asked me to come here. Earlier, you said that you wanted to tell me about your experience in comprehending the Blue Dragon halberd. That was just an excuse to lure me here. Yin Mengyao wasn't an ordinary girl. She had her own intelligence, and wouldn't be charmed by Dongfang Tianqing's idiotic method. Of course not. However, don't you think that it would be even more wonderful for the two of us to have a conversation under such a beautiful scenery? Dongfang Tianqing said with a smile. In reality, he was an extremely lustful person. At this moment, when he said these words and thought about what would happen next, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. His voice trembled as he spoke, and his fiery gaze lingered on Yin Mengyao's ample bosom. I'm sorry, but I'm no longer interested in your experience. I think my little brother will be able to comprehend it by himself. Goodbye. As she spoke, Yin Mengyao was about to leave. She vaguely felt that something wasn't right with Dongfang Tianqing's naked gaze. Just now, two youths had accidentally bumped into this place, and were chased away by Dongfang Tianqing with a meaningful glance. Yin Mengyao had already seen this detail. This place was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and it smelled very good. However, Yin Mengyao felt that something was strange. It was as if something was slowly seeping into her body, but she couldn't tell what it was. At first, Yin Mengyao thought that it was just an illusion. However, the instant she decided to leave, she acutely felt that her face was a little hot, and her breathing had become a lot faster. She only felt disgust towards Dongfang Tianqing. It was impossible for her to have such a reaction. There's something wrong with this fragrance. Dongfang Tianqing, what did you do? Realizing where the problem was, Yin Mengyao turned around abruptly. Her gaze towards Dongfang Tianqing was already filled with a murderous glint. Huh, you finally felt it? But it's too late. Dongfang Tianqing's expression instantly turned cold. He shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Don't worry, it's just a little trick." However, in order to add this aphrodisiac into the fragrance of the flowers, I've spent a total of 100,000 god jades. Are you feeling hot all over now? Are you feeling unbearably thirsty? Dongfang Tianqing was right. Yin Mengyao could already feel that her body was reacting strangely. Her breathing quickened, and her body quickly became fiery hot. A flush spread across her cheeks, adding a hint of primal allure to her originally intoxicating appearance. The originally icy beauty suddenly displayed such a seductive look. Dongfang Tianqing gulped down a mouthful of saliva when he saw this, and his entire body became extremely hot. I forgot to tell you, I've also added some drugs into the aphrodisiac. This way, you'll only feel weak all over. However, your big brother Tianqing will serve you well. After saying this, Dongfang Tianqing's eyes shone with a lustful light as he approached Yin Mengyao, who was gradually losing her strength. Despicable bastard. At this moment, Yin Mengyao's heart was completely stunned. She had never imagined that Dongfang Tianqing would dare to do such a thing in the Lingwu clan. Dongfang Tianqing, how dare you use violence against me? Aren't you afraid that my foster father will kill you? The burning sensation on her body, as well as her weakness, filled Yin Mengyao with endless fear. However, she knew that only by remaining calm would she be able to scare this lunatic. However, since Dongfang Tianqing had already made his preparations, how could he be frightened at a time like this? His fiery gaze was fixated on Yin Mengyao's heaving chest. From the astonishing whiteness of her neck, he could imagine how beautiful the scenery inside was. And in just a moment, this scenery would be under his control. Thinking of this, Dongfang Tianqing gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Little girl, you don't understand. When the rice is cooked, you'll still have the face to tell Dongfang Xianxiao that you'd better follow me obediently and become my woman. That's much better than being some foster daughter, haha. As he said this, a crazed look appeared on Dongfang Tianqing's face. He enjoyed the terrified look on his opponent's face. Without saying another word, he pounced toward Yin Mengyao. At this moment, Yin Mengyao could only try her best to escape. She screamed at the top of her lungs, trying to escape from Dongfang Tianqing's clutches. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to do something for Long Chen, she wouldn't have been so stupid as to trust Dongfang Tianqing. Don't run. Soon, you'll understand that becoming my woman is the most wonderful thing in the world. Dongfang Tianqing laughed coldly. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the woods in front of them. A figure dashed out from the woods and passed by Yin Mengyao. A brilliant sword light exploded, piercing toward Dongfang Tianqing's chest. Who's there? Dongfang Tianqing was shocked. In his panic, he could only choose to back away to dodge the attack. In the meantime, he even used an advanced mystic ranked movement skill, but it wasn't the true Dragon 9 flash. The True Dragon 9 Flash was the best movement skill of the Dongfang clan. However, due to its high difficulty, not many people would choose this skill. Upon seeing the brilliant sword light, both Yin Mengyao and Dongfang Tianqing knew who it was. Without a doubt, the only person in the entire Dongfang clan who could use the demonic spiritual sword finger was Long Chen. After successfully forcing Dongfang Tianqing to back away with the demonic spiritual sword finger, Long Chen was still unaware of Yin Mengyao's situation. However, since Dongfang Tianqing was dashing toward her so brazenly, it was obvious that he was up to no good. Long Chen, why are you here? Dongfang Tianqing's face was filled with disbelief. The meat in his mouth had flown away just like that. How could he swallow this? At this moment, Dongfang Tianqing did not know what to do. However, his anger toward Long Chen skyrocketed, reaching an unprecedented level. Why am I here? Dongfang Tianqing, how dare you do such a sneaky thing? How can you be worthy of your identity as an elite disciple of the Dongfang clan? You're worse than a beast. Although he did not see it directly, Long Chen could roughly guess what was going on. Dongfang Tianqing must have run out of patience and wanted to make a move on Yin Mengyao. The faint, strange smell in the air made Long Chen realize that things were not going well. He knew that he had to leave this place. However, at this moment, he felt a warm sensation coming from behind him. A pair of white, supple hands wrapped around his waist, hugging him tightly. Most importantly, he could vaguely feel two lumps of flesh pressing down on his back, pressing against his skin. Long Chen did not expect to feel such ecstasy all of a sudden. At this moment, he realized that Yin Mengyao had been drugged by Dongfang Tianqing. He hurriedly held his breath, and his eyes caught sight of a lake not far away. Although he was enjoying himself, she was still his sister. Even a rabbit would not eat the grass near its nest. Furthermore, Yin Mengyao was the grass in the nest. It was enough to keep her warm, but it was not worth it to eat her. Therefore, he grabbed Yin Mengyao's arm. Ignoring her resistance, he dragged her to the side of the lake and let her in. The temperature of the lake in the middle of winter was not low. Under such cold water, the heat on Yin Mengyao's body quickly subsided. However, Long Chen's killing intent did not subside. Chapter 214. How is it? Long Chen asked worriedly after pulling Yin Mengyao up and drying her clothes with his true energy. The reason why he dried her clothes so quickly was because her clothes were wet and sticking to her body. Her faintly discernible body made him feel hot. Besides, although he couldn't eat the grass in his own nest, he couldn't even look at the other rabbits. Dongfang Tianqing and the other two young men who were leading the way for Long Chen were the other rabbits. Much better. Yin Mengyao lowered her head and said awkwardly with a blushing face. This blush was different from before. Before, it was because she was aroused, but now, it was because she was too embarrassed to face Long Chen. Sister Mengyao, don't think too much about it. This isn't shameful at all, you can only blame this animal. Long Chen helped her up and said with an indifferent tone. Long Chen, who are you calling an animal? Dongfang Tianqing became angry. He was a heavenly core warrior, and not only did Long Chen save Yin Mengyao, he was also trying to force his way out. This made Dongfang Tianqing, who was about to let it go, furious once again. Now that Long Chen was here, today's plan would be ruined. If Dongfang Tianqing wanted to kill Long Chen and get Yin Mengyao, it would be too risky. Long Chen was now a popular man of the Dongfang family, and if he didn't handle this well, he might even lose his life. Therefore, Dongfang Tianqing decided to let it go for now. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. However, Long Chen's rude words had made him want to teach him a lesson. Although I can't kill him, I can at least teach him a lesson. This Long Chen ruined my plan today, he deserves to die. Just when Dongfang Tianqing was thinking about this, Long Chen raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. He said, "How dare you use such a despicable and shameless method? If you aren't an animal, then who is?" Dongfang Tianqing, do you remember that you wanted me to fight you in the arena of life and death? Life and death arena? Dongfang Tianqing asked curiously. Could it be that you want to fight me in the life and death arena? To him, this was simply too unexpected. Right now, he was still suppressing his anger. If he didn't vent it out properly, he wouldn't have a good time in the coming days. Dongfang Tianqing had thought that Long Chen wouldn't agree. He didn't expect him to take the initiative to bring it up. That's right, I'm asking you now, do you dare to fight me on the life and death stage? Long Chen looked straight at him, his gaze cold as he asked. Of course I dare. Go now if you have the guts. When Dongfang Tianqing thought about how he would be able to beat up Long Chen in front of everyone, he felt extremely happy in his heart. Furthermore, he would be able to show Yin Mengyao how powerful he was, so why not? However, towards Long Chen's actions, he had a little doubt in his heart. Why would Long Chen, who was only at the initial Earth Core realm, want to fight him in the arena of life and death? With the blue dragon halberd? Within 5 days, he hasn't even had the chance to warm up to the blue dragon halberd, let alone use it. Thinking up to this point, Dongfang Tianqing didn't feel any pressure anymore. His gaze towards Yin Mengyao, who was standing behind Long Chen, was still burning with passion. The more one couldn't get a woman, the more attractive she would be. Yin Mengyao's cold expression had stolen his soul. Long Chen, what are you doing? Yin Mengyao, who understood the gap between them, took some pills and had recovered a lot, hurriedly asked. Believe it or not, I've already mastered the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen whispered into her ear, his deep voice causing Yin Mengyao to be stunned. You mean? Yin Mengyao's face was filled with surprise. Don't say it out loud, I'll avenge you. Long Chen chuckled. When participating in a battle in the arena of life and death, it was necessary to inform the elders and have them bear witness. Long Chen and Dongfang Tianqing went to find the elders, and the news of their battle was spread to the entire Dongfang family through the mouths of those 2 young men. In the end, those who were interested in this matter had all arrived at the scene. The Dongfang family's arena of life and death was located in the mysterious Rain Pavilion. The arena of life and death was made of hard steel rock, and it was grayish-white in color. It looked like a mirror, and right now, Long Chen and Dongfang Tianqing were facing each other on this arena of life and death. There were dozens of seats around the arena of life and death. These seats were arranged according to the rules, and were currently filled with people. In the Dongfang family, apart from the Blue Dragon Patriarch and a few great Xian elders, who couldn't be present for such a small matter, everyone else had already arrived. At this moment, Feng Yunshao, the most famous member of the Dongfang family, was already standing in a row, observing the situation in the arena. Dongfang Xianfeng looked at Long Chen. Although he tried his best to remain calm, he knew that his son could have easily obtained the blue dragon halberd. However, Long Chen had appeared out of nowhere, and not only had he snatched the blue dragon halberd, but he had also injured his son. Deep in his calm eyes, there was a trace of killing intent. At this moment, Yin Mengyao was standing behind Dongfang Xianshao. Beside her was Dongfang Tianxian, who had bullied her before. Dongfang Tianxian was Dongfang Xuanyan's daughter, so she should have been on good terms with Long Chen. However, she had been arrogant and unsociable since she was young. She didn't even get along with her father, Dongfang Xianyun, let alone Long Chen Yin Mengyao. However, Dongfang Tianxian was the second strongest of the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Although she had also just reached the heavenly core realm, her battle prowess was a level higher than Dongfang Tianqing's. If she had comprehended the blue dragon battle method back then, she would have definitely been able to reach Dongfang Tianqing's level. Even so, Dongfang Tianxian had still managed to learn the only earth-tier battle skill in the Dongfang family, allowing her to dominate the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Of course, she had only grasped a tiny bit of the earth-tier battle skill. With just this bit of knowledge, Long Chen was still no match for her. At this moment, Dongfang Xianshao still didn't know what Long Chen was doing. Yin Mengyao moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words. After learning that Long Chen had comprehended the blue dragon halberd, Dongfang Xianxiao was shocked. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's only been 5 days. Back then, it took me 9 days to comprehend the blue dragon halberd, and Tianqian took 8 days. Father, Longchen said that he's been practicing the blue dragon battle method for the past few days. As for comprehending it, he's done it in a single day." To Dongfang Xianxiao, shock was no longer enough to describe his feelings. He sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Longchen with an extremely solemn gaze. Words alone are no proof, let's see how he performs. Right after Dongfang Xianxiao finished his words, Dongfang Xuanyu, who was standing not far away, stared at him with a provocative gaze. With a mocking tone, he said, "Some people are weak, but they have the courage to invite a heavenly core warrior to the stage of life and death. The stage of life and death, if only one of them could live or die, it would be a good lesson for those ignorant fools." Dongfang Xuanyu's words were filled with disdain. Yin Mengyao wanted to refute her words, but when she thought about the fact that Dongfang Xuanyu was her senior, she swallowed her anger. On the other hand, Dongfang Xuanyu just stared at the two men on the stage of life and death quietly, completely ignoring Dongfang Xuanyu's words. Dongfang Xuanxiao's disregard caused Dongfang Xuanyu's sarcasm to fall through, and it made her even angrier. She stared at Dongfang Xuanyu viciously and thought to herself, "Bastard, how dare you ignore my existence? I, Dongfang Xuanyu, am also a late mortal core warrior, and you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? Now, you're going to let Tian Xing defeat Long Chen and humiliate him. Let's see what kind of expression you'll have then." Sandwiched between them, the third brother, Dongfang Xianyun, had a bitter smile on his face. "Fourth brother, your adopted son is really impulsive now. When he asked for the green nethersal fruit, I could already tell that he had this flaw in his character. But, it's good that he suffered a setback. Let's wait and see, maybe a miracle will happen," Dongfang Xuanyu said with a smile. Right at this moment, the host announced the start of the fight. The crowd stopped discussing and focused on the fight. After their discussion, they were sure that Long Chen was no match for Dongfang Tianqing. Although Dongfang Tianqing didn't know any Earth-rank combat skills, the Meteor Dragon Seal was the strongest combat skill the Dongfang family had besides the Earth-rank combat skill and the Blue Dragon combat skill. "Guys, do you think Long Chen can use the Blue Dragon halberd? If he can use it, his combat strength will be greatly enhanced." "Bullshit. How can he learn the Blue Dragon combat skill in just 5 days? That's just bullshit. He didn't even manage to learn it back then. Tian Xian is such a poor kid, he was just a little bit away from learning it back then." The people who were discussing were Feng Yu Yunxiao's younger brothers and sisters. Most of them were at the early heavenly core realm, and there were a few good-for-nothings who were still at the early heavenly core realm. Right at this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong wind was blowing, and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Dongfang Tianqing's heart was burning with passion when he thought about how he could teach Long Chen a lesson soon. He sneered and said, "Young man, you didn't just get the Blue Dragon halberd. If you have the guts, take out the Blue Dragon halberd and show me the Blue Dragon combat skill." What he said was just a sarcastic remark. The crowd immediately burst into laughter, and the young men and women started cheering. Not only had Long Chen learned the Blue Dragon halberd in just 5 days, he had also successfully learned it. This was something only a god could do. However, what shocked most of the people was that Long Chen really took out the Blue Dragon halberd. The halberd shone brightly under the sunlight, and the green dragon scales were shining brightly. It was a halberd that contained an endless amount of energy. It was the greatest treasure of the Blue Dragon family, and this was the first time many people had seen it, so they couldn't help but be stunned. "Pooh!" Dongfang Tianqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Long Chen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Or, have you become an idiot?" Most of the others had the same thought. "Crazy? I'm not crazy. I'm just following your orders, and I'm using the Blue Dragon halberd to fight you." Long Chen swung the Blue Dragon halberd with his fist, and the green halberd emitted a huge energy wave. The strength of this attack was enough to frighten everyone. The crowd burst into laughter. Dongfang Xuanyu couldn't control her laughter, and even Dongfang Xianyun had a helpless smile on her face. As for Dongfang Tianxian, who was behind her, her eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Long Chen had already succeeded in learning something that she couldn't even understand in 10 days. How was this possible? While the crowd was laughing, Long Chen actually pointed the blue dragon halberd at Dongfang Tianxing. His expression was calm, and he didn't seem to be affected by the crowd's mockery. At this moment, a powerful dragon might burst out from the blue dragon halberd, and with Long Chen as the center, a huge pressure spread out in all directions. What? The teacup in Dongfang Xuanfeng's hand fell to the ground with a bang, and shattered into pieces. Chapter 2:15. The teacup fell to the ground. The strange sound didn't cause any ripples here, because everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. A green afterimage appeared in Long Chen's hand, and the vast and ancient power that burst out from it stunned everyone. Dongfang Xuanyu, who was laughing so hard, had her mouth wide open. She still had a smile on her face, but it had already stiffened. She had no idea how ugly she looked, because it wasn't important anymore. What was important was what was going on with Long Chen. Was it an illusion? Everyone couldn't help rubbing their eyes, but no matter how hard they tried, the result was the same. Long Chen had already used the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd and the Blue Dragon Battle Technique, and was about to start his battle with Dongfang Tianxing. This is impossible. Although Dongfang Xuanyu wasn't crying, her face looked worse than crying. Most of the others felt the same way. To reach such a level in just 5 days, was Long Chen a god? Dongfang Tianxian, who was standing behind Dongfang Xianyun, was also stunned. She had spent 10 days and racked her brains for the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, but she still couldn't get the recognition of the dragon soul. And Long Chen didn't have the bloodline of the Dongfang clan. How did this happen? Could it be that he's a genius that far surpasses us? But his current level isn't high either. Even Dongfang Tianxian, who had always been calm, was shocked. She could no longer remain calm, let alone the others. Ever since Long Chen had unleashed the power of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, the noisy crowd instantly turned silent. The one who felt the power of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd the most was Dongfang Tianxing. He had made a joke to mock Long Chen, but who would have thought that Long Chen would really take out the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd and use the Blue Dragon Battle Technique? At this moment, Dongfang Tianxing's mind was in a mess. However, when he saw the huge attack coming towards him, he didn't have time to think. Long Chen clearly wanted to decide the outcome of the battle with him in one move. At this critical moment, Dongfang Tianxing subconsciously unleashed all the true qi in his body and even stimulated his potential. He gathered all his strength and burst forth with his strongest move, the Meteor Dragon Seal. At this moment, Long Chen had a firm grasp on the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, feeling the pulse of the power of this divine weapon. When he truly used the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, Long Chen felt that it was a part of his body. The dragon soul in the battle halberd was firmly connected with his soul and his bloodline. This Blue Dragon Battle Halberd was another source of power for Long Chen other than his dantian. After using this Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, I've tasted the sweetness, and my strength has skyrocketed once again. It's almost the same as the increase brought by the dragon soul transformation. With such a huge boost to my strength, how could I return this Blue Dragon Battle Halberd? When thinking about this, Long Chen felt really bitter. However, the most important thing right now was to defeat Dongfang Tianxing. He was a Heavenly Core warrior, and although he was the weakest amongst all Heavenly Core warriors, he was still much stronger than Long Chen. If he didn't have the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, Long Chen wouldn't dare challenge him. Right now, Long Chen had transformed into the dragon soul. The blood-red dragon scales on his body looked exactly the same as the green dragon scales on the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. This gave everyone the illusion that this Blue Dragon Battle Halberd was made for Long Chen, and it was a part of his body. Use all your strength, let's try fighting him. Long Chen didn't want to waste his time here with Dongfang Tianxing. This guy had been trying to get his hands on Yin Mengyao, so he needed to teach him a lesson this time. At the same time, he needed to test the power of the Blue Dragon combat skill. Although the Meteor Dragon Strike was the strongest high mystic ranked combat skill of the Dongfang family, it was only possible with the help of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. Right at this moment, Long Chen leapt up into the sky, and the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd turned into a phantom that hovered in the sky. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the green phantom suddenly turned into a gigantic roaring green mystical dragon. The mystical dragon was vivid and lifelike, covering the entire sky and earth. At this moment, it roared and charged toward Dongfang Tianqing, like a gigantic saber slashing down from the endless void. Blue Dragon Combat Skill, Yellow Springs Break. When the Blue Dragon battle skill was truly executed, the huge aura caused Dongfang Tianqing to go crazy. He could feel a huge pressure from this move, as if a mountain was smashing down from the sky. A feeling of being unable to resist suddenly arose in his heart, but his intuition told him that if he didn't act now, he would most likely die. Dying in the hands of Long Chen was something he had never even dreamed of. This was enough to stimulate his madness. Therefore, when Long Chen was preparing the Blue Dragon battle skill, he swung his entire body with all his strength, stomping heavily on the ground, and his entire body shot towards Long Chen like a cannonball. His hands rapidly formed seals, and the blurry movements of his hands changed. A faint shadow of a dragon appeared on his fingertips, and at the same time, a small dragon-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. This was the Blue Dragon mark, which was similar to the Vermilion Bird mark. By using this mark, Dongfang Tianqing would be able to explode with even greater power. Die, Meteor Dragon Seal. As soon as the seal was formed, Dongfang Tianqing pushed it out fiercely. Instantly, a dragon-shaped mark formed by starlight shot towards Long Chen's Blue Dragon battle halberd. Amidst the nervous hearts of the crowd, these two types of power clashed for real. Rumble, as they clashed again and again, a huge amount of power burst forth, spreading to the surroundings and causing a huge gust of wind to blow, causing the sand and dust on the life and death arena to swirl violently. Is that all you've got? Long Chen smiled coldly. The Blue Dragon battle skill and the Blue Dragon battle halberd were indeed the deciding factors. The Meteor Dragon seal was indeed powerful, and without the Blue Dragon battle halberd, Long Chen wouldn't be a match for it at all. How can you possibly resist the true power of the Blue Dragon battle halberd? Long Chen let out an explosive roar, and the majestic energy once again turned into a sharp light that could tear the heavens and earth apart. The tip of the Blue Dragon battle halberd had already turned into the shadow of a dragon, slashing the Meteor Dragon seal into two. The remaining power was naturally directed towards Dongfang Tianqing. At this moment, Dongfang Tianqing was in a state of madness and disbelief. If he were to be struck by the halberd, he would most likely be sliced into two. At this moment, among the crowd, the only one who was still clear-headed was Dongfang Xianyao. Even Dongfang Xuanyu was in a daze, forgetting that his son had already been defeated and that he was already at the brink of death. Fortunately, at this moment, Dongfang Xianyao disappeared from his seat. When he reappeared, he was already on the life and death arena, right in front of Dongfang Tianqing. He grabbed hold of Long Chen's Blue Dragon battle halberd and deflected the attack. However, it seemed like the attack was a little weak. You've reached the level of being able to use Yellow Spring Break as you wish. The reason why he didn't feel any power was because Long Chen had withdrawn his own attack. Dongfang Xianyao was just being a busybody this time. However, no matter how calm he was still in a state of shock. Not only did he comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique, but he was also able to use Yellow Spring Break perfectly. Not only that, but he had also reached the level of being able to use it as he wished. How could anyone survive this? Even Dongfang Tianqin, who was barely able to use the Earth Tier battle skill, Dragon Battles the Wild, wasn't able to use Yellow Spring Break as he wished. Barely enough. As expected, Long Chen had won. He felt a wave of relief in his heart. The Blue Dragon battle halberd was indeed an extraordinary item. Long Chen was actually able to defeat an elementary heavenly core cultivator with it, Of course, that was also because the elementary heavenly core cultivator was a little weak. If it was Dongfang Tianxian, the result might not be the same. Long Chen's words made Dongfang Xuanyao's face twitch. As for the others, they gradually recovered from their daze after seeing the situation on the life and death stage. However, this made them feel even more miserable. The Dongfang clan had never lacked geniuses, but a genius of this level was enough to make others feel uneasy. They discovered that not only was Dongfang Xuanyao's cultivation powerful, but his eyes were also extremely vicious. To be able to discover the unknown Long Chen from the tens of thousands of other clans, what kind of eyesight did one have to be able to do that? Such a heaven-defying talent made Dongfang Xianfeng and Dongfang Xianyun feel a little jealous. As for Dongfang Xuanyu, she was completely immersed in the fact that her precious son had been defeated. She was unable to extricate herself from her grief and indignation. Tianxing. Dongfang Xuanyu didn't care about anything else. She anxiously landed on the life and death stage and held on to the hand of Dongfang Tianxing, whose face was pale and whose body was still trembling. Dongfang Xuanyu felt a pang of pain in her heart when she saw her son's miserable state. This was all Long Chen's fault. She turned around and glared at Long Chen with a venomous gaze as she coldly said, "Long Chen, you're really good. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. You're simply courting death by causing trouble in my Dongfang family. What are you going to do today?" Dongfang Xianshao coldly snorted and interrupted her. He coldly looked at Dongfang Xuanyu and emitted a powerful aura toward her. He said coldly, "I'll remind you once again that Long Chen has already lost to our ancestor. He's already a member of my Dongfang clan, not an outsider in your eyes. As for today's life and death duel, it was a deal made between the two of them. Furthermore, Long Chen didn't injure Tianxing. If you continue to spout nonsense, I won't be polite." Dongfang Xianshao didn't give her any face in public, which made her so angry that her body was cramping. Her charming face flushed red and she couldn't speak a single word. At this moment, Dongfang Xianfeng came to her side and said indifferently, "That's all for today. Don't say anything else. You're embarrassing me. Everyone, go back." Dongfang Xuanxiao's expression was gloomy, so Dongfang Xianshao didn't say anything and left with Long Chen and Yin Mengyao. "Xianshao, it's time for you to die," Dongfang Xuanyu said viciously. Death. A bad premonition rose in Long Chen's heart. Chapter 216. In a pavilion in the courtyard in front of the bedroom, Dongfang Xianshao was carefully looking at Long Chen, while Yin Mengyao was standing on the other side obediently. They had just returned from the stage of life and death, and Dongfang Xianshao hadn't left yet. But this was a good thing, as Long Chen still needed his help regarding Mo Xiaolang's matter. If he could help, this matter would be much easier. Learning the Blue Dragon combat skill in just 1 day, and learning the first skill, Death Break, in just 5 days. Long Chen, your talent in combat skills is the most heaven-defying I've ever seen. I should have thought of this when I saw how fast you cultivated the 9 flash of the true dragon. Dongfang Xianshao said with mixed emotions. Long Chen nodded his head. He didn't deny it. Indeed, ever since the mysterious dragon Jade entered his divine sense, he could feel that one of his attributes was growing at an incredible speed. It could be said to be the comprehension ability of his soul, or it could also be said to be the comprehension ability of his brain. When he was reading and cultivating the skill, his eyes and ears were clear, as if he was born with the ability to understand these things. Of course, the reason why he was able to achieve so much was also because of his hard work. Yin Mengyao looked at Long Chen with admiration. When she thought about how she had rubbed herself against Long Chen's broad and hard back after being poisoned, she couldn't help but blush. After all, Long Chen was her little brother now, and this situation really made her feel ashamed. But Dongfang Tianxing has only broken through to the heavenly core realm for a few months, and he is a boastful and hot-tempered man, just like his mother. He is destined to not have any good achievements in the future. Chen, this has nothing to do with you, so I think I should tell you about it. After belittling Dongfang Tianxing, Dongfang Xianxiao started talking about serious matters. "Father, please tell me," Long Chen said. "When you first came to the inner family, didn't I tell you that the family chief had brought Tianchen and the others to train? Actually, this training is related to something that will happen soon. Do you know about the Beast Soul Palace in Yuanling City?" Dongfang Xianxiao asked. "I know," Long Chen said. "It's the power in Yuan Emperor City. It seems to be at the same level as the Lingwu family. Yes, the Yang family of your Biyao town seem to be fighting with another force for the position of the town lord's mansion. You should still remember that the position of the town lord's mansion, which is held once every 20 years in our Yuanling city, is about to usher in a rotation. 2 months later, the young disciples of the Lingwu family will compete with the young disciples of the Beast Soul Palace. The winning team will have the right to manage the entire Yuanling County for 20 years. Even the city lord's mansion is going to be contested? Could it be that the host is a member of the imperial family?" Long Chen asked in shock. "We are all forces under the royal family, so we naturally have to listen to the royal family's orders. The difference between us is like the difference between your family in Biyao town and the Lingwu family. You should understand this comparison, right?" "I understand. In other words, the old ancestor brought them out to train so that they can improve their strength to face the battle for the city lord's mansion that is held once every 20 years. Long Chen was extremely shocked by the strength of the imperial clan. One had to know that the Lingwu clan was already a colossus in his heart. How strong was that colossus in the eyes of the Lingwu clan? How strong was their strongest expert? Yes, the battle this time is a little special. I heard that the royal family found an ancient relic treasure in Yuanling County. It's an inheritance left by an ancient expert. At that time, the young generation of the Lingwu family and the young generation of the Beast Soul Palace will enter the relic. There's only one place for the inheritance. No matter how the process is, the disciple of the force that obtains the inheritance will be the winner," Dongfang Xianxiao said. Ancient relic. Long Chen was looking forward to it as well. However, he wasn't strong right now. The strongest warriors of the Lingwu family should be at the same level as Dongfang Tianchen, Mo Shaolang, and Bei Tang Mo. As for the early heavenly core realm, it should have nothing to do with Long Chen. "Father, what's the comparison between the two superpowers?" Long Chen asked. "In the Lingwu family, there are 4 early heavenly core warriors, and there are many more outstanding ones who have just broken through to the heavenly core realm. There are 10 places in total, and the Dongfang family got 2. Tianchen will definitely go, and the last place was decided by the family chief and old Xian to be between Tianxing and Tianxian. But since you defeated Dongfang Tianxing today, I'm telling you this to remind you that no one knows how strong you will be in 2 months. With your speed, you might even surpass Tianxian," Dongfang Xianxiao said. "Tianxian, she's so strong?" Hearing Dongfang Xuanxiao's words, it seemed like the gap between Dongfang Tianxing and Tianxian was huge. Tianxian has been working hard since he was young, and he has a strong character. Now, he has mastered an earth-rank combat skill, and although he can barely unleash it, it's still extraordinary. But, Long Chen, if you improve your cultivation level and use that earth-rank combat skill, Dragon Battle Star Field, Tianxian won't be your match, Dongfang Xianxiao said with an indifferent tone. "Father, do we have a high chance of winning this mayor's mansion battle?" At this moment, Yin Mengyao, who had been obediently standing next to Dongfang Xianxiao, asked. "I don't know. The younger generation of the 4 big families have average strength, and there aren't any warriors who are absolutely heaven-defying. The Beast Soul Palace doesn't have many geniuses, but the battles here are all about the strongest. According to the rumors, one of Emperor Yuan's grandsons is a heaven-defying warrior, and he might have even reached the late heavenly core realm. But, that's just a rumor." Late heavenly core realm. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This was even more heaven-defying than Mo Shaolang. Sure enough, geniuses were everywhere. Dongfang Xianxiao shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "The four family chiefs are worried about this as well. If they lose the position of the mayor's mansion, the Lingwu family's resources and connections will be in a very difficult situation. Besides, there will be a spot for the Immortal Realm Divine Guard in this battle, and only the person who inherited the Immortal Realm Divine Guard will be able to take the position. It's very important." "What is an Immortal Realm Divine Guard?" Long Chen asked in surprise. "You don't know?" "Oh, that's normal." Since Long Chen came from a small place like Biyao town, it was normal that he had never heard of the Immortal Realm. Dongfang Xianxiao said, "In the Canyang Kingdom's imperial city, there is a huge minor cosmos world. This minor cosmos world is a few hundred times bigger than the heavenly martial realm, and it's as big as 10 imperial cities. The name of this minor cosmos world is Niyang Fairy Realm." Niyang Fairy Realm, I've heard of it before. Rumor has it that the natural energies in there are 10 times denser than the outside world, and in some places, it's even 100 or 1,000 times denser. That's why there are countless herbs in this Niyang Fairy Realm, as well as rare treasures left behind from the medieval era. Speaking of the Niyang Fairy Realm, Yin Mengyao had a yearning expression on her face. 10 times, 1,000 times, herbs. Long Chen was a bit speechless. When he came to Yuanling City, he already felt that Yuanling City was boundless, and the Imperial City and the Niyang Fairy Realm were so huge and rich that they simply exceeded Long Chen's imagination. However, what he didn't know was that the world he would encounter in the future would be even bigger, and the heaven-defying realm would only be a small place. Every place not only has advantages, but also disadvantages. Although there are countless rare treasures in the Niyang Fairy Realm, there is also a terrifying force. Long Chen, you've seen a variant of the demonic beasts, the poisonous beasts, right? Dongfang Xianxiao raised his head and said. "The poisonous beasts in the 9-Demon Mountain must be fresh in your memory," Long Chen said with a light smile. The poisonous beasts are a variant of the demonic beasts, and in the Niyang Fairy Realm, because of the rich and pure natural energies and the nourishment of a huge amount of herbs, another kind of demonic beasts was born, and we call them the immortal beasts. The immortal beasts are very terrifying, and there are a lot of them, and they have a strong reproductive ability. Most importantly, the intelligence of the immortal beasts is much higher than that of ordinary demonic beasts. The intelligence of the demonic beasts can also reach such a level. Long Chen had learned too much information today, which made him, who was born in a small place, a little stunned. Currently, there are two great forces in the Niyang Fairy Realm. One is the immortal beasts of the Niyang Fairy Realm, and the other is the imperial family of the Canyang Kingdom. The entrance of the Niyang Fairy Realm is completely controlled by the imperial family, and the imperial family has to fight with the immortal beasts in order to obtain a huge amount of herbs. Those who are lucky enough to enter the Niyang Fairy Realm and carry out the tasks of the imperial family are called the Divine Guards of the Niyang Fairy Realm. The Divine Guards of the Niyang Fairy Realm are often injured, and the imperial family can't make up for it, so they can only recruit the youngest and most talented warriors to join the Divine Guards of the Niyang Fairy Realm and serve the imperial family. Of course, the rewards they get are also generous, Dongfang Xianxiao explained in detail in order to make it easier for Long Chen to understand. In other words, the Divine Guards of the Niyang Fairy Realm are the most heaven-defying geniuses of the whole Canyang Kingdom, and even the geniuses of the imperial family are included, Long Chen said excitedly. "What you said is only half correct." Dongfang Xianxiao wasn't afraid of hurting Long Chen's feelings. He continued, "In the eyes of the imperial family, the geniuses must first break through the heavenly core realm and enter the heavenly river realm, and second, they must be no older than 25 years old. Tian Shen is already 23 years old, which means that basically, there is no one in the entire Yuanling County who can meet the standard of a genius. Long Chen, let me tell you, the path of cultivation is endless. You are progressing fast, but you can't let the performance of others restrict your vision." Dongfang Xianxiao said in a serious tone. His words were like a wake-up call to Long Chen. Long Chen immediately understood and said, "Thank you, Father, I understand now. I won't be a frog at the bottom of a well and only be satisfied with the current situation in Yuanling City. It's good that you understand. I've finished explaining to you about the battle for the mayor's mansion. Also, I have a request for you today. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xuanxiao's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Long Chen with a passionate gaze. In his eyes, there was a hint of nervousness, but also determination. It was as if this was his only chance. Long Chen was startled, because he also had a request for Dongfang Xianxiao. It was about Imo Xiaolang. Chapter 217. After Dongfang Xianxiao finished talking about the battle for the city lord's mansion, Long Chen guessed that it was time for Dongfang Xianxiao to ask for his help. However, Dongfang Xuanxiao's words stunned him for a moment. After exchanging glances with Yin Mengyao and understanding what she meant, Long Chen said to Dongfang Xianxiao, "If it's something that I can do, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for it." Long Chen had always been a person who repaid enmity and kindness with kindness. Mo Xiaolang had given him the constellation battle physique and also helped him in the monster hunting tournament. To him, it was a kindness that needed to be repaid. Thus, he was working hard to save Mo Xiaolang. Dongfang Xianxiao had helped him a lot on his path of growth. From the inner clan selection until now, Long Chen couldn't even count the number of times he had helped him. Sometimes, he would ask himself why Dongfang Xianxiao was so good to him. Was it just because he appreciated him? Let me tell you about my past first. As he said this, a trace of sorrow could be seen in the depths of Dongfang Xuanxiao's eyes. Both Long Chen and Yin Mengyao sharply noticed it. "Foster father, go ahead." "We're all listening," Yin Mengyao said softly. Dongfang Xianxiao calmed himself down and said, "In the Imperial City, you only know about the Imperial Clan. The Imperial Clan is the strongest force in the Cangyang country. However, even the Imperial Clan has a big enemy, and that is the Heavenly Demon Palace. Because we were informed by the Imperial Clan, the Heavenly Demon Palace is ruthless and unreasonable. In the Cangyang country, they are a force that everyone wants to kill. I've heard of the Heavenly Demon Palace. However, it seems that they are mainly located near the Imperial City. We don't have them here. However, the Heavenly Demon Palace is indeed very powerful. They are almost as powerful as the Imperial Clan," Yin Mengyao said. 20 years ago, I did a stupid thing," Dongfang Xianxiao suddenly said. With this as the beginning, Dongfang Xianxiao told his other stories. It was actually very old-fashioned. Back then, Dongfang Xianxiao, who was the most famous member of the Lingwu family, had fallen in love with a young girl from outside. It was only later that he found out about her identity. She had a high status in the Heavenly Demon Palace, and this time, she had simply run away from home to have fun. However, Dongfang Xianxiao, who was rebellious by nature, didn't care about this at all. They continued to be together openly, but he didn't expect that he would harm the young girl just like that. After the 4 great clan leaders found out about her identity, they were worried that the imperial family would punish them, so they directly sent the young girl to the Star Demon prison, erasing the scandal from the clan. 20 years had passed since then. This was also the reason why Dongfang Xianxiao had yet to marry. Dongfang Xuanxiao's tone was very calm when he talked about this past, but from his dull eyes, Long Chen could tell how much pain he had been suffering for the past 20 years. Long Chen recalled some of the words that Dongfang Xianxiao had said to him, and his heart ached a little. Yin Mengyao was a woman. Although she looked cold and aloof, she was born with emotions. At this moment, tears were already welling up in her eyes. This kind of rebellious love was what she had always yearned for. "Long Chen, to be honest, I've done many things for you recently. I even fought with the clan leader for your sister. You must be suspicious of my motives, right?" After telling his story, Dongfang Xianxiao raised his head and looked at Long Chen with sparkling eyes. "I've suspected you before, but I know that your motives aren't everything. Perhaps the reason you held the inner selection was to find someone to do something for you, but I believe that you have high hopes for me. Haha. Long Chen suddenly laughed. He understood everything now. Dongfang Xianshao picked him and Yin Mengyao from the inner selection in the hope that one of them could obtain the Blue Dragon halberd and use it to rescue his beloved woman from the Blue Dragon planet. That's true. My position in your eyes will plummet. I have a motive for treating you well. You should be very disgusted by this, right? Dongfang Xianshao was a little nervous when he said this. Don't overthink it. I, Long Chen, am not a fool. I can see that you care for me from the bottom of my heart. By the way, foster father, I have to tell you something. Long Chen was originally worried that Dongfang Xianshao wouldn't agree to his request to save Xiao Lang and might even stop him. But now, it seemed that the two of them had the same idea, so the situation was much better. What is it? Dongfang Xianshao was stunned. You know about the outsider Mo Xiaolang, right? He's my brother. To be honest, the reason why I worked so hard to obtain the Blue Dragon halberd was because I wanted to save him. This time, I'm here to ask for your help. Long Chen went straight to the point. Although Dongfang Xianshao did have a motive in the beginning, his confession didn't affect their relationship. Dongfang Xianshao only made up his mind to tell Long Chen about this matter after he saw that he had comprehended the Blue Dragon battle technique. Mo Xiaolang obtained the Heavenly Wolf demonic blade. Dongfang Xianshao frowned. It doesn't matter. Among the 5 great divine weapons, only the Heavenly Wolf demonic blade has never been conquered. It's his luck that he was able to obtain it. There's no need to hide something that the Lingwu family can't use, Long Chen persuaded. All right. Dongfang Xianshao nodded. Since we've already decided, let's not delay any longer. We'll take action tonight. After everything was settled, Long Chen and Yin Mengyao looked at each other and smiled at each other. After planning for so long, it all depended on tonight. After a discussion between Long Chen and Dongfang Xianshao, they decided to let Yin Mengyao stay here. On one hand, she wouldn't be of any use in this rescue mission. On the other hand, she wasn't strong enough. Thinking that she would be a burden to them, Yin Mengyao clenched her teeth and said, Foster father, Long Chen, I'll wait for your good news. That's for sure. Long Chen smiled. After that, he followed Dongfang Xianshao and started their journey. This wasn't the first time Dongfang Xianshao had brought Long Chen into the Star Fiend prison. Long Chen had been cultivating diligently, so it was normal for him to stay in the Star Fiend prison. At the entrance of the black hole, Yan Honghai and the other 3 men were still guarding it. When they saw Dongfang Xianshao, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Greetings, Master Xianshao and young Master Long Chen. Although they were guarding here, they were well informed. They also knew that Long Chen had exceeded their expectations. He had obtained the Blue Dragon combat halberd, and more importantly, he had comprehended the Blue Dragon combat skill. He had unleashed the Yellow Spring Break and defeated the Heavenly Core warrior, Dongfang Tianqing. Therefore, the way they looked at Long Chen was filled with admiration. Young Master Long Chen is only 16 years old, but he has already reached such a level. This really puts us to shame. I, Yan Honghai, have nothing but admiration for you. Yan Honghai said with a bitter smile. That's right, when I was 16 years old, let alone a Heavenly Core warrior, I don't even know if I could defeat an Earth Core warrior at the same level as me. A guard in red armor said. He was a guard from the Vermilion Bird family. Most importantly, young Master Long Chen comprehended the Blue Dragon combat skill in 1 day, and unleashed it in 5 days. I don't think there has ever been a record like this in the history of the 4 inner families of the martial spirit realm. The White Tiger Guard said with mixed emotions. When they thought about Long Chen's heaven-defying achievements, they couldn't help but sigh. This time, I'm bringing him to the Shattered Star Field. That planet has a gravity that's 100 times stronger than normal. I'm afraid that he won't be able to withstand it, so I'm going with him. Honghai, you guys continue to guard him. After saying that, Dongfang Xianshao calmly led Long Chen into the Star Fiend prison. Looking at their disappearing figures, the four of them looked at each other. The guard in red armor said, "Brother Yan, didn't the old ancestor of the blue dragon tell you to inform him as soon as they enter the Star Fiend prison?" "All right. But why does the old ancestor want to know about this? Isn't it normal for them to enter the Star Fiend prison?" Yan Honghai was puzzled. "Who cares? Just listen to the old ancestor's words." After entering the Star Fiend prison and looking at the other thick chain, Long Chen felt a little nervous. But luckily, he had Dongfang Xianxiao to support him. "There's no time to lose, we need to move as fast as possible. Long Chen, let me hold you." After saying that, Dongfang Xianxiao grabbed Long Chen's arm and stepped onto the iron chain, flying towards the direction of the Blue Dragon planet. His speed was much faster than Long Chen's. There are many prisoners imprisoned in the Blue Dragon planet. The gravity of the Blue Dragon planet is 1,000 times stronger than normal. Anyone who breaks through to the early Heavenly Core realm will be crushed to death before it's daytime. Early Heavenly Core warriors can barely move around, and late Heavenly Core warriors can move around freely, but they can never leave the Blue Dragon planet. Therefore, once you enter the planet, you have to be extra careful of those late Heavenly Core warriors. If you meet someone who can move freely, just run as fast as you can. With the Blue Dragon halberd, they won't be able to catch up to you. Long Chen nodded his head. As for Xian Ku's appearance, I've already told you about it. If you meet someone who looks similar to her, just ask them. I wonder if Xian Ku has survived all these years. Back then, she was already an early Heavenly Core warrior. Xian Ku was the man that Dongfang Xianxiao liked. This time, Long Chen had two missions, one was with Mo Xiaolang, and the other was with Xian Ku. Once you've completed your mission, I'll lure Yan Honghai and the others away. After that, I'll ask Xian Ku and Mo Xiaolang to go to the Mortal Core realm. After that, they'll leave through the outer races tunnel. As long as they change their appearances, it'll be hard for anyone from the outer race to notice them. Dongfang Xianxiao said. The plan was perfect, and there were no loopholes. However, Long Chen felt nervous for no reason. He felt like they had missed something, but he couldn't figure out what it was exactly. Dongfang Xuanxiao's speed was much faster, and roughly an hour later, Long Chen could already feel a burst of suction force acting on his body. Up ahead, a total of 5 stars, azure, red, white, black, and silver, with a diameter of over 1,000 meters, appeared before him. The 5 stars were similar to the stars in the night sky, and they were extremely beautiful and awe-inspiring. Right at this moment, Long Chen arrived at a fork in the road. There were 5 forks in the road, and each of them led to a different star. At this point, Long Chen felt a gravity that was 20 times stronger than normal, and he was still very far away. Go, I'll wait for you here. Dongfang Xuanxiao's eyes were filled with hope. Chapter 218. Under Dongfang Xuanxiao's attentive gaze, Long Chen stepped on the iron chain leading to the Blue Dragon star. The further he went, the greater the gravitational force on his body became. Although he was still a distance away from the Blue Dragon star, Long Chen was already enduring about 50 times the normal gravity. It's time to take out the Blue Dragon halberd. Long Chen's heart flickered. He took out the Blue Dragon halberd from his cosmos sack and held it in his hand. Under the light blue starlight of the Blue Dragon star, the surface of the Blue Dragon halberd glowed with a blue light, as if there was something flowing on it. At this time, the Blue Dragon halberd emitted a halo and turned into a transparent hollow sphere, covering Long Chen inside. No one could see this halo, and Long Chen could only feel its existence. Because of this halo, Long Chen suddenly felt that the gravitational force from the Blue Dragon star had completely disappeared. There must be some connection between the Blue Dragon halberd and the Blue Dragon star that I don't know about. Long Chen thought to himself. Holding the Blue Dragon halberd in his hand, he flew towards the Blue Dragon star that was already in front of him. The star became bigger and bigger in his eyes. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen finally landed on this star. Because this star was relatively big, Long Chen could no longer feel the great distance on the ground. How is this possible? When he really stood on the land of the Blue Dragon Star, Long Chen was stunned. The barrenness of this Blue Dragon Star was beyond his imagination. In the broken star field, there were broken stars and yellow soil, but here, there were only gray rocks. Except for these gray rocks, there was nothing else. Long Chen really didn't know how those people who were imprisoned here got out alive. There's no time to lose. I'd better find Xiao Lang and Xian Ke first. Long Chen knew that time was of the essence and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He hurriedly grabbed the Blue Dragon battle halberd and rushed forward. If it weren't for the Blue Dragon battle halberd, Long Chen would have been a meat patty on the ground. On the Blue Dragon Star, there might be some extremely vicious powerhouses. Long Chen did not dare to show off. He held the Blue Dragon battle halberd and walked carefully. Fortunately, with Lingxi's help, everything became a lot simpler. Lingxi was most proficient in spiritual perception. Ever since she had refined the cyan nethersal fruit, her spiritual perception ability had increased once again. With her around, Long Chen could avoid many dangers and find the person he was looking for. "Little Shi, how is it?" Long Chen asked as they walked. "There's no one around here. Under this gravity, most of the people who were imprisoned here are dead." "Let's look ahead," Lingxi said. N. Long Chen nodded his head, but he had a worried expression on his face. Mo Xiaolang was a lower heavenly core warrior, and he could barely move on this Blue Dragon Star. It seemed like his chances of survival were slim. "Chen, have you forgotten that he has the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade? I don't think he'll die." Lingxi comforted him. I know." After being comforted by Lingxi, Long Chen felt much more relaxed. After walking for some more time, Long Chen bumped into two late Heavenly Core warriors. Both of them were wearing ragged clothes, and it was hard to tell that they were human warriors. They must be extremely vicious, and if they knew that Long Chen had the Blue Dragon battle halberd, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, Long Chen could only carefully avoid them. "Chen, I feel so sorry for them. They've been trapped in this place for so long, and this torture is really scary. If it was me, I'd rather kill myself." Lingxi's voice carried a hint of bitterness. She was probably thinking about how she was still trapped in Lingxi's sword, and if it wasn't for Long Chen, she wouldn't have been able to survive. "Silly girl, don't say any more. Chen won't let you live like this forever. Soon, you'll be able to live a good life like the other girls." Long Chen felt a pain in his heart when he saw her sad expression. "That's enough for me. I know you care about me the most, hee." The worried expression on Lingxi's face disappeared, and it was replaced by a smile. Long Chen laughed as well, but he felt a heavy pressure in his heart. "Chen." Lingxi was suddenly surprised. She said excitedly, 2 kilometers to your left, there's a girl sitting with her legs crossed. She's wearing black clothes, and she's about 30 years old. She's very beautiful, and she's at the late mortal core realm. She's similar to what your godfather described. I think she's Xian Ke. It's true." Long Chen was filled with surprise. On this Blue Dragon planet, those who could survive were usually at the late mortal core realm. Among all the late mortal core warriors who were imprisoned here, Xian Ke was the only female warrior at her age. "Finally, I can help him." With Xian Zhao's character, if he didn't already have the Blue Dragon halberd, and if he didn't have a true Qi seed, he would have come here long ago. He wouldn't have waited for 20 years. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen felt really excited. Xian Ke was still alive, and for Dongfang Xianshao, this was great news. Therefore, Long Chen quickly walked towards the direction of the girl. At the same time, he didn't forget to be cautious. Soon, he got closer to the girl. Lying on the gray rock, Long Chen looked at the girl. Unlike the other late Heavenly Core warriors, although she had been imprisoned here for 20 years, she was still very clean. It was obvious that she had plenty of resources. This black-clothed woman had already lost her childishness. Although she was close to 40 years old, she only looked a bit older than Lu Lan. She looked to be about 30 years old, but her mature charm and alluring charm were unmistakable. Seeing her beautiful appearance, Long Chen was already certain that she was Xian Ku. There was no one else around. Long Chen stood up and walked towards Xian Ku with the blue dragon halberd in his hand. Sensing Long Chen's approach, the girl in black suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, a black beam shot towards Long Chen, making it hard for him to open his eyes. "Who is it?" A cold voice came out from the girl's mouth. She quietly stood up and stared at Long Chen. When she learned about Long Chen's strength and the blue dragon halberd in his hand, she was completely stunned. "I'm Xian Zhao's godson, and I'm here to bring you out." In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Long Chen told her his identity and purpose. Indeed, after hearing this, the girl in black, Xian Ku's body trembled. Her bright eyes were instantly filled with tears. He said he's sorry for being late. This was what Dongfang Xianshao had told Long Chen to tell her as soon as possible. Looking at this girl who was so excited that she couldn't even speak, Long Chen had mixed feelings. 20 years, 20 years. What kind of concept was this? From 10 to 30 years old, this was the most dazzling period of a woman's life. However, because of her impulsive youth, she had wasted her most brilliant youth on this barren land. The only thing that could accompany her every day was this boundless gray rock. Long Chen knew that Dongfang Xianshao had indeed let her down. However, Long Chen also knew that Dongfang Xianshao had his own difficulties. He was born in a family with no freedom, and there were heavenly river-tier powerhouses above him. Therefore, even though he was arrogant, he had never been able to escape from the palms of the four great family patriarchs. Xianshao. Xian Ku bit her lip and wiped away the tears in her eyes. She stared blankly at Long Chen. This young man who had suddenly appeared in front of her was like a beautiful dream that had lasted for 20 years. She didn't even know if this was a dream or reality. Vitality gradually appeared in those deathly gray eyes. This process was witnessed by Ling Shi, whose heart was filled with bitterness. Long Chen could already sense that she, who was within the Ling Shi sword, was already secretly weeping. Women were naturally creatures that were easily moved, and Ling Shi was no exception. In the heart of a young girl, this was the age when love began to sprout, and such a tragic love story had an impact on her soul. It was like a huge wave in a storm. "Let's go." Long Chen realized that he didn't know what to say anymore. "All right." Xian Ku was also stupefied. She knew that if this was a dream, she would just follow it. Perhaps at the end, she would be able to see the man that she had been yearning for day and night. "Oh right, I'm here to save a brother. His name is Mo Xiaolang. Do you know where he is?" asked Long Chen. When Long Chen mentioned Mo Xiaolang, Xian Ku knew that this wasn't a dream, but reality. To her, Mo Xiaolang was just an insignificant person. Such a person would never appear in her dreams. Since he did, it was against the law. This isn't a dream. Wake up. Do you know who Mo Xiaolang is? He's a 14-year-old boy, very handsome. Long Chen knew what she was thinking. "I'll take you to him," Xian Ku said softly. She didn't know how long it had been since she last spoke. Even now, she found that she wasn't used to talking. Thank you." Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. The mission would be completed very soon. After following Xian Ku for a few more kilometers, Long Chen didn't say anything. Truth be told, he didn't know what to say either. In the end, he said, "Do you blame him? 20 years? He's really too late." Xian Ku was silent. After a long time, she said, "I don't know. I hated him for a long time. I even wanted to kill him. But now I want to go with him. I want to go far away from here. I want him to spend the rest of his life making it up to me. I've paid too much this time. He's a bastard. Long Chen was shocked. She wanted to kill him, but at the same time, she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. Was this love? He had been wandering on the edge for a long time, so he didn't know what love was. But ever since he met Lingxi, that feeling of absurdity had become stronger and stronger. They continued to remain silent as they continued forward. Not long after, Ling Shi, who had recovered from her sorrow, said softly, "Big brother Chen, I can sense the aura of the little wolf, but he seems to be fighting." Chapter 219. Since he was about to meet Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen put aside the matter of Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku. However, Lingxi told him that Mo Xiaolang was fighting. Long Chen was shocked. On this blue dragon planet, there weren't many early mortal core warriors, and the one who was fighting with Mo Xiaolang was most likely a late mortal core warrior. Since Mo Xiaolang was on this blue dragon planet, he could barely move. Perhaps, he would easily become someone's prey. After thinking up to this point, Long Chen told Xian Ku to keep up with him. After that, he started flying forward. Long Chen now had the blue dragon halberd, so his speed didn't decrease at all. That was why Xian Ku couldn't catch up with him. However, Mo Xiaolang's position was also very close, so he wouldn't lose track of him. Very quickly, two people appeared in Long Chen's field of vision. One of them was a sloppy-looking burly man. Through the gaps between his disheveled hair, one could see his blood-red and crazed eyes. His killing moves were all extremely ruthless, and he wanted to take his opponent's life. As for the other man, he was only 14 years old. He had bright eyes and sharp eyebrows, and his eyes were like the brightest stars in the sky. His face was fair and delicate, and his body was thin. He was Mo Xiaolang, the man who Long Chen had met in Biyao town. Finally seeing him, Long Chen felt like he was dreaming. When Mo Xiaolang was in Biyao town, he was just an early heavenly core warrior, and Long Chen was only at the second level of the Dragon Vein realm. There was a huge gap between them, and in less than half a year, Long Chen had finally caught up. If Mo Xiaolang saw his achievement, he would definitely be shocked. On this blue dragon planet, late heavenly core warriors were restricted by gravity. Long Chen believed that with the blue dragon halberd, he would be able to fight with a late heavenly core warrior and rescue Mo Xiaolang. However, just as he was about to make his move, Lingxi suddenly said, "Chen, this young man has reached the late heavenly core realm." What? What the fuck? Long Chen almost choked on his own saliva. Late heavenly core realm, this was the realm of Dongfang Xianshao, the strongest warrior in Yuanling County. This abnormal monster was only 14 years old, and he had already reached this realm, and he had even conquered the heavenly wolf beastkin blade. This was the first time Long Chen felt so frustrated. He felt like he had caught up with his opponent, but when he raised his head, he found out that his opponent had already disappeared. But in fact, Long Chen felt happy for him. If he could reach the late heavenly core realm and leave this place, he would definitely be able to shine even brighter. A true genius could never be killed. Since Mo Xiaolang had reached the late heavenly core realm, Long Chen didn't want to join in the fun. He just hid and watched quietly without making any noise. The fight between these two men had started as a deadly fight. They didn't say anything to each other, and if it wasn't for the explosive sounds produced during their fight, Long Chen would have thought he was watching a pantomime. After fighting for a while, Mo Xiaolang stood still and took out a dagger. When he saw the dagger, Long Chen's eyes immediately lit up. The dagger looked like the tooth of some beast, and it had a silver wolf's head. Two black gems were embedded in the eye sockets, and a powerful force was being unleashed from the black gems. It was no weaker than the blue dragon halberd. So this is the heavenly wolf beastkin blade, amazing. Long Chen praised in his mind. Right at this moment, Xian Ku had arrived next to him, and he was watching the fight with a calm expression. "You finally took out the heavenly wolf beastkin blade? From today onwards, it is mine." A blood-red light erupted from the man's eyes. After that, he unleashed an even more powerful energy and dashed towards Mo Xiaolang. When the heavenly wolf beastkin blade appeared, Mo Xiaolang's temperament became cold. Without saying a word, he waved the beastkin blade in his hand, and soon, it disappeared. Right at this moment, a cold light shot out from his eyes, and he waved his right hand. In an instant, a silver wolf's shadow swept past the man's body, and blood splattered all over the place. Slap. The dead body fell to the ground. Genius. Xian Ku said with a light voice. The reason why she knew where Mo Xiaolang was because Mo Xiaolang was too monstrous, that's why she paid attention to him. Seeing that Mo Xiaolang had killed his opponent, Long Chen stood up. To be honest, he was really excited. The two of them, who hadn't seen each other for half a year, suddenly met each other's eyes on this planet with 1,000 times the gravity. One of them was about to put away the Sky Wolf Demon Blade, while the other was holding the Azure Dragon Halberd. Upon seeing Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang's cold eyes instantly went blank. The heavenly wolf beastkin blade fell to the ground with a clang, and the tip of the blade pierced deeply into the gray rock. Long Chen. This man, who had once appeared in his world by chance, and looked very much like his brother, whom he had once admired the most, had once again appeared in front of him. That's right. You must have never guessed that it's me, the Long Chen you met in Poplar Town. Seeing the disbelief in his eyes, Long Chen enjoyed it very much. It was a silent praise for the achievements he had made in the past 6 months. How is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? Mo Xiaolang rubbed his eyes and discovered that it really was Long Chen. He gulped and said with some difficulty, "You're imprisoned too?" "No, this is the Blue Dragon Halberd. It's a long story, so I'll make it short. I'm here today to rescue you. Time is of the essence, so let's hurry to the metal chains first. When the time comes, stand by my side and let me carry you. That way, we can escape the bindings of the Blue Dragon planet and leave the Star Demon prison. If there's anything else, we can talk on the way," Long Chen said. Mo Xiaolang nodded obediently. The three of them were not the type to procrastinate. Under Lingxi's sharp senses, they headed toward the metal chains, bypassing quite a few prisoners along the way. If these people were released, they would definitely cause a huge commotion, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to care about their lives. Along the way, Long Chen told Mo Xiaolang everything he had experienced from Poplar Town to the Lingwu family. After listening, Mo Xiaolang was speechless. His eyes were filled with gratitude and warmth. "Long Chen, thank you. Back then, I gave you the Star Battle Body because I saw your kindness, and it was on a whim. I didn't expect to receive this kind of repayment from you today. If you have any difficulties in the future, you must tell me. I, Mo Xiaolang, will go through fire and water, even if my bones are crushed, I will not hesitate." Mo Xiaolang was not a person who was easily agitated, so even if he said such hot-blooded words, his tone was relatively calm. However, Long Chen knew that he had a fiery heart, which could be seen from his cold and murderous eyes just now. "Now I call Yin Mengyao sister." "She has already said so, so what should you call me?" Long Chen said a little rascally when he saw that this young man was not getting it. "That's fine. Anyway, you look like my brother, Mo Xiaolong. Even your name is similar. Moreover, you saved my life today, so it's not too much for me to call you Big Brother." Big Brother. To be able to let such a genius call him Big Brother, Long Chen knew that he was also a heaven-defying queen. With his protection in the future, he could definitely do whatever he wanted. However, on second thought, wasn't it too shameful to let his own little brother protect him? "Big Brother, the fact that you managed to advance from the second level of the Dragon Vein realm to where you are now in half a year is already more than 5 times faster than I was back then. It won't be long before you completely surpass me. So if I call you Big Brother, I'll definitely have a lot of benefits in the future." Mo Xiaolang smiled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Although Mo Xiaolang's personality was no less wolfish than Long Chen's, whether it was the way he spoke or the way he acted, he was clearly like a little sheep. Long Chen looked at Xian Ku, who was looking at the two of them with a smile on her face. "What are you smiling about, adoptive mother?" Thinking that everyone would soon have a good life, Long Chen was in a very good mood. Being able to accomplish such a great feat and realize his own value was the greatest affirmation of him. Xian Ku was stunned for a long time when she heard Nie Tian call her adoptive mother. After a long time, she spat and said, "You little sly fox. I really envy you." Long Chen smiled and said, "Some people have a happy ending. I envy them too. Since my big brother calls you adoptive mother, I guess I'll call you adoptive mother too." Mo Xiaolang also smiled. His smile was much purer than Long Chen's. For the first time in more than 20 years, Xian Ku smiled shyly. A worried expression could be seen on Xian Ku's face. "Can I ask you a question?" "What is it?" Long Chen asked. "Do you think that I'm getting old?" Xian Ku touched her cheeks, her voice filled with uncertainty. 20 years ago, she had been a young girl who could turn the world upside down. Now, after being imprisoned for 20 years, she didn't even know that she still looked the same. Would Xian Xiao still be infatuated with her? Because she cared, she wasn't confident. Long Chen exchanged a glance with Mo Xiaolang, and then said with a serious expression, "I'm sure my adoptive father will pass out from happiness when he sees you. I'm so jealous that he has such a beautiful girl in love with him. You might not know this, but he's already in his 40s, and he still hasn't gotten married or had children." "I know," Xian Ku said softly. "I knew it when you said adoptive son." Soon, they saw the iron chain. Long Chen had Xian Ku and Mo Xiaolang hang on his back, then he took a big stride forward and jumped onto the chain. He didn't even look back as he flew towards the starry sky. The other two's eyes were filled with excitement. They could finally say goodbye to this damned place. With the blue dragon halberd, the three of them were no longer affected by the thousandfold gravity. Soon, they flew out of the blue dragon star and headed towards the fork in the chain. Behind them, the blue dragon star, the place where Xian Ku had lived for 20 years, gradually shrank in their eyes. Long Chen, who had finally accomplished his mission, was overjoyed. Although Xian Ku and Mo Xiaolang didn't say it out loud, their hearts were filled with gratitude towards this young man. "We're almost there. He's right in front of us." Long Chen's words caused tears to well up in Xian Ku's eyes. After 20 years of waiting, her dream had finally come true. She couldn't help but feel extremely excited. When they reached the fork in the chain, an old, hoarse laugh suddenly echoed out. Long Chen's expression flickered, as he realized that it was Patriarch Blue Dragon's voice. Chapter 220. The Blue Dragon Patriarch is in the Star Demon prison. This thought gave Long Chen a fright. In other words, there was a loophole in their plan. Their plan, which was already halfway to success, was about to be ruined. Mo Xiaolang and Xian Ku, who were dreaming of escaping, might not be able to leave. Furthermore, Long Chen and Dongfang Xianxiao might be severely punished. Not only Long Chen, but even Xian Ku and Mo Xiaolang's expressions changed. "Let's get out of here first." Long Chen made a prompt decision without any hesitation. Right now, Dongfang Xianxiao should be fighting the Blue Dragon Patriarch alone. Although Long Chen was useless, there was still Xian Ku and Mo Xiaolang, who might be able to help. After leaving the Blue Dragon planet, both of them were faster than Long Chen, especially Mo Xiaolang. After grabbing Long Chen, the three of them charged toward Dongfang Xianxiao like a gust of wind. Very soon, they arrived at the fork in the road. In front of them was Dongfang Xianxiao, who was half kneeling on the ground. He was probably injured. His face was a little pale, and his face was filled with madness. In front of him was the Blue Dragon Patriarch, whose face was filled with mockery. The arrival of Long Chen and the others instantly attracted their attention. When Dongfang Xianxiao turned around and saw the black-clothed woman beside Long Chen, his eyes went blank for a moment. Then, he started tearing up. In the past 20 years, he had never shed tears. However, when he saw the girl he used to be, he couldn't control himself anymore. Big brother Xian Xiao. Xian Ku felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and lost control of her body. If it weren't for Long Chen's support, she would have fallen off the iron chains. Below them was a bottomless abyss, and falling down would be a sure death. Dongfang Xianxiao roared. He, who had always been calm and steady, was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He rushed towards Xian Ku and pulled her into his embrace. He hugged her so tightly that the veins on his arms bulged. Xian Ku also hugged him tightly, afraid that he would disappear from her arms. How deep must their feelings be? How deep must their longing be to have this kind of strength? They hadn't seen each other for 20 years, but their feelings hadn't faded in the slightest. When Long Chen saw this, his heart ached. He sympathized with them, because there was still the greatest obstacle in front of them, an obstacle that they couldn't overcome. Inside Lingxi's sword, the young girl was already sobbing uncontrollably. If I were to separate from him for 20 years, would he still remember me? At this moment, this thought was like a nightmare in Lingxi's heart. She couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. This question had been engraved in her soul and wouldn't disappear even after 10 or 20 years. What should we do? Mo Xiaolang pulled Long Chen back, his voice trembling. The person who sent him to the Blue Dragon planet was the ancestor of the Blue Dragon, and now the Blue Dragon ancestor was in front of them. Let's play it by ear. To be honest, Long Chen felt very helpless at this moment. He was the weakest one here, so he couldn't be of any help at all. At this moment, he once again had a strong desire for strength. As long as he was strong enough, today's matter could be easily solved. After 20 years of waiting, his dream had finally come true. However, this dream was now facing the danger of being shattered. Long Chen was very anxious and even painful at this moment. To be honest, he wasn't very willing to be called foster father. In his heart, there had always been only one father, and that was Long Qinglan, the one who gave him the mysterious dragon jade and made him a dragon warrior. However, Xian Xiao had taken care of him for so many years, so Long Chen had long regarded him as a respectable elder. Now, this elder was once again facing the most painful moment of his life. Not being able to protect the person he loved the most was the most painful thing for every man. However, the Blue Dragon ancestor didn't understand at all. At this moment, he smiled coldly and said, "Xian Xiao, you want to fight with me with that brain of yours? You've endured for 20 years and thought that I've long forgotten about this matter. However, you've overlooked one thing, and that is that I know you better than your damn father. Ever since you were young, your persistence and patience have far surpassed your peers. You've never admitted defeat. It's your character that betrayed you. When I found out that you had chosen your foster children to participate in the battle for the Blue Dragon halberd, I knew what you were going to do, but you naively thought that I'd forgotten about it." Dongfang Xianxiao was shocked. He didn't turn around, but stroked the long hair of the woman in his arms and said regretfully, I'm sorry, I've failed again. But don't worry, even if I lose my life today, I won't let you go back. Big bro Xianxiao, we'll die together, Xian Ku said with determination. Dongfang Xianxiao glanced at the woman he had been thinking about day and night, then he nodded his head. After that, they turned around and faced the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor without any fear. Hearing their conversation, the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor burst out into laughter. A mocking expression emerged on his face. After that, he turned to Mo Xiaolang and said with a surprised tone, "You've reached the peak heavenly core realm? This really surprises me. Mo Xiaolang, as long as you promise me one thing, I'll let you go. But, we'll talk about it after I've dealt with this shameless couple." His eyes turned cold. "Little she-devil, I heard your father's cultivation base is extremely high, and he's one of the strongest warriors in the entire Yang kingdom. I didn't dare kill you in the past, but now, your father has probably forgotten about you. As for Xian Xiao, I had high hopes for you. I thought you could become a great warrior like your father. But, after 20 years, you're still trapped by the devil in your heart, and you can't break through to the heavenly river realm. Even if you do break through to the heavenly river realm, I don't think you'll work for me. Therefore, this time, I'll send you both on your way, so you don't have to suffer in front of an old man like me. You know, what an old man fears the most is suffering. The patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestors' words were equivalent to sentencing Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku to death. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly after hearing this. Patriarch of the Blue Dragon. Long Chen had a strong desire to kill this old man. Along the way, there were a few people he wanted to kill even in his dreams, such as the Scarlet Blood Religion Master, and the Patriarch of the Blue Dragon Ancestor was one of them. Chen, I don't want them to die, they shouldn't die. Lingxi was already moved by them, and she felt sorry for them. Dongfang Xianshao was a good person, and she also approved of him. But, little she, I don't have any other way. Long Chen's words were filled with helplessness. Strength, it's still a problem of strength. I've been improving, but I've always been weak. This kind of strength is enough for me to bear any burden. If one day, I have to face the same situation as Xian Shao, what can I do? Long Chen was also struggling in his heart. The heavenly river tear, it really made people feel helpless. I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. I regret it now. If I didn't get together with you, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Dongfang Xianshao stared at the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor, and his voice was filled with heartache. I've never regretted it. My intuition can't be wrong. Big brother Xianshao, if we have to suffer when we're together, I don't care. I don't care even if I die for it. They clasped their hands tightly together. Their nonchalant conversation made the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor even angrier. He gradually clenched his fists and said, "Don't waste my time. You guys attack together." Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku were ready. At this time, Xian Shao turned around and said to Long Chen, "Brat, I'm really sorry for dragging you into this. When we attack, find a chance to slip away. Don't ever come back to the Lingwu family. Long Chen, if you're successful, remember to come back and help me kill this old man." After saying this, he held Xian Ku's hand and stood together with the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor, who was at the heavenly river tier, regardless of whether Long Chen agreed or not. In an instant, an enormous amount of energy surged, and the entire iron chain shook violently. The three of them flew up and down the iron chain, but none of them fell. Fighting on the iron chain in the void was also a profound knowledge. "Big brother, you stay here. I'll go help." Mo Shaolang took out the heavenly wolf demon blade and charged at the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor without saying a word. With the help of Mo Shaolang, both Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku, who were in imminent danger, had slightly recovered. "You three late heavenly core warriors want to escape from me? In your dreams. Do you really think the strength of a heavenly river warrior is something you can imagine? A heavenly river warrior absorbs the energy of the stars and creates the yin and yang heavenly river in his body. Now, I'll show you the strength of the heavenly river." After saying that, the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor unleashed one punch after another. Every punch was filled with destructive energy of the stars. This energy was much stronger than the meteor fist that Long Chen used. Every time he punched out, the iron chain would shake violently. The destructive star energy fused with his true energy, and the power of his combat skill was much stronger than any divine core warriors. Among the three, Dongfang Xianshao, who was the strongest among them, had actually thrown up 2 mouthfuls of blood in just a quarter of an hour when facing Jiang Chen's attack. This wasn't the first time Xian Shao had fought with the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor. However, the massive energy of the stars was still his nemesis. Right now, Xian Shao was using a high mystic halberd. Blue Dragon combat skill, Star Dragon battle. The loud shout caused the iron chain to shake even more violently. In front of Long Chen's eyes, beams of halberd beams shot out. Each beam of light transformed into tiny shadows of dragons, and they crazily charged toward the patriarch of the blue dragon ancestor. Hundreds of millions of roars sounded out, and they contained a tremendous amount of energy. Your star dragon battle is pretty good. It's almost as powerful as a heavenly river warrior's attack, but it doesn't have the strength of a heavenly river warrior. The patriarch of the blue dragon ancestor said with a cold smile. Long Chen stared at the scene with a blank expression. Is this the star dragon battle? Xiao Shi, tell me, should I do something? Chapter 221. The Earth-level battle skill, Dragon Battle Star Field, was indeed very powerful. The sky was filled with dragon shadows that forced the Blue Dragon Patriarch, a Heavenly River tier elite, to retreat. However, the Blue Dragon Patriarch quickly threw several punches, and the sharp star True Chi completely shattered the Dragon Battle Star Field. I'm much more familiar with the Blue Dragon Battle skill than you are. If I use the Blue Dragon Halberd, you won't be a match for me even if you're at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, let alone now. The Blue Dragon Patriarch's hoarse laughter made people's scalps tingle. Everyone knew what he meant. He was just playing with them. If he really wanted to kill them, he could directly grab the Blue Dragon Halberd and kill them in a few moves. Xian Xiao, do you know the difference between us now? Haha. The Blue Dragon Patriarch only used his fists to force Xian Xiao and the others back. Meteor Dragon Seal. This was a high-level mystic-level attack. Dongfang Xian Xiao, who was hit, vomited blood again. His face was pale, but he still stood in front of the attack. Brother Xian Xiao. Xian Ke's face was pale. When he saw that Xian Xiao vomited black blood, he knew that his internal organs were seriously injured. I'm fine. Dongfang Xianxiao took out a spirit medicine from his universe bag, put it in his mouth, and refined it. Then, he forced himself to stand up. We're going to die this time. Think of a way to get Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang out of here, Dongfang Xianxiao said as he rushed forward. Yes, I understand. At this time, the Blue Dragon Patriarch was fighting with Mo Xiaolang. However, he seemed to want Mo Xiaolang to do something for him, so he didn't use too much force. However, Mo Xiaolang was still in danger. It seems that the serious demonic blade was made for you. The Blue Dragon Patriarch joked. Old man, you're courting death. At this moment, Xian Ke had already followed Xian Zhao's order and rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen understood what she meant. She wanted to take him with her. With his arm grabbed by Xian Ke, Long Chen was unable to resist. With Dongfang Xianxiao and Mo Xiaolang pressing him down with all their might, Xian Ke was finally able to rush over with Long Chen. Run! Xian Ke put Long Chen down and instructed him before turning around to help Dongfang Xianxiao. Without her strength, Dongfang Xianxiao and Mo Xiaolang wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At this moment, Dongfang Xianxiao stood in front of Mo Xiaolang and welcomed the Blue Dragon Ancestor's attack. Xiaolang, take Long Chen and leave. We have no hope left this time. You two are still young, live well and avenge me. Dongfang Xuanxiao's words made Mo Xiaolang's heart skip a beat. He wasn't a person who didn't know his limits. He knew that if they continued to fight like this, they would all die. This was a great opportunity. If he could leave with Long Chen, he would definitely have a chance to take revenge in the future instead of all of them dying here. Lingwu family, I'll definitely come back. When Xian Ke arrived, Mo Xiaolang finally made up his mind. He turned around and wanted to take Long Chen and leave this place. However, when he saw Long Chen's blood-red eyes, he was shocked. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xianxiao and Xian Ke were both severely injured by the furious Blue Dragon Patriarch. Both of them had blood flowing out of their mouths, and if it wasn't for their determination, they would have already fallen to the ground. After all, a Heavenly River warrior was not someone that a Heavenly Core warrior could handle with numbers. Long Chen, leave now. At this critical moment, Dongfang Xianxiao roared out. Right now, Long Chen's heart was in extreme pain. Dongfang Xianxiao and Xian Ku had exchanged their lives for a chance to live, but Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. He started hating himself, and when this hatred was shown on his face, Lingxi felt pain in her heart as well when she saw Long Chen like this. She had never seen such a defeated expression on his face before. This time, it was a huge blow to Long Chen. Chen, he must be very important to you, right? Lingxi stared at Long Chen and said with a trembling voice. Nonsense. I'd rather die than let them escape. However, I had no choice. I'm a weakling. I deserve to see them sacrifice their lives in exchange for a chance to escape. I, Long Chen, have no choice but to escape. Long Chen's expression turned cold. No, Chen, I don't want you to call yourself that, you're not a coward. Lingxi's voice sounded like she was about to cry, but in the end, she became determined. Chen, I want to do something for you, but you have to promise me that you'll remember me for the rest of your life, and never, ever, 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 Lingxi said in a resolute manner. Little Shi, what are you doing? Long Chen was startled, but when Lingxi said those words, Long Chen realized that Lingxi's sword had left his ear. The emptiness in that moment made his heart turn cold. Little Shi, come back. Long Chen knew that this silly girl must have felt the pain in his heart and wanted to do something stupid. Compared to Dongfang Xianxiao, Long Chen cared more about him. Although he didn't want Dongfang Xianxiao to die, he didn't want anything to happen to Lingxi even more. At this moment, Dongfang Xianxiao and Xian Ku were struggling bitterly in the hands of the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Mo Xiaolang was just about to rush out of the Star Fiend prison with Long Chen when a broken iron sword appeared out of thin air and hovered above Long Chen. What is that? The Blue Dragon Patriarch was shocked. Then, he saw a white mist appear from the sword, and within the white mist was a beautiful girl that could turn all living things upside down. The Blue Dragon Patriarch was already past his age, so he had long lost interest in beautiful girls. However, he still found it hard to breathe when he saw one that was so beautiful and otherworldly. However, the murderous aura that followed immediately shocked him. As he retreated, Dongfang Xianxiao and Xian Ku were also able to retreat and escape danger. Lingxi's appearance was unexpected, so they were also a little stunned. However, when Long Chen called her Little Shi, they understood that the girl in the sword was definitely related to Long Chen. Dongfang Xianxiao clearly remembered that the iron sword was the earring on Long Chen's ear. Could this girl be the reason why Long Chen wants the green nethersal fruit? This thought surfaced in Dongfang Xuanxiao's mind. It was precisely because of the green underworld soul fruit that Ling Shi had the capital to appear here. Back then, when she had refined the green underworld soul fruit, she had told Long Chen that the current her could block one move from a heavenly river tier elite. Chen, all of you run. We'll trap him. We only have 15 minutes, so don't let my efforts go to waste. After Ling Shi said those words, a powerful aura burst out from her body. The sword aura covered the sky and covered the earth. Even Dongfang Xianxiao and the others felt their hearts palpitating at the sight of it. However, this was a nightmare for Long Chen. Lingxi, what are you doing? Long Chen's mind was filled with hot blood. He was so anxious that tears started to form in his eyes when he thought about what was going to happen next and how he couldn't stop it. I've been very happy to be with you for half a year. I still remember your promise. Pay me back in your next life. I hope we can meet again in our next life. When that time comes, I'll be your bride. Lingxi's words made Long Chen's heart twitch. At this moment, Lingxi's body seemed to have turned into a source of light in the void. She didn't hesitate to form illusory swords around her. What a powerful sword aura! Dongfang Xianxiao and Xian Ku exchanged glances. They had no idea what was going on. Long Chen felt a heart-wrenching pain as he watched Ling Shi's figure gradually disappear into the sword light. If it was said that he didn't know what love was before, then right now, he could feel the feeling of wanting to die. Bride. This word was like a sword that pierced through his heart. All the barriers and ambiguities in the past were shattered by this word. This should have been a good thing, but nothing came of it. Long Chen wasn't sure if Lingxi could come back. At this moment, a clear sound reverberated in the void. Dream recall. Sky-towering sword prison. A series of whistling sounds completely drowned out Long Chen's vision. Streaks of sword shadows revolved and formed a prison made of countless sword shadows, trapping the blue dragon patriarch within. Very soon, this silent prison was the only thing left in the void. All the splendor had disappeared. For Dongfang Xianshao, Xian Ku, Mo Xiaolang, and the others, this scene was enough to stun them, but for Long Chen, it was a nightmare. Everything disappeared. The blue dragon patriarch had been successfully trapped for 15 minutes. This period of time was enough for them to take Long Chen out of the star demon prison and escape from the Lingwu family. However, this wasn't what Long Chen wanted. He searched frantically. Finally, he saw a pitch-black iron sword not too far to his left. It was currently falling towards the endless void. This fall would mark the end of Long Chen's life. Everything that had happened after he had been with Lingxi replayed in his mind. His head was about to explode. Their meeting, their mutual protection, their bickering, their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, their conversation, and their fooling around seemed to have happened just now. Was everything going to end now? Long Chen smiled. He didn't say a word. He didn't care about Dongfang Xianshao and Mo Xiaolang's gazes as he leaped into the endless abyss. Godfather, if you waste 15 minutes, I won't forgive you even if I become a ghost. These words were like a heavy hammer that smacked the heads of Dongfang Xianshao and the other two. Dongfang Xianshao and Mo Xiaolang didn't shed tears easily, but this time, they realized that they really couldn't control themselves. Long Chen. Big brother, Lingxi's sudden appearance and the fact that she had trapped the blue dragon patriarch and Long Chen had actually leaped into the endless void was an unexpected surprise to them. Dongfang Xianshao was also in great pain. He reckoned that he would only be able to escape if he jumped down with Long Chen. However, Long Chen's words and Xian Ku's words stopped him from doing so. Let's go. Dongfang Xianshao gritted his teeth as he endured the endless pressure in his heart. Chapter 222. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. In his daze, the first thing Long Chen felt was bone-chilling cold. He gradually woke up. Am I already dead? He clearly remembered how fast he was falling. It was so fast that Long Chen thought that if he hit something hard, he would definitely be smashed into powder and not a meat patty. At that time, he was surrounded by boundless darkness. He couldn't see Ling Shi's sword, nor could he see himself. He didn't know if it was worth it for him to come down with Ling Shi. Fortunately, Xian Ku had told Dongfang Xianshao that she didn't regret it. Long Chen didn't regret it either. He was just thinking, it is so dark down there, what should I do if Lingxi is afraid? If she dies, what should I do? Long Chen still couldn't open his eyes. He felt like he was floating in water. He struggled a little and found that he wasn't dead. He could feel the cold, so he probably wouldn't die. At this moment, he could barely remember that there was an end to this void. When he approached the end, he thought that he would die. With such an inestimable speed, he was definitely going to die. At that time, the only thing he could hold tightly was the azure dragon halberd in his hand. Then, it was as if something warm had appeared within the azure dragon halberd and wrapped itself around Long Chen's body. His speed decreased sharply, and after that, a huge impact caused him to completely faint. In his daze, he only remembered that he had touched water, ice-cold water. The blue dragon halberd saved me. I fell from the star demon prison and fell into a deep pool. Long Chen was able to sort out his thoughts. However, he couldn't open his eyes for now. At this time, he just barely remembered that he still had vitality restoration. With the help of Guiyuan, about 15 minutes later, he finally woke up from his trance. Lingxi. Long Chen let out a roar. He opened his eyes, and discovered that his surroundings were bright. He was currently attached to a deep dark green pool. This deep pool was very clean, but there was a bone-piercing cold. Long Chen's true qi was gradually recovering, but he still felt a little shivering. He had no idea how big this pool was. The sky was pitch black. There seemed to be 5 brightest stars in the sky, but they could only be vaguely seen. Those are the Blue Dragon Star. Long Chen knew. However, that wasn't what attracted Long Chen's attention. It was what was right in front of him. This was the primordial blue dragon soul of the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen had already seen it when he was comprehending the blue dragon halberd. Right now, its body was much smaller and more solid. In this pitch-black environment, its existence made it emit a faint green light, which illuminated a small area around it. It was also the warmth of its body that prevented Long Chen from freezing to death in this pool while he was unconscious. At this time, half of the primordial dragon's body was hidden in the deep pool. Its dragon head was raised high, looking at Long Chen with a gentle gaze. Long Chen carefully looked at this legendary divine creature again. Just as described in the ancient records, it had a head like an ox, horns like a deer, eyes like a prawn, ears like an elephant, neck like a snake, abdomen like a snake, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, and palms like a tiger. Yes, it had 81 scales on its back, and its voice was like a copper plate. It had a beard beside its mouth, a pearl under its chin, a reverse scale under its throat, and a mountain on its head. You saved me. Long Chen knew that when he fell from the sky, it was the primordial dragon's soul of the blue dragon halberd that saved him. Otherwise, even if it was a deep pool below, he would have been smashed to pieces. The primordial dragon's soul seemed to have gained consciousness. It lowered its head and gently leaned against Long Chen. The warmth on its body dispelled the chill on Long Chen's body. At this moment, the primordial dragon's soul suddenly integrated into Long Chen's body. A blue dragon brand was left on Long Chen's palm, and a message appeared in Long Chen's mind out of thin air. It has recognized its master. This surprised Long Chen. The blue dragon halberd had recognized its master. In other words, unless Long Chen died, this thing would always be his. This kind of recognition was different from the blue dragon patriarch possessing the blue dragon halberd because of its ancestors' inheritance. You are the first important weapon in my journey, the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen said indifferently. The blue dragon halberd wasn't too far away from Long Chen. Long Chen stored it into his cosmos sack and then carefully studied the message that had appeared in his mind. The blue dragon halberd is actually a mid-earth tier weapon. It's even stronger than the average mid-earth tier weapon. Furthermore, there's a mid-earth tier battle skill hidden within it. It's not just a single battle skill. Only then did Long Chen understand that Netherworld Break and Azure Hell Shatter were only the foundation of the true Blue Dragon battle skill. The true Blue Dragon battle skill was a mid-earth tier battle skill. Dragon Battle Star Field was a low-earth tier battle skill. What Long Chen had obtained were other mid-earth tier battle skills, and they were all mid-earth tier battle skills. They were much stronger than Dragon Battle Star Field. In a place like Yuanling City, there's actually a mid-earth tier battle skill and a whole set of mid-earth tier battle skills. Long Chen was a little excited. He knew that the Dongfang clan definitely did not know about this mid-earth tier battle skill. Other than the Dongfang clan's true ancestor, no one had truly made the blue dragon halberd recognize them as its master. Long Chen was not in a hurry to cultivate. Putting away the blue dragon halberd, the surroundings became dark once more. With Long Chen's current eyesight, he could not even see his fingers in front of him. The blue dragon halberd did not take much time to recognize its master. Right now, what Long Chen cared about the most was Lingxi's life. At that time, Lingxi used the heaven-raising sword prison to trap the blue dragon ancestor. She must have returned to the Lingxi sword and then weakened. She must have fallen into this pool. She must still be alive. I must find her. The name Lingxi had already been deeply engraved in Long Chen's heart. This pool was extremely cold. Long Chen wrapped his body in energy and still felt his body shiver. But in order to find Lingxi, this bit of cold was nothing. In the Star Demon prison, he had jumped down without hesitation. There was no need to mention this cold pool. Lingxi fell in about the same place as I did. Although this pool is large, it must be nearby. Long Chen thought as he dove into the water. The pool was even colder, and his vision was even more blurry. But Long Chen did not retreat because of this. Falling from such a high place, and using the heaven-raising sword prison to trap the blue dragon ancestor for a quarter of an hour, Lingxi must have used up all of her spiritual power. Even if Long Chen found the Lingxi sword, the chances that she was still alive were minuscule. That was because Long Chen was on the verge of tears. The deeper he went, the more Long Chen felt the surrounding temperature drop. Logically speaking, at this temperature, the pool of water should have frozen long ago, but the strange thing was that Long Chen didn't even see a bit of ice. Thankfully, Long Chen had already sensed something at the bottom of the pool. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on much longer. Even in his current position, his entire body was shaking, and his lips were turning blue from the cold. "Little Shi, where are you?" Long Chen gritted his teeth and dove deeper. If Lingxi had fallen, she would have been at the bottom of the pool. Gritting his teeth, he soon reached the bottom of the pool. When he touched the ground, Long Chen was stunned. What metal is this?" His sharp senses told him that the bottom of the pool was not the ground, but some kind of unknown metal. The hardness of this metal was beyond Long Chen's understanding. But the bottom of the pool was metal. What was going on? At the bottom of the pool, Long Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. But this place was filled with strangeness. He continued to search for Lingxi, and at the same time, he also paid attention to the metal at the bottom of the pool. After circling around for a while, he was shocked to the extreme. There is actually a black metal coffin at the bottom of this endless pool. Moreover, this coffin is so big that its width is over 200 meters. What about its length? At this time, Long Chen had already floated to the surface of the water. Because he couldn't resist the cold, he had to come up to rest. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. Previously, when he was searching for the Spirit Dawn sword, he had also paid attention to the matter of the metal. Walking on the metal ground, Long Chen discovered that there was a depression in front of him. After swimming past it, he discovered that there was real soil underneath the depression. Turning his head to take a look, he discovered that what he thought was the bottom of the lake was actually the upper surface of a coffin. The reason why he knew that this huge thing was a coffin was because Long Chen had studied its shape and finally confirmed it. But such a huge coffin, what was it used for? Why would it appear here? Where was this place? A series of questions made Long Chen completely confused. Who cares what coffin it is? It's more important for me to find Lingxi. The area where I fell is mostly on the metal surface of this coffin. If Lingxi's sword fell into the soil, with its sharpness, who knows how deep it would go. If it was in the coffin, it would be easy to find it. But will Lingxi's sword break because of this? Although Lingxi's sword was full of mysteries, it seemed that the degree of strangeness of this coffin was not bad. Long Chen's heart was filled with worry. He could only go deeper into the pool again. Because of this coffin, the scope of his search was first set on this coffin. This way, his search was much more orderly. Finally, after a total of 9 times, Long Chen finally saw Lingxi's sword. At this time, Lingxi's sword was inserted into the hard metal surface of the coffin. Only the sword hilt was left, but Long Chen knew that this was Lingxi's sword. In the end, Lingxi's sword was stronger. It directly caused a huge depression in the huge metal coffin, and even a large network of cracks appeared. Little Shi. Without saying a word, Long Chen rushed over. When he held that familiar sword hilt, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. There was still a big obstacle in front of him, and that was whether Lingxi was still alive. Chapter 223. Long Chen swam to the side of Lingxi's sword and softly called out a few times, but there was no response. He already had a bad premonition in his heart, and now he was just confirming it. Every time little she overdraws her strength, she will fall into a deep sleep for a short period of time, so it's very likely that she's fine now. Long Chen comforted himself. Before, when he fell with Lingxi, he didn't think that he would still be able to hold on to Lingxi's sword like this. To him, this was already a very good result. There must be a better way. In this deep pool, the degree of cold was already unbearable for Long Chen, so he decided to first pull Lingxi's sword out of the coffin and climb to the surface of the water. In this endless abyss, the first thing to worry about was Lingxi's life and death. As for how to get out, Long Chen didn't have the time to think about it, because it wasn't important at the moment. Both legs stepping on the steel coffin, Long Chen bent down and used both hands to hold on to the cold hilt of Lingxi's sword. At this time, Long Chen noticed the huge crack on the steel coffin caused by Lingxi's sword. What's inside? Long Chen put down Lingxi's sword and looked into the depths of the crack. The inside was somewhat blurry, but after a careful look, Long Chen discovered that there seemed to be something white inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened. What? He suddenly felt his scalp go numb, and a chill ran down his spine. Originally, the inside of the coffin was blurry, and there were some vague white things visible, but when Long Chen carefully examined the coffin, suddenly, two large cracks appeared in two places, and from the cracks, a dark green light leaked out. This crack instantly expanded to the size of a small pond, and the dark green light that burst out from it instantly illuminated everything inside the coffin. All of this fell into Long Chen's eyes. This caused him to be completely stunned. A deep sense of fear enveloped him. In his haste, he only had time to grab onto Lingxi's sword. When Long Chen discovered that this thing was actually a coffin, he had been guessing what was inside, but he never expected it to be like this. The two dark green ponds were actually two eyes. When the two eyes opened, the light from them became brighter. In that instant, Long Chen saw that the coffin contained a corpse that could fill up the entire coffin. However, it was no longer a corpse, because it had woken up. The body was about 200 meters wide, and it was over 1,000 meters long. This corpse was neither a demonic beast nor a monster, but a young girl. Long Chen couldn't see her appearance clearly. He could only see that it was a young girl. While he was still in shock, after holding on to Lingxi's sword, the dark green light burst out from the cracks in the coffin, and a huge force surged out from it. Long Chen was directly thrown out by this force, but fortunately, he was able to pull out Lingxi's sword in a hurry. Originally, he thought that it would be very difficult to pull out Lingxi's sword, but with the force inside the coffin, it became a lot easier, as if that force had deliberately allowed it to be pulled out. After being lifted by this force, Long Chen was directly thrown out of the water, and was sent flying more than 30 meters high. If he continued to fall like this, Long Chen would definitely be in a daze, but what shocked Long Chen was that his body seemed to be frozen in midair. What's going on? Who are you? At this point, Long Chen naturally knew that the 1,000-meter-tall girl in the coffin was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. That level of terror might even be on par with the experts that Lingxi or Long Qinglan lived in. Such an expert definitely wouldn't appear in a place like the Cangyang nation. No matter how hard Long Chen tried, he couldn't understand why this girl's body was so huge. Was she still human? This kind of person was much stronger than the Blue Dragon Patriarch, so Long Chen didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Now that the other party had frozen him in mid-air, she naturally wouldn't kill him. If she wanted to kill him, that force just now would have killed Long Chen countless times over. This monster must have been sealed in the deep pool beneath the Star Demon prison, and because Lingxi's sword fell from the sky, with its toughness, it directly shattered the sealed coffin. Only then was she able to awaken and break the seal. Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed. In this case, Long Chen and Lingxi were indebted to her, so she probably wouldn't kill them. Because of Long Qinglan and Lingxi, Long Chen could accept the appearance of such an expert. Otherwise, given his status in Biyao town, he would have wet his pants long ago. At this time, Long Chen looked down. At this moment, the water level in the deep pool was actually decreasing, as if there was a huge monster in the depths of the deep pool that was swallowing the dark green water. The water in the entire deep pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the metal coffin at the bottom of the deep pool was revealed. When all the water disappeared, what appeared was a boundless land. On this land, the coffin that was thousands of meters long attracted all of Long Chen's attention. He looked at it nervously. At the top of the coffin was the hole made by Lingxi's sword. Right now, the hole was shining with a dark green light, illuminating the pitch-black space. Suddenly, the cracks began to slowly expand and even melt. Soon, a hole more than 10 meters in diameter melted away. At this time, the melting stopped. The dark green light also disappeared, and the surroundings became dark again. That's it. Long Chen was still looking forward to what would appear. Just as he was looking forward to it, the melted hole revealed a star-like light. Then, a figure emerged from it and instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. It was a girl about the same size as Long Chen. She wasn't the 1,000-meter-long corpse from before, but Long Chen knew that she was that corpse. Long Chen didn't know how to describe his current feelings. This girl looked to be about the same age as Lingxi. Her eyes were dark green, like a pool of dark green water. It was captivating. Her elegant jade-like face was carved with clear facial features. Her watery eyes were clear and seductive, but there was a faint coldness to them, as if they could see through everything. She had a small and exquisite nose and a small mouth that was as thin as a wing. She was captivating, and her delicate face revealed the charm of a little woman. Under that charm, there was indeed a coldness that was as cold as ice. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen a girl who could match up to Lingxi in terms of temperament and foundation. However, she was completely different from Lingxi. If the purity in Lingxi's eyes made her look like a fairy who didn't eat the food of the mortal world, then this girl's seductive coldness was even cruel and bloodthirsty. She was simply a devil. But what troubled Long Chen the most was that this devil wasn't wearing any clothes. Yes, when she appeared in front of Long Chen, she was completely naked. Long Chen knew that the large expanse of snow white that he saw in the coffin was actually this girl's snow white skin. And now, this alluring skin was presented in front of Long Chen's eyes. Seductive snow white twin peaks, rapidly shrinking waist, exquisite and exquisite curves, perfectly round thighs, and white and delicate jade feet were all unmistakably displayed in front of him. If it was in front of him in the past, he would definitely drool and stare. But the current him was different. He knew his limits and knew life and death. Although this girl seemed to be a young girl, she might be an old monster from many years ago. If Long Chen didn't know his limits and annoyed her, she could kill him with a casual wave of her hand. Therefore, even if it was really seductive, Long Chen didn't dare to look and quickly turned his head away. At this moment, Lingxi's shadow in his heart was incomparably strong. Although this girl wasn't inferior to Lingxi, Long Chen didn't like her at all. "Give me your clothes." A cold voice seemed to ring in Long Chen's ears. Hearing her words, Long Chen felt his hair stand on end again. Of course, he didn't take off his own clothes. Instead, he took out a new set of clothes from his cosmos sack and threw it in the direction of the girl. His eyes still didn't dare to look in that direction. At this moment, Long Chen felt his body, which was fixed in mid-air, start to descend. Slowly, Long Chen touched the hard metal ground and the strength in his body disappeared. "You can turn your head," the girl said softly. Long Chen obeyed and turned his head. At this moment, she had already put on Long Chen's clothes. Although it was a man's clothes, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. The difference between her and Lingxi was that Lingxi was a soul, while her beauty that could turn all living things upside down was real and captivating. It was just that Long Chen was afraid of her, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts. She must be an old monster, Long Chen told himself. This way, he could live well with a heart of reverence. people should have a heart of reverence. This was what Long Chen himself comprehended. This way, he could restrain his lawlessness. Looking at this girl, Long Chen didn't dare to speak. "Give me this sword." The girl looked at Lingxi's sword. It was this sword that helped her break the seal. "You want it?" Long Chen raised his head and asked. Logically speaking, when Long Chen saw her, his face should be filled with fear. However, he was very calm. This gave the girl a slight headache. She said, "I know that there is a sword spirit inside. She should be someone you care about, but I won't hurt her. I just want to see this sword." This kind of expert would naturally keep their word. Long Chen thought for a moment and handed the Lingxi's sword over to her. Just when the girl stretched out her hand and was about to touch Lingxi's sword suddenly vibrated. A ripple directly sent the girl flying. Long Chen was shocked. But fortunately, the girl wasn't injured. Lingxi's sword is indeed extraordinary. It can actually send this mysterious girl flying. Long Chen was secretly shocked. As expected, I can't touch it. This sword is very strange. It can even pierce through the ancient demon imprisoning coffin, but I can't use it. The young girl stepped forward again, completely ignoring Long Chen as she spoke. Then she raised her head and looked at Long Chen for a moment. She said, "I originally wanted to kill you, but seeing that you have this sword, I will spare you. But you have to do me a favor." Chapter 224. Long Chen was not in a hurry to ask how she needed help. He had a more pressing matter in his heart, so he asked, "Before I do anything, I want to ask a question. I want to know, the sword spirit you said, is she still alive? There's only a trace of her soul left, but she has a will in her heart, so she should be able to hold on. It's just that I don't know how long it will take for her to wake up." It was probably because of Long Chen's appearance that allowed her to break the seal, so her attitude towards Long Chen was not bad. At the very least, when Long Chen asked her a question, she would still answer. Alright, at least she wasn't dead. Hearing this answer, Long Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. The relaxed expression in his eyes was seen by the young girl. She once again looked at Long Chen and said, "Is she very important to you?" Long Chen smiled and did not answer. Instead, he said, "Didn't you want me to do something for you?" A cold light gradually appeared in the young girl's bright eyes. Her red lips opened slightly. "Up until now, there haven't been many people who dare not answer my question. The reason I was able to break the seal was all because of you, so you have the right to do so." Long Chen could also see that this young girl was definitely a temperamental and decisive witch in the past. Even if she was sealed, her cold temperament still existed. Her white cheeks and sharp chin gave off a cold aura. It could be said that her current attitude towards Long Chen could be considered as gentle as possible. Long Chen did not say anything and waited for her to continue. This young girl's strength was too strong, and her appearance was very impactful. She was like a mountain that could support the heavens, making people want to conquer her, but they did not have the courage to do so. "My soul is very weak right now, so I need a soul. A young girl's soul, a young girl who has not experienced the ways of the world." Her voice was ice cold as she spoke word by word. "You want me to kill for you?" Long Chen was shocked. This sounded like the methods of the Scarlet Blood Church. One wanted fresh blood, the other wanted souls. Your heart is resisting. Is it because of this ridiculous sense of justice? The young girl suddenly giggled. She was originally cold, but when she laughed, she had an appearance that could turn all living things upside down. However, her words caused Long Chen's hair to stand on end. Forget it. In the end, you are my benefactor. I should do as you say. You can extract 1% of the soul from each of the 100 girls. It won't affect them much. It will just be a slight headache, and they will recover in a month. Seeing the disgust in Long Chen's eyes, she backed down. Long Chen knew that although this girl's words were strange, her heart was probably not as bad as he imagined. If she was really evil, she would have killed him, her poor savior, a long time ago. What should I do? Long Chen asked. Actually, you should feel honored. I will pass on to you a divine ability that will allow you to see through and devour souls. This ability will grow along with your level. If you are able to accomplish something, it will definitely be a great help to you. The young girl said calmly. See through and devour souls. Long Chen could feel that this was clearly not within the scope of a battle skill. It was definitely a divine ability that could refine blood into qi and devour blood. Such a divine ability was something that even she praised, so it must be extremely powerful. Why do you want to pass it on to me? If you devour it yourself, wouldn't it be easier? Long Chen carefully asked. After he finished asking, he felt an earth-shattering killing intent pouncing on him, instantly rushing into his soul. Long Chen was startled, and cold sweat broke out on his back in fright. However, the killing intent quickly disappeared. The young girl was somewhat helpless. Using her slender, jade-like fingers, she brushed her long black hair and slowly said, "If I could act, why would I still be here talking nonsense with you? If I were to use this divine ability, it would definitely attract their attention. At that time, I would be sealed again. Would you be willing to do that?" When she said that last sentence, her dark green eyes flashed with an indescribable light. Long Chen's gaze was deeply immersed in them. Suddenly, he felt somewhat at a loss, even losing the ability to think. He only felt that the woman in front of him was the most tempting delicacy. It was as if she was no longer wearing a single thread of clothing. She was coquettishly stroking her hair, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. This snow-white and exquisite body was filled with a fatal temptation to Long Chen. Just when he was about to lose control of his body and stretch out his hand to touch her, everything disappeared. The young girl coldly looked at him and said, "Did you see that? This is the spirit-devouring demon eyes that you want to learn." Long Chen's heart shuddered. When he came to his senses, he thought that this girl had just used a seduction technique. He didn't expect it to be an eye technique. It felt like she had only used her eyes to confuse Long Chen's eyes, and even all of his senses, including the cognition of his soul. Spirit-devouring demon eyes. Many people want to learn it but can't. I'm someone who doesn't like to owe others. If you learn this divine ability, you can forget about saving me. But if you speak carelessly and make me unhappy, I will kill you all the same. Her eyes flashed with a dark green light as she stared at Long Chen. It would be a waste not to learn such a good thing. Hence, Long Chen nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then teach it to me. I will teach you the spirit-devouring demon eyes. After that, you still need to cultivate and recover your strength. Just stay at the side and cultivate. When I succeed, I will naturally bring you out of this damned place." The young girl coldly said. How long do you need to cultivate? In Long Chen's heart, there were still many things he needed to do. At least 1 or 2 days, at most 1 or 2 months. At this time, the young girl had already walked in front of Long Chen. There was only a distance of half a meter between them. Long Chen lowered his head and could see the shocking snow-white chest, as well as the spring color that couldn't be hidden because of the loose men's clothing. Then, smelling the delicate fragrance that was so close to him, suddenly, his heart was burning. Is it beautiful? This low moan was like a devil's voice, pouring into Long Chen's ears, making him feel a little numb. Devastatingly beautiful. He subconsciously said. That's a satisfactory answer. When these words fell, Long Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if there was a needle piercing through it. This kind of pain made his whole body twitch, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, this pain only lasted for a short while, and it disappeared without a trace. When Long Chen's body was covered in cold sweat, he found that there was more information in his brain. It was the cultivation method of the spirit-devouring demon eyes. When I wake up, if you haven't finished cultivating, I will dig out your eyes. The young girl raised her head, looked at his eyes and said. From the ancient corpse that was more than 1,000 meters long, and the giant coffin under it, Long Chen knew that this young girl was absolutely a heaven-defying master. Perhaps she was even an old witch. She was a senior among seniors, and being humble towards seniors was a must, so he nodded. Right, what is your name? The young girl sat on the ancient coffin and lightly asked. Long Chen, what about you? Long Chen boldly asked her name. Li Xuanji. When it was time to truly cultivate the spirit-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen was deeply shocked. From this, he knew that this Li Xuanji definitely did not want her to portray herself as ruthless and ruthless. Using the grace of breaking the seal in exchange for this spirit-devouring demon eyes, for Long Chen, this was very worth it. His supernatural powers all came from the inheritance of the essence and blood. Whether it was the dragon's soul transformation or the blood-refining qi, or even the extension of the blood-refining qi, the blood-devouring world, they were all extremely heaven-defying existences. And this spirit-devouring demon eyes, when cultivated to the end, could also reach that realm. This spirit-devouring demon eyes seemed to have several levels. Right now, Long Chen could only touch the first level, and the goal that Li Xuanji gave him was to let him reach the second level before she finished cultivating. Once the first level was completed, the secret of the second level would naturally appear in his mind, and so on, until he reached the great accomplishment of the spirit-devouring demon eyes. For Long Chen, the blood-refining qi and the others simply did not need to cultivate at all. As for the other combat skills, for the current Long Chen, they were all very powerful, but for people like Li Xuanji, they were basically showy but impractical. Therefore, the spirit-devouring demon eyes was the first one that Long Chen cultivated, and it was a relatively difficult secret technique. If he wanted to complete the second level before Li Xuanji, it would not be an easy matter. However, there was a deeper layer of concern in Long Chen's heart. The person he cared about, Lingxi, was now in an eternal sleep. Dongfang Xianshao and Mo Xiaolang should be able to escape under Lingxi's sky-raising sword prison. Yin Mengyao did not participate in the rescue of Xiaolang, but it was still a little dangerous, and Long Chen was most concerned about Yang Lingqing. At that time, because of the threat of Long Chen and Dongfang Xianshao, Bei Tangming had no choice but to cancel the engagement. But now, Dongfang Xianshao had escaped, and Long Chen was already dead in the eyes of others, so Bei Tang Mo had no reason to not take action. Long Chen knew that there was no point in being anxious. The only thing he could do now was to cultivate to the second level of the spirit-devouring demon eyes before Li Xuanji finished cultivating. The first level of the spirit-devouring demon eyes was called charm. This was the technique that Li Xuanji had shown to Long Chen before. This technique could be used in a battle to make the enemy lose their mind in an instant. It seems simple, but if it was used well, it could definitely cause a great deal of damage. If Long Chen cultivated it to a higher level, he could even use this charm to directly control and dominate the actions and thoughts of the weak. Of course, what Li Xuanji had shown to Long Chen before was sexual seduction. There were many types of charm, and Long Chen would not use this kind of charm on a man. The reason why Long Chen had to cultivate the second level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil was because the second level was called soul-devouring. If he could use the first level of soul-devouring, Long Chen would be able to use it on those who had never cultivated it before, or those whose cultivation was still shallow. From there, he would be able to extract pieces of their souls to nourish his own. And the soul was related to the spirit, perception, reaction speed, and so on. After calming his heart, Long Chen began to cultivate the spirit-devouring demon eyes. This was a good thing. If he could cultivate it well, it would be a great trump card. Moreover, there were still several levels of the spirit-devouring demon eyes. Who knew what kind of heaven-defying move he would be able to cultivate towards the end? Another crazy 20 chapters. Thank you for your support. I will continue to work hard. I have been typing crazily these few days, and my fingers are about to break. But I am very happy. So far, I have the most new book subscriptions. It would be even better if there was some VIP PK, hehe, my brother's good book, Young Sword Emperor, is rushing to the new book rankings. Brothers, please support the newcomer. If you have flowers, give it to him. There is a portal to his book in the book review section. If you have time, click on it and add it to the bookshelf. Chapter 225. Charm. This was not easy for Long Chen to understand. After studying it for 2 more days, he realized that it required more control over one's true qi. From the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen understood that there were countless meridians in the human eye. The complexity and fineness of the meridians were even more complicated than the meridians in the human body. If one could circulate true qi perfectly in these meridians, one would be able to unleash unimaginable power. This was the essence of eye sorcery. The soul-devouring demon eyes was undoubtedly a top-notch mystique. Hence, it required much more control than the average eye sorcery. Long Chen could completely understand the chant, but when it came to cultivation, he had to practice it over and over again. After 5 days, he had already made more than 100 mistakes. Each mistake caused him to feel a fatal pain. His eyes had even bled from the explosion. Fortunately, he had the returnants to repair these small and delicate injuries. Coupled with the responsibility in his heart, he gritted his teeth and continued to practice. On the 6th day, he completed the charm for the first time. After that, his progress was very smooth. Very quickly, he cultivated the first level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil to the realm of completion. However, this meant that his eyes had already bled more than 200 times. He had endured the pain of more than 200 mistakes. At that moment, when Long Chen opened his eyes, one could see a dark green light flowing in his eyes. An ancient and complicated pattern appeared in his pupils. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to tell what the symbol was. However, Long Chen knew that it was an ancient character for charm. This was an ancient script that had been lost in history. Naturally, Long Chen did not understand it. He had only learned about it from the information in his mind. Soul-devouring. The second level of soul-devouring was not as difficult as Long Chen had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had the experience of practicing the first level, and his control over his true qi had improved greatly. Furthermore, soul-devouring required more impact, so Long Chen completed the cultivation of soul-devouring demon eyes in 7 days. In total, he had completed the cultivation of the soul-devouring demon eyes in 12 days. However, Li Xuanji had still not woken up. He could no longer cultivate the soul-devouring demon eyes. Li Xuanji had said that with his current strength, he could only reach the 2nd level. If he were to cultivate the 3rd level, the consequences would be dire. Even for charm and soul-devouring, Long Chen would have to spend more effort to reach a higher level. After cultivating the 2nd level, when Long Chen used soul-devouring, an ancient word would appear in his eyes. Although he was worried about Yang Lingqing's safety, after the incident in the Star Demon prison, Long Chen had matured quite a bit. He knew that no matter how frustrated he was, he had to calm himself down. Li Xuanji was anxiously recovering her strength. If Long Chen were to disturb her, he would definitely die. Therefore, after completing the soul-devouring demon eyes, he switched to cultivating the blue dragon battle technique. Among the 3 techniques, break the yellow springs, shatter the green hells, and dragon battles the stars, he could only use the first technique. Therefore, Long Chen took out the blue dragon halberd and practiced shatter the green hells and dragon battles the stars in this underground space. Shatter the green hells was a consecutive technique of break the yellow springs. Using both techniques in succession would allow one to unleash greater power. However, this was only the basic starting technique of the blue dragon battle technique. Dragon battles the stars was the simplest technique of the blue dragon battle technique. Time passed quietly, and Long Chen's trump cards gradually became stronger. During this time, he deeply experienced loneliness. When Li Xuanji cultivated, she was like a piece of rock. She had lost all signs of life, and Lingxi was still unconscious. Long Chen did not know how to wake her up. The emptiness in his ears could only be filled with crazy cultivation. He cultivated like crazy, day and night. In order not to disturb Li Xuanji, he ran to a place far away from the ancient coffin. It was dark everywhere, as if apart from the endless soil, there were only the 5 stars in the sky. Long Chen cultivated like crazy here, using the azure dragon halberd to create a ravine on the ground. A network of cracks appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, 27 days had passed in Li Xuanji's cultivation. On this day, Long Chen had successfully cultivated the Earth rank battle skill, Dragon Battles the Stars. A warrior at the initial Earth Core realm had skipped 6 levels and successfully cultivated an Earth rank battle skill. This was unprecedented in the entire Yuanling County. Bei Tang Mo, if I go back and find that little Qing is missing a single hair, I will definitely use this blue dragon halberd to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Long Chen roared. Little Qing, is this the woman you like? At this time, a cold voice sounded behind him. Long Chen turned around and saw Li Xuanji. She had finally finished cultivating, which meant that she could finally leave this place. Li Xuanji had originally thought that Long Chen liked the strange sword spirit, but now that he had said the name of another woman, she felt disgusted. It's my sister. Long Chen put away the blue dragon halberd and said, I've already cultivated the first 2 levels. As for collecting souls for you, as long as we leave this place, I can do it for you. However, I still have a request. I want to confirm the safety of my sister first. She's not far from here, so it won't take up too much time. Hearing that it was his sister, Li Xuanji's expression became a little better. She didn't need that much time, so she said, all right, seeing that you still care about your sister, I'll give you some benefits first. With a wave of her hand, a majestic force immediately attacked Long Chen. In an instant, it wanted to wrap around Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked. Just as he was about to resist, he realized that the force was actually very gentle and pure. It was like the clear stream of medicinal energy that appeared when Long Chen ate the empyrean fruit. Refine this force and turn it into your own true qi. Li Xuanji's voice faintly sounded in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used his true qi to refine the force, turning it into his own dragon soul true qi. Because of the stable and powerful force provided by Li Xuanji, Long Chen's true qi grew rapidly. After half a day, he had broken through the Earth Core realm and reached Dongfang Tianyu's realm. However, the growth of his strength hadn't stopped yet. Li Xuanji continued transferring her true qi into his body. Long Chen felt like his body was about to explode. All he could do was to refine and refine. Time passed by while he was refining, and in the blink of an eye, 1 day and 1 night had passed. At this moment, the energy in Long Chen's body had reached its limit. Finally, with a loud bang, the entire Earth Core exploded. Within Long Chen's body, it turned into a blood-red liquid that was surging violently. The true qi gathered in his dantian and condensed into a heavenly core the size of a pinky finger. The cultivation of the divine core realm meant that while absorbing natural energies, one had to constantly compress their true qi. From the mortal core realm to the heavenly core realm, the volume of the true qi had shrunk by a few times. However, the true qi contained within the true qi, as well as the explosive force, was still dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of a mortal core warrior. I've broken through to the heavenly core realm. Long Chen couldn't recover from his shock at this moment. The heavenly core realm was the realm of the top geniuses in the inner family. He was only 2 levels away from Mo Shaolang, and he had already reached the same level as Dongfang Tianxian. Within the Lingwu family, there were only 4 people from the younger generation who had surpassed him in terms of cultivation, excluding Mo Shaolang. More importantly, Long Chen had completely mastered the blue dragon halberd, and he had learned the Earth rank combat skill, Dragon Battling Star Field, the True Dragon 9 Flash, and the Soul Restoring Combat skill. As for the Dragon's soul transformation and the blood-devouring realm that came from his inherited blood essence, together with the soul-devouring demon eyes that Li Xuanji had given him, his combat strength had skyrocketed to a new level. Let's take Dongfang Tianxian as an example. He is at the early heavenly core realm, and his true energy is similar to mine when I use the dragon's soul transformation. In other aspects, although he has also learned the blue dragon combat skill, he is definitely not as strong as me when I have the blue dragon halberd. When thinking about this, Long Chen felt excited. If he could defeat Dongfang Tianqin, then he would be able to kill Bei Tang Mo. That is, if Bei Tang Mo really pushed him too hard. Ling Qing, wait for me. Long Chen's eyes were filled with determination. At the same time, he was grateful to Li Xuanji. It was just a coincidence that Lingxi's sword had pierced through the coffin, but up until now, not only had Li Xuanji not killed him, she had even given him the soul-devouring demon eyes, and his combat strength had increased by 2 levels. The Heavenly Core Realm, this meant that Long Chen had truly stepped into the realm of the top geniuses in Yuanling County, and he was now very close to the older generation warriors. For example, Dongfang Xuanyu and the other useless late Heavenly Core warriors. Let's go. Surrounded by Li Xuanji's energy, Long Chen flew straight up into the sky. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. For Long Chen, Li Xuanji being able to fly wasn't something shocking anymore. She was a mysterious and miraculous person, and it wasn't difficult for her to bring Long Chen out of the Star Fiend prison. Now that he had regained his consciousness, Long Chen finally realized how deep he had fallen. It was as if he had fallen from the sky to the ground, and now, he had returned to the sky from the ground. Li Xuanji's speed was extremely fast, but it still took her half a day to bring Long Chen to the Transition Palace. Standing in the Transition Palace, he turned around and looked at the bottomless abyss. Thinking about how he had survived such a situation, Long Chen couldn't help but feel ridiculous. Next, I'll go check on Ling Qing. Long Chen had no idea what to do next. He was only worried about Yang Lingqing's safety. However, there was still a cunning thought in his mind. As long as Li Xuanji followed behind him, no one in the entire Cangyang kingdom would be able to kill him. Even the 4 old ancestors didn't have the ability to do so. This was the reason why Long Chen wanted to see Yang Lingqing first, then collect her soul. After composing himself, Long Chen exited the black hole. After arriving at the Sky Martial Realm, the first thing Long Chen saw were still the armored guards. However, there were only 3 of them today. The Beitang clan member wearing Xuanwu's armor was missing. Long Chen. Yan Honghai and the others cried out in shock when they saw Long Chen suddenly appear. Long Chen was already dead. This was absolutely true. He had fallen into the Star Fiend prison, and no one had naively believed that he could return. However, Long Chen was still standing, alive and well. Not only had he become stronger, but there was also a fierce girl following behind him. Chapter 226. Why are you still alive? Yan Honghai's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Long Chen. He even ignored the beautiful girl standing next to Long Chen. Although the other 2 guards didn't say anything, they too had the same question in their minds. Long Chen's appearance was definitely a huge shock to them. Why I'm still alive is not important. What's important is that I'm still alive. Long Chen smiled, then he turned to Yan Honghai and said, Big brother Yan, I need to ask you for some information. Tell me. Yan Honghai was shocked. He looked at the other 2 guards and said with a troubled expression, Young Master Long Chen, do you know that the Lingwu family is now looking for Master Xianxiao in the entire Yuanling County? You're Master Xuanxiao's adopted son, and you were involved in that incident. That's why I should arrest you, he was struggling in his mind. Actually, Dongfang Xianxiao had been taking good care of him all these years, but it was because of Yan Honghai that Dongfang Xianxiao and Long Chen ended up like this. Of course, without Yan Honghai, there would be someone else who would inform the Blue Dragon Patriarch, but Yan Honghai still felt bad about it. But, he had to do his duty, and he had to do it now. Brother Yan, if you don't want to do it, then we'll do it. The other 2 guards looked at each other, then they walked towards Long Chen. They were both early Heavenly Core warriors, and if it was the old Long Chen, he would never be able to handle them. You want to do it? Long Chen let out a cold laugh. He wasn't afraid at all. In fact, from their conversation just now, Long Chen had found out that Dongfang Xianshao was still alive, and that was enough for him. Just as Long Chen was about to attack, the beautiful Li Xuanji beside him became impatient. She casually waved her hand, causing Yan Honghai and the other two guards' faces to turn pale, and they were knocked back while coughing up blood. Don't waste time. Ask whatever you want, she said indifferently. Long Chen knew that time was of the essence, and he couldn't care less about Yan Honghai's injuries. He walked in front of him, and in front of his shocked eyes, he asked, Big Brother Yan, do you know anything about my little sister, Yang Lingqing? I'll ask you this once. If you don't answer, you see, she will easily kill you. Yan Honghai couldn't understand how this unbelievably beautiful girl could injure him so severely with just a light wave of her hand. However, his mind worked quickly. When Long Chen asked his question, he immediately replied, Beitang Mo is going to marry Yang Lingqing today. You'll know when you go to the Beitang clan. A wedding reception. Heh, you're just courting death. For the Beitang clan, today was a big day. Of course, it was also a big day for the Lingwu family. Because today, the most outstanding son of the head of the Beitang clan, Beitang Ming, and the most outstanding genius of the Beitang clan, Beitang Mo, was going to marry his adopted little sister, Yang Lingqing. Of course, after the wedding, his adopted little sister would no longer be his adopted little sister, but his wife. Yang Lingqing had the profound Yin body, and after she had learned the correct cultivation method, she had reached the late mortal core realm. In the future, she might even surpass Beitang Mo and become the hidden ace of the Beitang clan. Therefore, Beitang Ming was willing to pay any price to tie her to the Beitang clan. This was something that all the other three clans agreed with. However, Dongfang Xianshao had messed things up and caused this matter to be delayed. Now, Dongfang Xianshao had chosen to betray the Lingwu family, and Beitang Ming had set an auspicious date overnight. The auspicious date was today. For the past month, the Beitang clan had been preparing for this grand ceremony. The wedding this time was very grand. Not only did the Beitang clan invite the important figures of the other three inner clans of the Lingwu family, the 9 supreme elders of the outer clans, and representatives from all the other clans in Yuanling City were also present. Right at this moment, the Beitang clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. All kinds of people were shuttling back and forth. It was very lively. All kinds of servants, cooks, and maids were busy shuttling back and forth. The originally quiet martial Lingwu inner clan was suddenly filled with so many people, and it was hard for anyone to get used to it. Shouts, laughter, cheers, and flattery could be heard everywhere in the Beitang clan. In the biggest main hall of the Beitang clan, the Xuanwu Hall, the wedding ceremony had yet to begin, but it was already filled with guests. These guests came from all over the world, and most of them knew each other, but they hadn't seen each other for many years. Right now, they were all chatting with each other. Fiery red-colored lanterns were hung everywhere, and beautiful red paper cutouts were pasted everywhere. On the entrance of the Xuanwu Hall, a chic character was carved out of a type of fiery crystal. When the guests saw this fiery red, chic character that was even burning with flames, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration again and again. In the Xuanwu Hall, all the people who should be present had already arrived. The 9 supreme elders of the outer clans were gathered together. On the other side, 3 of the 4 elders of the Dongfang clan, Feng, Yu, and Yun Shao had already arrived. As for the leaders of the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger clans, they had also arrived, sitting to the left of Dongfang Xianfeng. The auspicious time was approaching, and the elders of both clans were already sitting at the head of the table. On the left side, Beitang Ming was wearing a bright red robe, looking very festive. At this time, he was smiling and greeting the guests around him. He was talking and laughing wittily, looking like a leader of a big clan. On the other hand, Yang Yuntian looked much more shabby. He was wearing a set of clothes, showing that he was just a small character from a small place. His forced smile and embarrassed and frightened eyes also proved that he was weak and helpless. The guests present were praising Bei Tangming for being so handsome at such an age, but at the same time, they were slandering Yang Yuntian. I've heard that the woman that Bei Tangming married possesses a profound Yin body. However, that woman's father is truly a disgrace. I think you are just jealous. He has a good daughter, and from now on, he is going to soar into the sky and become the in-laws of the Beitang clan. I think you want this kind of honor even in your dreams. Nonsense. However, although that girl of mine doesn't have the profound Yin body, her appearance isn't bad. If young Master Beitang Imo had chosen my daughter instead, her father wouldn't have been so shabby and thrown away the face of the Beitang family. Old Zhao, be careful with your words. You can speak softly. Oh, yes. Yang Yuntian could vaguely hear such a conversation. In-laws, don't pay attention to these short-sighted people. If Lingqing can marry my son, I promise that the Yang clan will become a big clan within 100 miles. When that time comes, the Yang clan will also be a prominent clan. Yang Yuntian nodded and hurriedly expressed his thanks. This was originally a great thing, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Yang Lingqing had already told him about Long Chen's matter. He knew that Yang Lingqing was unwilling, and he also knew that the clan's greatest hope, Long Chen, was now gone without a trace. After hearing this news, the entire Yang clan almost collapsed. Even the patriarch of the Yang clan couldn't handle this kind of news, let alone the others. Yang Lingqing also washed her face with tears every day in the Beitang clan. After a month, she finally calmed down. However, Beitang Imo and the others found that she rarely spoke since then. The coldness in her eyes sometimes made Beitang Imo feel afraid. This time, the Yang clan, as the bride's family, only sent Yang Yuntian to the wedding. From this, it could be seen that the Yang clan was dissatisfied. At this time, the Yang clan was shrouded in a gloomy fog. At this time, the MC standing at the door shouted at the top of his voice, "We've arrived in time. Let's perform the ceremony." While he was speaking, the bride and groom had already entered through the side door. Beitang Imo was dressed very handsomely today. He was wearing a red robe embroidered with a male symbol, a golden dragon, and black combat boots. Under his scholarly appearance, there was a trace of domineering murderous aura. This kind of man and the halo behind him was destined to make countless girls crazy. Yang Lingqing's face was hidden under the red veil, covering her increasingly beautiful face. However, the curves under her clothes showed that she was already a woman with feminine charm. However, it could be seen that her body was trembling at this time. "Qing, are you nervous? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Every girl will face such a moment. Only after going through the transformation of the wedding will you be able to grow into a real woman," Beitang Imo whispered into Yang Lingqing's ear with a faint smile. Yang Lingqing's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. "Let me tell you a piece of good news. My father got a fire dragon fruit for me. The fire dragon fruit has the power of blazing flames. It can make me strong for a short time and won't be harmed by your profound Yin body. So tonight, we can finally consummate our marriage." After saying this, Beitang Ming laughed softly. Yang Lingqing narrowed her eyes and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. "Even he is dead. In this world, there is no one to protect me. So I have to be strong." Yang Lingqing secretly grasped the hem of her clothes tightly. The auspicious time had arrived, and then it was time to perform the ceremony. After 3 bows, they would be a real husband and wife. Yang Lingqing was a very traditional person. As long as they performed the ceremony, she would accept her fate. Although she didn't like this environment and didn't like the person next to her, when fate was strong, no one could resist it. Looking at Yang Lingqing and Beitang Imo standing in front of him, Beitang Ming stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. However, Yang Yuntian's smile was somewhat forced, which made him look a little wretched. This smile immediately caused a burst of laughter. Vaguely, Yang Lingqing knew that they were mocking her father. She didn't feel humiliated, but angry. She tightly grasped the hem of her red clothes. Because she used too much strength, her fingers turned purple. "Father, I will help you get revenge for this debt. And revenge for my brother." The magic in her heart gradually ignited and burned wildly. First bow to the heavens and earth. Everyone was ready. The master of ceremonies quickly shouted with a smile on his face. Bei Tang Mo and Yang Lingqing turned around and faced the door. Everyone smiled as they watched this scene. At this moment, with a boom, the huge flaming, chic character on the door turned into powder. The fragments fell to the ground and the master of ceremonies, who was full of smiles, was directly sent flying. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, a figure walked into Xuanwu Hall. Chapter 227. Today was the Beitang family's business day, so there were many people coming and going outside the Xuanwu Hall. Therefore, when the young man walked quietly to the door, no one noticed anything amiss. However, when the huge words formed by the fire crystals were shattered, everyone was shocked and focused their attention on the door. The Beitang family wasn't the only one who was causing trouble. Even the other three inner families had ugly expressions on their faces. Causing trouble at the wedding of the Beitang family's number one member of the younger generation was akin to slapping the entire Lingwu family in the face. "Who is it? Do you have a death wish?" Beitang Ming stood up from his chair with a "whoa" sound. His pair of sharp eyes looked at the person who had just arrived. When he clearly saw the young man who had just walked in from outside the door, his eyes showed a momentary daze. His son, Beitang Mo, hadn't heard the Blue Dragon Patriarch talk about Long Chen's fate, so it was easier for him to accept it. However, Dongfang Xianfeng and the others, who already knew that Long Chen couldn't possibly have survived, were in disbelief when they saw Long Chen appear. They exclaimed, "Long Chen, how could you still be alive?" Many people snapped out of their shock when they heard Long Chen's name. Actually, when Long Chen had brought the Blue Dragon halberd into the Star Fiend prison, everyone in the Dongfang family had been worried. In the Ancestral Mausoleum, the ancient Rainbow Cauldron had allowed the Blue Dragon halberd to automatically return to the Ancestral Mausoleum when the vital energy seed in Long Chen's body lost its effect or when he died. However, a month had passed, and there hadn't been any movement from the Blue Dragon halberd. It was impossible for Long Chen to survive falling from the Star Fiend prison. Therefore, the Blue Dragon Patriarch attributed this situation to the uniqueness of the Star Fiend prison. The Dongfang family's loss of the Blue Dragon halberd was a huge blow to the Dongfang family. The Blue Dragon Patriarch was currently busy hunting down Dongfang Xianshao and worrying about the whereabouts of the Blue Dragon halberd. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Dongfang Xianfeng and Dongfang Xuanyu, who knew that the Blue Dragon halberd had been lost, had been crying over the past few days. To them, Long Chen's appearance was a huge shock and a huge surprise. Long Chen hadn't died, which meant that the Blue Dragon halberd was still there. This news was undoubtedly timely. They were so ecstatic that they forgot to think about why Long Chen hadn't died and why the Blue Dragon halberd hadn't returned to the Ancestral Mausoleum after Long Chen's vital energy seed had disappeared. Hearing Long Chen's name, those who had some understanding of him were quite shocked by his current actions. At this moment, they all started pointing at Long Chen. Two of them were stunned as well. They were Yang Yuntian and Yang Lingqing. They had heard with their own ears that Long Chen had died. The person that Bei Tang Mo had shouted and Yang Yuntian had seen with his own eyes was Long Chen. He was alive and well, and he seemed to be even more powerful than before. Why did they say that he was dead? Yang Lingqing's eyes instantly became moist. At this point, she couldn't care less about whether others were lying to her. When she lifted the red veil, the person who had walked in with his back straight was none other than Long Chen. Upon seeing that it was really him, Yang Lingqing felt her heart suddenly fill with warmth. Under his gaze, her heart, which had originally been like dry land, instantly turned into an oasis with lush vegetation. An invisible and strong force flourished and flourished in her heart. This was what Long Chen had taught her countless times. This was also a quality that every girl had to have. Only by being strong could one obtain a better life and live proudly. Is it really you, brother? Yang Lingqing choked with sobs and hurriedly wiped her red eyes. Long Chen also saw Yang Lingqing's tears. As he had expected, without him, no matter how strong this girl was, she wouldn't be that strong. Moreover, the Beitang clan had threatened the Yang clan in Biyao town. Anger and murderous intent gradually grew in his heart. Long Chen, you're actually not dead. Seeing Long Chen, Beitang Mo, who was standing beside Yang Lingqing, looked at him coldly. He didn't know what was wrong with the Blue Dragon ancestor's words, but it was a fact that Long Chen was not dead. At this point, he could only accept this fact first and then investigate why he was still alive. Are you here to cause trouble again? It was obvious that Long Chen was here to cause trouble. Previously, because of him, Beitang Mo's dream was forcefully disrupted. Although he had slapped Long Chen, it didn't seem to have any effect on Long Chen. This brat was unexpectedly alive and kicking. But today, Dongfang Xianxiao had become a street rat. Without anyone to rely on, Long Chen actually dared to cause trouble here. Seeing that Yang Lingqing had taken off her veil and ruined the Beitang clan's tradition, Beitang Mo's heart instantly burned with murderous intent. Without saying a word, he walked towards Long Chen with heavy steps. At the same time, Long Chen also glared at Beitang Mo. Beitang Mo, I've said it before. If you want to forcefully marry my sister, you'll have to do it over my dead body. The dignified Beitang clan actually did such a shameful thing and used the Yang clan's family members as a threat. This method is really shameless. Long Chen laughed coldly as he walked towards Beitang Mo. Long Chen's words were like a huge slap on the faces of everyone from the Beitang clan. In an instant, their faces turned green. Beitang Ming and Beitang Mo's faces were so gloomy that they were about to bleed. Not many people knew that Yang Lingqing was forced. But now, Yang Lingqing had taken off her veil and her face was full of tears. Her brother even came to kill them. Everyone was very clear what this meant. This time, the Beitang clan had made a big fool out of themselves. At this moment, everyone was secretly laughing. They wanted to see how the Beitang clan was going to end this good show. Nonsense, nonsense. Brother Xianfeng, tell me, how should I deal with this unfilial son? Before he made his move, Beitang Ming gave Dongfang Xianfeng a look. Long Chen is the unfilial son of that traitor. He is no longer a member of the Dongfang clan. Today, he is purely spouting nonsense and confusing right and wrong. He should be sentenced to death. Brother Bei, do your best to protect the dignity of the Lingwu clan. Dongfang Xianfeng understood and immediately said in a clear voice. With Dongfang Xuanfeng's words, Beitang Mo laughed coldly. At this moment, Long Chen was less than 20 meters away from him. In other words, he could make Long Chen's blood splatter 5 steps away. Seeing that the show was over so quickly, everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Among the 9 great supreme elders, 2 of them saw that Long Chen had come back to life. Their eyes were extremely vicious. But now that Long Chen was going to die, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although they didn't do it themselves, it could be considered as giving Chu Yunxi and Jin Shenzhen an explanation. They were Chu Tianxiong and Jin Luan. I didn't expect this. This guy had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, and in less than 2 months, he has become so powerful in the inner family. Chu Tianxiong said with mixed emotions. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he still has to die. Beitang Mo is a early heavenly core warrior, and together with the Beitang clan's resources, I think he can fight me to a draw. Killing Long Chen is just a matter of a single strike. I really don't know where this guy got his courage from. How dare he cause trouble here? Jin Luan said with a cold voice. Actually, Yang Lingqing understood what they were thinking. When Long Chen first arrived, her heart was filled with happiness. But when she thought about how Long Chen's strength was not enough to fight the Beitang clan, or even the giant machine that was the Lingwu family, her face instantly turned pale. "Brother, hurry up and leave." In a moment of desperation, young Lingqing could only shout with a heart-wrenching voice. The tears in her eyes were tears of excitement, but now, they were tears of worry and fear. "Let's go." Long Chen walked towards Beitang Imo step by step. The energy from his body kept increasing. "How can I, Long Chen, leave? Haha." The true energy of a heavenly core warrior kept surging within his body. Although he hadn't transformed into his dragon soul form, and he hadn't taken out his blue dragon halberd, it was still terrifying enough. "Last time, the Yin Wind poisonous demonic palm didn't kill you, that was because I didn't use all my strength. Young man, you are no longer a member of the Lingwu family, but today, you've come to my wedding and caused trouble. You've brought shame to the Beitang family. Today, I'll take your life." Beitang Mo's voice was extremely cold. He sped up his steps, and in an instant, he had crossed the 20 meters distance. In his hand, the Yin Wind poisonous demonic palm was spinning rapidly. Countless palm strikes were unleashed, and the frightening palm strike was flying towards Long Chen's chest. Yin Wind poisonous demonic palm. A loud shout shocked everyone. They were secretly praising the solid foundation of the Lingwu family, and at the same time, they were looking forward to seeing how Long Chen would die. "You want to kill me with just this?" Long Chen sneered. Right at this moment, on his fingertip, a tiny spot of starlight appeared. When Long Chen suddenly increased his speed and dashed towards Beitang Imo, the starlight instantly transformed into a bright sword energy and collided with Beitang Mo's Yin Wind poisonous demonic palm. Swoosh! A series of sharp explosive sounds rang out. The massive force caused the pillars in the hall to shake. What? What shocked everyone was that the expected scene of Long Chen being killed by Beitang Imo in a single move did not happen. After a head-on clash, both of them were pushed back by the powerful force of the other party, unable to stand steadily. Every time they were pushed back, a deep pit was formed in the Xuanwu Hall. From the deep pit, one could see how powerful the two young men were. It was not surprising that Beitang Imo could achieve such a result. But why was Long Chen able to fight evenly with him? Impossible, what just happened? Beitang Mo's face was filled with shock. He could clearly feel that Long Chen's strength was not inferior to his. Could it be that he broke through again? Thinking of this, Beitang Mo's desire to kill Long Chen intensified. When Long Chen clashed with Beitang Imo just now, young Lingqing could clearly see how strong Beitang Imo was. But how could Long Chen, who had no strength at all, grow to the same level as Beitang Imo in just half a year? Brother. Towards this person who kept creating miracles, young Lingqing was filled with admiration and respect. Of course, there was also a deep sense of pride. Chapter 228. The fight between Long Chen and Beitang Imo had ended in a tie. In an instant, the entire Xuanwu Palace was in an uproar. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xianfeng and Dongfang Xuanyu looked at each other. Dongfang Xianfeng furrowed his brows and said, "Not only is this guy still alive, it seems like he has broken through to the heavenly core realm, breaking through 2 stages in a row. This is unbelievable. The blue dragon halberd must be with him. Brother, it's time for this farce to end. Let me kill him, and the blue dragon halberd will definitely return to the family." Dongfang Xuanyu stood up and said, attracting everyone's attention. Right at this moment, Beitang Imo was about to unleash his true strength to kill Long Chen, and the men from the Dongfang family were about to strike. Beitang Imo thought for a moment, then he took a few steps back. Long Chen used to be a member of the Dongfang family, therefore, it was more appropriate for the men from the Dongfang family to kill him. "Young man, it's not easy for you to survive until now. It's time for this farce to end, I'll send you to hell now." Dongfang Xuanyu was a late heavenly core warrior, and her cultivation level was almost the same as the 9 supreme elders. Right now, she had walked past Beitang Imo and walked in front of Long Chen, giving him a tremendous pressure. But Long Chen wasn't afraid, he had his own trump card. It's your honor to be killed by an earth-rank combat skill. Dongfang Xuanyu circulated her true energy, causing her clothes to flutter. The powerful energy of a late heavenly core warrior was unleashed from her body. Besides the blue dragon halberd, the Dongfang family also had another earth-rank combat skill, and it was the one Dongfang Xuanyu was using right now. Hearing the name earth-rank combat skill, everyone gasped. In Yuanling City, there were only a few people who possessed an earth-rank combat skill, and they could even learn it. An earth-tier battle skill? Long Chen was ready to transform into his dragon soul and take out his blue dragon halberd. He came here today to stop the wedding and to test his strength. Either Dongfang Xuanyu or Beitang Imo could test his strength. Dongfang Xuanyu was stronger than Long Chen. Die! A dragon's roar exploded in the air. Dongfang Xuanyu was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. Her face was cold, and she looked at Long Chen as if she was looking at a dead man. Right at this moment, a powerful aura locked onto Long Chen. Dongfang Xuanyu's eyes were cold, and her expression didn't change at all. She punched out with her fist, causing the surrounding air to emit a sharp whistling sound. A formless ripple blasted towards Long Chen. Earth-tier battle skill, wind-splitting dragon. Bam! With an explosive punch, a strong gust of wind appeared, and a gigantic dragon's shadow flew towards Long Chen. This powerful attack instantly shocked everyone in the Xuanwu Palace. Most of them knew that they couldn't withstand this attack. Beitang Imo and Beitang Ming looked at each other. They knew that Long Chen was going to die this time, and Yang Lingqing, who stood next to him, was even more heartbroken. Anyone could tell that with Long Chen's current strength, there was no way he could be a match for Dongfang Xuanyu. It was true. Long Chen didn't transform into his dragon soul, and he didn't use his blue dragon halberd. With his heavenly core true energy that was 4 times stronger than normal, he was no match for Dongfang Xuanyu. But when Long Chen used his true energy, everything was different. You want to kill me? Looks like you're worried about the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen thought to himself. Facing such a powerful earth-tier battle skill, he was about to transform into his dragon soul to scare everyone away. But right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. With a slight wave of her hand, Dongfang Xuanyu's wind-splitting dragon was shattered, and Dongfang Xuanyu was sent flying back while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who? This sudden turn of events had shocked everyone, especially Dongfang Xianfeng. After catching the injured Dongfang Xuanyu, he stared at the scene with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Someone who could defeat Dongfang Xuanyu just like that, even he couldn't help but show a shocked expression. When he saw that the person standing in front of Long Chen was a beautiful young girl, not only Dongfang Xianfeng, everyone else were stunned. They had to admit that this was definitely the most beautiful girl they had ever seen in their lives. Besides, not only did she have a perfect face, her body was perfect, and most importantly, she seemed to have an incredible combat strength. Who was she? Everyone had the same question in their minds. Long Chen could only reply with a bitter smile. He actually thought that Li Xuanji would only help him when his life was in danger. He didn't expect her to come out so soon. Could it be that she really cared about him? After that, Long Chen realized that he had thought too much. Who are you? Why did you hurt my sister? Dongfang Xianfeng furrowed his brows and asked. When Dongfang Xianfeng was speaking, Beitang Imo had already sneaked away. His father, Beitang Ming, walked to the front and stood together with Dongfang Xianfeng. This young girl's strength was immeasurable, so they didn't dare to make a move. May I know your identity? Seeing that Li Xuanji didn't say anything, he tried to probe further. At this time, Li Xuanji's eyes looked at Yang Lingqing. She moved her red lips and said faintly, "You, come here." This situation made young Lingqing unable to recover from his shock. However, he knew that this stunning young lady must have some sort of relationship with Long Chen. Under Long Chen's subtle gaze, she walked towards him. "Don't go over." Bei Tangming naturally wouldn't let this piece of meat fly away just like that. "Get lost." Li Xuanji only said this and waved her hand casually. Everyone was so scared that they almost peed their pants. The two leaders of the Lingwu family were sent flying like Dongfang Xuanyu, crashing into a large number of tables and chairs. A heavenly river tier elite. Dongfang Xianfeng and Bei Tangming looked at each other and saw the speculation in each other's eyes. A heavenly river tier elite was the top elite in Yuanling City. The young girl in front of them could defeat them so easily, so she was naturally a heavenly river tier elite. This identity made the two of them swallow their anger and get up. They didn't have any temper and could only watch like bystanders, which was very funny. As for the others, they also looked at each other and didn't dare to make a sound. The words heavenly river tier gradually appeared in their minds. Such a young heavenly river tier elite, what kind of concept was this? Waves of shock rose in everyone's hearts. And Long Chen could actually make such a genius elite fight for him. What did this mean? It meant that Long Chen definitely had something to rely on for appearing here today. He wasn't a brute, but a truly terrifying person. At this time, when Yang Lingqing came over, she was held by Long Chen's hand. Feeling the warmth from Long Chen's body, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Seeing this girl so fragile, Long Chen felt a bit of heartache. At the same time, his desire to kill the Beitang family and the others intensified. Seeing that Li Xuanji was carefully sizing up Yang Lingqing, Long Chen was a bit confused and asked, "What's wrong with her?" "I'm guessing that this mysterious Yin body seems to be the embryonic form of the great Yin devil body, the Yin cold physique that is as famous as the 9 Yin blocked meridians, the great Yin devil body," Li Xuanji murmured. It was obvious that she was a bit dazed because of her excitement. Great Yin devil body, 9 Yin blocked meridians. Long Chen had never heard of these words, but something that could shock even Li Xuanji couldn't be simple. Only now did Long Chen realize that Li Xuanji had made a move in advance because she had discovered something special about Yang Lingqing. Li Xuanji was just about to speak when she suddenly frowned. At this time, 2 old men rushed in from outside the Xuanwu Palace. One of them was a weak but energetic old man. He was the Blue Dragon Patriarch, and the other tall and burly old man was probably the Xuanwu Patriarch. Previously, Bei Tang and Mo had slipped away to find these 2 super masters of the Lingwu family. They were at the Heavenly River tier, and only they could suppress Li Xuanji and kill Long Chen. Seeing the 2 patriarchs appear, Bei Tangming and Dongfang Xianfeng looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. With the appearance of the 2 patriarchs, the situation could finally be salvaged. At this time, the Blue Dragon Patriarch and the Xuanwu Patriarch saw Long Chen first. For the Blue Dragon Patriarch, Long Chen's survival was a great shock to him, but it was also because of this that the disappearance of the Blue Dragon halberd had a chance to turn things around. However, it was said that a young Heavenly River tier expert had appeared here. Soon, the 2 patriarchs fixed their eyes on Li Xuanji. To their confusion, they didn't sense the power of stars in Li Xuanji's body. On the contrary, Li Xuanji's body was like a black hole that swallowed their eyes. They even thought that Li Xuanji didn't seem to exist in this world. How is that possible? The 2 patriarchs looked at each other, feeling very uncertain. At this time, Li Xuanji also looked at them. How dare a mere Heavenly River tier behave atrociously in front of me? Li Xuanji sneered. She didn't speak loudly, so only Long Chen, Yang Lingqing, and the 2 patriarchs could hear her. To the 2 progenitors, Li Xuanji's words were like a mountain crashing down on their heads. Instantly, the 2 progenitors stopped in their tracks as if they had been struck by lightning. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that there were traces of blood flowing down from their ears. That one sentence alone was enough to injure the 2 great ancestors. This made the 2 patriarchs' hearts completely cold. They knew that Li Xuanji was definitely not at the heavenly river tier, but at a higher level. How could there be such an expert in a small place like Yuanling City? They couldn't understand it, but they didn't neglect it. At this time, everyone was waiting to see how the two patriarchs would deal with Li Xuanji. However, to their surprise, the two patriarchs turned pale and timidly walked up to Li Xuanji. They said respectfully, "Greetings. Senior. You have come to our Lingwu family. We are sorry for not going out to welcome you. Please forgive us. We will immediately prepare a big banquet to entertain you." Senior. The two patriarchs' subservient appearance and their words almost made everyone's jaws drop. However, after thinking for a while, they were even more shocked. They all looked at Long Chen. Long Chen could make such a figure stand up for him. This was really nature-defying. Chapter 229. The appearance of Li Xuanji had turned the wedding into a strange atmosphere. Even the two patriarchs had succumbed to Li Xuanji's tyrannical power. All the people were stunned. Right at this moment, Patriarch Blue Dragon and Patriarch Xuanwu were shocked by Li Xuanji's frightening strength. They were bowing and waiting for Li Xuanji to speak. The sudden situation had scared them to death. Why is Long Chen still alive? Who is this girl? Could it be that she rescued Long Chen from the Star Devil prison? That's right, only someone at her level, even in the Imperial City, would be considered as a peerless warrior. Only she could save Long Chen. What is the relationship between her and Long Chen? Right at this moment, Patriarch Blue Dragon's mind was in turmoil. In just half a year, Long Chen had grown from a powerless warrior to a heavenly core warrior. Speaking of which, even the monstrous genius of the Lingwu family, Mo Xiaolang, didn't have such a speed. Lingxi, and now Li Xuanji, both made Patriarch Blue Dragon and the others feel that Long Chen was shrouded in a layer of mystery. There was complete silence, and everyone was waiting for Li Xuanji's reaction. Li Xuanji was still sizing up Yang Lingqing. As for Patriarch Blue Dragon, she had basically ignored him. After a while, she waved her hand and said, "I'm in a good mood these days, so I don't feel like killing anyone. But please don't bother me, just go and do what you're supposed to do." This was the territory of the Lingwu clan, but Li Xuanji had the intention of telling everyone to get lost. It could be seen how strong her backing was. Patriarch Blue Dragon and the others didn't dare say anything after hearing this. They knew that some super powerful warriors could maintain their youthful appearance. Since Li Xuanji looked so young, and she had accepted the title of senior from them, she must be quite old. "Let's leave this place first. It's time for me to do what you want me to do," Long Chen suggested. He realized that Li Xuanji was so excited after discovering Yang Lingqing's special body that she had forgotten about the soul-devouring demonic eyes. Li Xuanji nodded. Long Chen then called out to Yang Yuntian, held Yang Lingqing's hand, and left Xuanwu Hall under the crowd's complicated gazes. Everyone knew that Long Chen was no longer someone they could provoke easily. Even Patriarch Blue Dragon couldn't do that. This caused countless people to feel a sense of defeat in their hearts. Especially those who had attacked Long Chen before. Dongfang Tianyu, Dongfang Tianqing, Chu Tianxiong, and the others were all in Xuanwu Hall, witnessing how Long Chen had easily slapped the Lingwu family and taken Yang Lingqing away from Bei Tang Mo's hands with the support of Li Xuanji. After Bei Tang Mo called for the two patriarchs, he stood at the entrance of Xuanwu Hall and was about to watch Long Chen and Li Xuanji die. Who would have thought that the two patriarchs would turn into grandsons after entering the hall? This destroyed Bei Tang Mo's faith. In his heart, the patriarchs of Xuanwu and the others were his life goals. But now, his goal had turned into grandsons, and it was in front of his own enemies. When he saw Yang Lingqing being led away from Xuanwu Hall by Long Chen, the flames of anger burned in Bei Tang Mo's chest. Long Chen. Bei Tang Mo had never imagined that the inconspicuous kid would become the person who gave him the biggest slap in the face. I will definitely kill you, no matter which woman you are hiding behind. Just now, Bei Tang Mo had only casually used the Yin wind poison demonic palm. Long Chen was able to resist it, but it didn't seem to be very powerful. After Long Chen left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other helplessly. Everyone present was suffocated by the sudden appearance of the mysterious girl, so they didn't have the mood to laugh at the Bei Tang clan anymore. This wedding had become the biggest joke in the world. Everyone couldn't stay any longer, so they all took their leave. After leaving the Bei Tang clan, Long Chen randomly found a shady spot and stood there. Yang Yuntian and Yang Lingqing were extremely shocked by today's events. They had successfully escaped from the calamity, and they were still in a daze. However, Li Xuanji was like a god. Even if Long Chen was present, they didn't dare to speak. What do you mean by the extreme Yin devil body? Long Chen could see that she was very interested in this. I've said it before. The extreme Yin devil body and the 9 Yin absolute meridians are the two most heaven-defying Yin physiques in this world. The initial progress may be slow, but as long as there are suitable resources and cultivation methods, it will definitely shine with peerless beauty. This sister of yours, her mysterious Yin body has a trace of the extreme Yin devil body. According to my guess, she has the potential to grow into the extreme Yin devil body. Li Xuanji's background was extraordinary, and the extreme Yin devil body was praised by her as one of the two peerless Yin physiques in the world. It must be very extraordinary. However, Long Chen felt that Li Xuanji had taken a fancy to Yang Lingqing. You don't seem to know what this concept is. Li Xuanji glanced at Long Chen and said lightly, I have the 9 Yin absolute meridians, and I have never seen other 9 Yin absolute meridians. What do you think of my strength? Li Xuanji's strength was naturally unimaginable. I know you are very powerful. I think no one in this country is a match for you. Long Chen nodded. Ha. Li Xuanji smiled and did not deny it. Then she said, You have cultivated my spirit-devouring demon pupil and promised to do something for me. Go now, I will wait for you here. Long Chen had just witnessed how powerful Li Xuanji was. Even old ancestor Azure Dragon, whom Long Chen really wanted to kill, was like an obedient grandchild in front of her. Truth be told, Long Chen was quite afraid of her, and he couldn't wait to finish his task for her so that he could slip away. After all, if he were to stay by her side, he wouldn't even know how he died if he spoke carelessly and angered her. Little Qin, you stay here and wait for me to come back. Long Chen said and then left Lingwu City and came to the Dongling region of Yuanling City. The second level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil is spirit-devouring. I will try the power of the spirit-devouring demon pupil now. On the busy street, Long Chen wandered around and soon came to a residential area, where he was a bigger target. What Li Xuanji needed were the souls of young girls who had not experienced the world, so Long Chen tried to find young girls. He was worried that he would hurt them. He increased the number of people to devour from 100 to 200. This way, each person would share less soul power, so they should not be hurt much. Without a doubt, the spirit-devouring demon pupil was mysterious. The first time he used it was on a girl who was washing clothes by the river. Long Chen walked behind her and gently tapped her back. The girl turned around and suddenly saw such a handsome and charming man like Long Chen. She was a little surprised and shy. Look into my eyes. A dark green light flowed in Long Chen's eyes. He used the first level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil's charm. From his own eyes, he could see that there seemed to be a gray fog in the body of the girl. As he used the charm, the fog gradually reduced its hostility towards him, as if it could easily swim out of her body. Spirit-devouring. In his strange eyes, an ancient word, devouring, suddenly appeared. Under his strong control, he could see that the gray fog in the girl's body gradually separated into a small ball and was directly swallowed by Long Chen with his eyes. Success. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised that he succeeded on his first try. However, when he saw the girl's face turn pale, Long Chen felt a little guilty. It was just that he had to complete Li Xuanji's missions in order to survive. In this way, he finally completed 200 missions after half an hour. This time, he had only tried the 2 minor functions of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, but he believed that when his strength increased, he would definitely be able to learn the more powerful spirit-devouring demon pupil. Returning to Yuanling's city, Li Xuanji and the others were still there. "You're too slow." Li Xuanji's eyes had a frightening cold light. "Sorry, it's my first time using it, and I'm not very familiar with it." Long Chen lied. In reality, if he directly swallowed the souls of 100 people, it would only take half the time. With Long Chen's explanation, Li Xuanji forgave him. No matter what, Long Chen was her benefactor. At this time, Li Xuanji used the spirit-devouring demon pupil to completely transfer Long Chen's results into her body. After absorbing the girl's soul, Li Xuanji sat down cross-legged, probably refining. At this time, Yang Lingqing and Yang Yintian signaled to him. Long Chen was startled, then followed them to a place not far away. At this time, Yang Lingqing's eyes were filled with determination. She looked at Long Chen and said, "Brother, I want to follow her from now on." "What?" Long Chen's eyes widened, but he quickly thought it through. Just now, when he went out first, he guessed that Li Xuanji had this layer of meaning. "She threatened you to follow her," Long Chen whispered. Li Xuanji had the 9-yin absolute meridian, and seeing Yang Lingqing's embryonic great-yin devil body, she would definitely have some thoughts. "No, she asked me if I was willing to let her be my master. She said she is 10,000 times stronger than you, and although she is a bit fierce, I know she is a good person." Yang Lingqing looked at Li Xuanji and said, "Good person." Bei Tang and Mo seemed like a good person back then. Long Chen was still very worried. In his opinion, Yang Lingqing should obediently return to Biyao town, then he would be more at ease, and not let this girl roam the world by herself. This is different. Yang Lingqing's attitude was a little firmer this time. She looked at Long Chen, clenched her teeth, and said, "Brother, I have thought it through. I also want to have my own life, and I can't be protected by you for the rest of my life. This is the most important opportunity in my life. If I miss it, I will probably be mediocre in this small place for the rest of my life. I want to go out and see the outside world. Brother, you have this right, so I should have the same right." This. Long Chen didn't know what to say when he saw her passionate gaze. "When you went out just now, she told me about the outside world. She told me about the dragon sacrificial continent, the myriad kingdoms domain, and the 3 emperor domains. This is the first time I know that the world is actually so big." At this point, there was deep reverence in Yang Lingqing's eyes. "Let her go." Out of Long Chen's expectations, even her father, Yang Yintian, agreed. Chapter 230. From Yang Yintian's eyes, Long Chen saw love. From this incident, I saw the fate of the weak. This time, if you and her hadn't appeared, little Qing's life would have been ruined. Regardless of the outcome, I think my daughter should fight for it. Ling Qing, you are the greatest pride of your father's life." As he said this, Yang Yintian's eyes glistened with tears. Only then did Long Chen realize that this second uncle of his had aged so much. The man who had attacked him and almost killed him had changed a long time ago. "Don't worry. Although I, Li Xuanji, am ruthless, I have always been magnanimous. If I say that I will take good care of her, I will definitely take good care of her." At this moment, Li Xuanji had successfully refined it. Long Chen could clearly see that she seemed to have recovered a lot. From the time they had spent together, Long Chen had gained some understanding of her. He already had an idea. "How should I find you in the future?" Long Chen said this after a moment of silence. This meant that he had agreed to Yang Lingqing's decision. "You." Li Xuanji was stunned. According to common sense, in this life of Long Chen, only young Lingqing would come looking for him, and not Long Chen. However, in order not to hurt Long Chen's pride, she said, if one day, you are able to go to a place called the Three Great Emperor Regions, you can just ask for the name of the 9 extinction demon, Li Xuanji. 3 Great Emperor Regions, 9 extinction demon. Long Chen nodded. These 2 words were deeply engraved in his mind. When do you plan to leave? Long Chen asked. Brother, I want to go back to Biyao town and make some preparations. After that, I will leave with master. Yang Lingqing said. All right. After that, Long Chen didn't say anything else. Yang Lingqing still had to leave. Long Chen decided to send her on her last journey. After returning to Biyao town, Long Chen followed her to many familiar places. There were many times when Yang Lingqing cried in Long Chen's arms when she thought about leaving the place where she was raised and going to a faraway place to pursue her dreams. Sometimes, Long Chen felt very sad. However, he was sincerely happy for Yang Lingqing from the bottom of his heart. 3 days later, at the entrance of Biyao town, it was finally time for them to part. Previously, when Long Chen left for the Lingwu family, everyone was seeing him off. But this time, everyone was seeing Yang Lingqing off. This time, everyone was Lingqing's family. Brother, we were born on the same day of the same month. Do you still remember? Yang Lingqing's eyes were a little red. Silly girl. Long Chen looked at this stubborn girl and felt a little heartache. He held her in his arms and hugged her fiercely. Then, he separated and said with a clear smile, all right, don't cry. I want to give you a promise. What promise? Yang Lingqing was stunned. Long Chen smiled and patted her thin shoulder. He said, I promise you that one day, I will appear in front of you. At that time, I will still be stronger than you. I will still protect you. Just because you call me brother. Yang Lingqing was moved to tears. She held Long Chen's hand tightly and said, I believe you can do it. I will wait for you. Such a scene touched the others. Even Li Xuanji felt a ripple in her heart. How would this young man know how difficult it is to fulfill this promise? Perhaps, it's impossible. Let alone the imperial domain, he might not even be able to leave this country in his lifetime. It's a pity that I can't use that mysterious sword. Li Xuanji thought to herself. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Long Chen, come with me. Long Chen followed her and walked to the side. The sword spirit in the sword seems to be a person's soul. Are you thinking of a way to restore her body? Li Xuanji asked directly. Long Chen did not expect her to know so much. However, when he saw that Li Xuanji seemed to have a way, he was a little excited and asked, you have the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Lingxi had said that the 9 heavens immortal fruit could help her restore her body. You know about the 9 heavens immortal fruit? Li Xuanji was a little surprised, but she shook her head and said, I don't have the 9 heavens immortal fruit, but I know where to find it. Where? Long Chen was very excited that Lingxi's matter had finally taken a turn for the better. In this small country of yours, there is a place. It's a small cosmos world. I've been there before and found that there are 9 heavens immortal fruits there. This place is called Ni Yang's Fairyland, Li Xuanji said. Ni Yang's Fairyland. Long Chen did not react for a moment. However, when he did, he revealed an ecstatic expression and said, I know where Ni Yang's Fairyland is. Moreover, Yuanling's city is about to hold the battle for the city lord's mansion. If I can become an immortal realm divine guard, I can enter Ni Yang's Fairyland and obtain the 9 heavens immortal fruit. He was so excited that he said everything that was on his mind. Originally, he did not know how he could help Lingxi. However, he now had a clear goal, and that was to become an immortal realm divine guard. It seems that I have to return to the Lingwu family. Moreover, they do not know that Li Xuanji is leaving. They are afraid and would not dare to do anything to me, Long Chen thought to himself. Thank you. Long Chen was indeed very grateful to Li Xuanji for providing such information. She is so important to you. Li Xuanji's tone suddenly sounded a little displeased. She is indeed very important. Very important. Long Chen did not notice it and said excitedly. However, he was shocked when he saw Li Xuanji's ice-cold gaze. Don't forget that you saw me naked in the Star Fiend prison. Li Xuanji's voice was a little cold. A murderous aura exploded from her body. No man has ever seen me naked. I had originally decided that I would kill you after you collected the souls for me. However, on account of your sister, I will forget about this matter, Li Xuanji said calmly. Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Yang Lingqing had not let him down and created a great Yin devil body. Otherwise, he would have probably lost his life for blaspheming the 9 Yin absolute devil. However, Li Xuanji was so beautiful, so it did not seem to be a loss. I'm leaving. I will give you something else. At this moment, Li Xuanji took something out of nowhere. The moment she took it out, a fragrant aroma filled his nostrils. Long Chen took a sniff and immediately felt refreshed. He felt as though he was about to float into the sky. The rich aroma attracted everyone's attention. Long Chen felt a little strange. Li Xuanji had just said that she was going to kill him. Now, she was giving him something. It was indeed impossible to fathom a woman's mind, especially a woman like Li Xuanji who did not play by the rules. This thing is called the mysterious sky jade lotus, Li Xuanji said. Long Chen observed it carefully. Although it was emitting a white light and looked like a round piece of white jade, it was actually a lotus root. It was about half a meter long and looked like an arm. What use does it have? Long Chen asked. Li Xuanji rolled her eyes at him and said, the wandering soul can reside in the mysterious sky jade lotus and control it to transform into a human body. This way, the sword spirit of your sword will be able to transform into a human. But don't be too happy. This mysterious sky jade lotus has 2 flaws. First, it can only be used once. In other words, when the soul leaves the mysterious sky jade lotus or is forced out, the mysterious sky jade lotus will rot and disappear. The second flaw is that the body transformed from the mysterious sky jade lotus will be the same as an ordinary person. It will not have any fighting strength. Keeping it by your side will only be a burden, so do as you see fit. Long Chen received the mysterious sky jade lotus. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. With this mysterious sky jade lotus, as long as Lingxi woke up, she would have a chance to become a human again. But she would lose all her strength. Moreover, as long as the mysterious sky jade lotus was damaged, she would still have to return to Lingxi's sword. But it was better than nothing. At worst, he would use the mysterious sky jade lotus and then use the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Thank you. Towards Li Xuanji, Long Chen was actually very grateful. I gave you this mysterious sky jade lotus because I feel that you have no chance of obtaining the 9 heavens immortal fruit for the time being. Long Chen, listen to my advice. If you really like her, then let her use this jade lotus and become an ordinary person. Then find a place and live a good life with her. This world is too big. People like you who live in the corner have no chance of reaching the top. You might as well live in peace. Li Xuanji said indifferently. In fact, she was only thinking for Long Chen's sake. She thought that Long Chen would give up. But Long Chen was a person with the mysterious dragon jade. He was a dragon warrior who had disappeared for a long time. How could he be scared by Li Xuanji's words? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He secretly swore to himself that he would fulfill the promise he had made to Yang Lingqing in this lifetime. He would stand upright in front of Yang Lingqing and Li Xuanji. Then we'll never meet again. This young man had seen her body, but she couldn't kill him. However, Li Xuanji thought that Long Chen would disappear from her world forever. That was no different from being dead. Just like that, under Yang Lingqing's loving gaze, they left Biyao town and embarked on a new journey. As he watched them leave, Long Chen's heart was filled with a monstrous fighting spirit. When Lingxi wakes up, I'll let her use this mysterious sky jade lotus. Then we can have a good time. Long Chen thought wretchedly. Actually, this was his true goal. Then now, Dongfang family, wait for me. I, Long Chen, must have a spot to enter the ancient ruins. Immortal realm divine guards, 9 heavens immortal fruit, wait for me. The sun rose. 4 hours later, Long Chen bid farewell to his family in Biyao town and rode the wind-splitting divine rock towards Yuanling city. What was waiting for him in front of him? Chapter 231. The windbreaker divine rock was much faster than the black-scaled dragon horse. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the big city of Yuanling County. However, he had arrived here with the identity of the top genius in Yuanling City. Back then, he hadn't even broken through to the divine core realm, he was just a tiny grain of sand. Half an hour later, Long Chen arrived at the Dongfang family's residence. According to the Dongfang family, Long Chen had been expelled from the Dongfang family. I want to enter the ancient ruins. You guys want to expel me, but Daddy won't leave. Long Chen thought to himself. Speaking of which, he was a daring man. He had no idea where Li Xuanji had gone, but Long Chen had come to the Lingwu family to ask for a spot in the ancient ruins with the help of Li Xuanji. If he was found out, he would be dead meat. However, Long Chen knew it was impossible, because Ancestor Blue Dragon and the others had been scared witless by Li Xuanji. When he returned to the Dongfang family, a few young men from the Dongfang family were startled. They dared not surround Long Chen, but instead, they ran straight into the house, shouting as they ran. Soon, everyone from the Dongfang family knew that Long Chen had returned. When Long Chen arrived at the Profound Wind Pavilion, the rest of the people had arrived. The leader of the group was the Ancestor Blue Dragon, who had a gloomy expression on his face. When he saw that the terrifying woman didn't appear next to Long Chen, the Ancestor Blue Dragon's tense heart finally loosened up a little. The first thing Ancestor Blue Dragon said was, Long Chen, where is the senior who followed you that day? You're talking about my master? My master is a peerless expert. Naturally, she would appear and disappear unpredictably. How would I know her whereabouts? Long Chen's expression was natural as he tricked them. Master. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They suspected that Long Chen had a deep relationship with that woman. The only person they could think of was their master, but they didn't expect it to be true. The Blue Dragon Patriarch, who had dealt a fatal blow to Long Chen in the past, had an unsightly expression on his face. They had been researching why the Blue Dragon battle halberd had disappeared into thin air. It seemed that Long Chen's teacher had some powerful and mysterious method to cause such an effect. To such an existence, the Blue Dragon halberd was just a toy. You've already been expelled from the Dongfang family. Why did you come back? At this time, Dongfang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask in a cold voice. Although she wasn't young, her brain wasn't that bright. Among Feng Yuyun Zhao's group of 4, she was the only one who was the most stupid. Who said I've been expelled from the Dongfang family? Long Chen laughed. At this time, the Blue Dragon battle halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Long Chen turned the Blue Dragon battle halberd in his hand and said lightly, to be honest, my master has already helped me to get the complete control of the Blue Dragon battle halberd. The Blue Dragon battle halberd has already recognized me as its master. The Blue Dragon battle halberd is the Dongfang family's heirloom, and I have this Blue Dragon battle halberd. How could I not be a member of the Dongfang family? Long Chen's words set off a great uproar in the Dongfang family. The old ancestor of the Blue Dragon's face also became very ugly. The thing that he was most worried about had really happened. Previously, when the Blue Dragon battle halberd didn't return to the Ancestral mausoleum, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon had guessed that Long Chen would be like Mo Shaolang, and that a godly weapon of this level would recognize him as its master. Now that the facts were laid out in front of them, even if the old ancestor of the blue dragon and the others were furious, they had no choice but to accept their fate. If they still had some doubts about the authenticity of this matter, when they heard that Li Xuanji had actually helped Long Chen to control the blue dragon battle halberd, they really believed it. If they weren't master and disciple, how could a real powerhouse take care of a person who had nothing to do with himself? Now, the only way to get the blue dragon battle halberd back was to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen was now protected by Li Xuanji. If they killed Long Chen, the whole Lingwu family would be exterminated by the abnormal powerhouse Li Xuanji. At this age, the old ancestor of the blue dragon had to accept his fate for the sake of the overall situation. Long Chen was already laughing maniacally in his heart. If they knew the truth, they would probably vomit blood and die. Long Chen had dared to fool them like this because he was bold enough. On the other hand, he was clear-headed and knew when to stop. That was how he managed to fool these old foxes. Seeing the blue dragon battle halberd being kept by Long Chen, the members of the Dongfang family were somewhat envious. Long Chen saw that Dongfang Tianqin's face was gloomy and his fists were clenched tightly. However, he didn't dare to move recklessly. His gloomy eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Long Chen. The blue dragon family's belongings had now fallen into Long Chen's hands. It was no wonder that he was like this. Long Chen, tell me directly. Why are you here today? The old ancestor of the blue dragon suddenly said. He could guess that Long Chen must have a motive for saying that he was still a member of the Dongfang family. I want to represent the Dongfang family to go to the ancient ruins. Long Chen went straight to the point. That's impossible. Dongfang Xuanyu shrieked, her face full of nervousness. One of these two spots belonged to Dongfang Tianqin. The other spot would depend on Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxuan's performance. Although Long Chen had the blue dragon battle halberd, he wouldn't be able to do much in front of the young experts of Yuan Emperor City and the Morning Light Business League. Wouldn't that be a waste of a spot? In the end, Long Chen was so awesome because he had Li Xuanji. This had nothing to do with his own strength. Why is it impossible? Long Chen said with a smile. The spot will be between Tianxian and Tianqing. The ancient ruins will affect the management of Yuan Ling City for the next 20 years. It is very important to everyone in the Lingwu family. You can't make such a ridiculous change just because of your personal request, Long Chen. This is related to the lives of 20,000 people in the Lingwu family. Dongfang Xuanyu, under pressure from Li Xuanji, had to soften her tone in an attempt to persuade Long Chen. There's something I don't understand. You're saying that as long as I have sufficient strength, I will be able to obtain the quota, right? In that case, I will defeat both Dongfang Tianxian and Dongfang Tianqing. Wouldn't that be enough? Dongfang Xuanyu was truly speechless. She looked to her father for help. At this moment, the blue dragon ancestor hesitated for a while before saying, if you're stronger than Tianxian and Tianqing, then naturally you can. Of course, the prerequisite is that you'll do your best to help the Lingwu family obtain the legacy of the ancient ruins. In reality, Dongfang Tianqing had already been defeated by Long Chen. Although he had improved greatly in a month, he was still not Long Chen's opponent. On the other hand, Dongfang Tianxian, who had mastered an Earth-tier battle skill, should be able to suppress Long Chen. If that's the case, then let's go to the arena of life and death. Old man, you said it yourself. As long as I defeat them, I can enter the ancient ruins. Long Chen smiled as he glanced at Dongfang Tianxian and Dongfang Tianqing. This caused them to clench their fists. The grievance in their hearts had almost drowned out their rationality. Long Chen thought about how Dongfang Xianshao, Xianku, and him had struggled bitterly under the tyranny of the blue dragon ancestor in the Star Demon prison. Now, he had barged into the Dongfang family alone and forced the blue dragon ancestor to retreat in defeat with just a few words. This made Long Chen feel extremely satisfied. From this, it could be seen that the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Alright, the life and death arena. Grandpa, let me see just how strong this brat is today. He's actually barking in the Dongfang family. Long Chen looked as if he was coming for Dongfang Tianxian, which made her very angry. Dongfang Tianqing was weaker than her in the first place. She had the right to enter the ancient ruins. Now that Long Chen had come to cause trouble, how could she not be angry? Since they had already spoken, the crowd didn't say anything else and headed towards the arena of life and death. Tianxian, use all your strength later, but don't take his life. We can't afford to offend Long Chen now. The blue dragon ancestor walked up to Dongfang Tianxian and said in a hoarse voice. His old face was filled with helplessness. Seeing her high and mighty grandfather acting so helplessly, Dongfang Tianxian swore in her heart that even if she didn't kill Long Chen, she would teach him a good lesson. Long Chen doesn't find it embarrassing to flaunt his strength with the power of a woman. He's really a guy who lives off a woman. With such thoughts in mind, the crowd quickly arrived at the arena of life and death. Without saying anything, Long Chen rushed into the arena of life and death. He looked provocatively at Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian below the stage and said with a smile, "To save time and trouble, both of you can come at me together." "What did you say?" Dongfang Tianxian was so angry that her face turned red. She looked down on Long Chen, but she didn't expect Long Chen to look down on her. "Tianxian, agree to it. Don't be impulsive." The voice of the blue dragon ancestor rang in her ears. Dongfang Tianxian understood that the old blue dragon ancestor was doing this to be on the safe side. 2 against 1 was something that Long Chen suggested himself. If Long Chen lost, it would have nothing to do with the Dongfang clan. Therefore, Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian exchanged glances, then walked up to the arena of life and death under the hopeful gazes of the rest of the Dongfang clan. "Dongfang Tianqing, do you still remember the last time you were defeated by me here?" Long Chen chuckled. Dongfang Tianqing's face turned the color of a pig's liver. Without a doubt, the last time was the greatest humiliation of his life. Don't celebrate too early. Today, I'll make you pay for what happened that day. Dongfang Tianqing's eyes revealed a ferocious expression. "Idiot!" Long Chen scolded. While they were talking, Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian exchanged glances, then they split up and surrounded Long Chen from both sides. "Buddy, hurry up and use your beast soul transformation." Dongfang Tianqing knew what Long Chen's strongest form was. Transformation. Long Chen smiled, "I don't need to transform to deal with you guys." He had just broken through to the heavenly core realm like them, and if he still had the dragon's soul transformation, he wouldn't be able to survive here. Chapter 232. What? Being looked down upon by Long Chen, both Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian were furious. However, they knew how important this matter was, and now wasn't the time to care about it. Since Long Chen was so stupid as to deal with them like this, why wouldn't they do it? You asked for it. If you lose, it's your own problem, it has nothing to do with us. Dongfang Tianqing said with a cold expression. Dongfang Tianxian, who was standing next to him, was staring at Long Chen in disgust. Her full chest was heaving up and down. "Let's go." A word came out from her delicate lips. Hearing this, Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian immediately moved at the same time. In an instant, 2 high mystic combat skills were unleashed towards Long Chen. "Daddy doesn't have time to waste with you guys," Long Chen said with a faint smile. After that, his footwork changed rapidly. 9 Flash of the True Dragon. Using the 9 Flash of the True Dragon, Long Chen only needed to flash a few times before he broke out of their encirclement, causing their attacks to miss. How did Long Chen's speed become so fast? He has really broken through to the heavenly core realm. Not only were the 2 men who were fighting Long Chen shocked, even the others couldn't believe what had happened. In just 1 month, he had broken through 2 levels, and he had even broken through to the heavenly core realm. What kind of talent did he have? Long Chen didn't care about the shock in their hearts. After he broke out of their encirclement, without saying anything, he dashed towards Dongfang Tianqing. Right now, he was holding the blue dragon halberd in his hand. Dongfang Tianqing, I'll let you have a taste of this. Long Chen's speed was extremely fast. When he was dashing towards Dongfang Tianqing, he was like a phantom. Even Dongfang Tianxian couldn't catch up with him. So fast. Dongfang Tianqing was so scared that he could feel chills running down his spine. Right now, Long Chen was like an arrow that had been fired. The sharp arrowhead was piercing towards him, and Dongfang Tianqing had a feeling that he couldn't block it at all. Tianxian, save me. At this critical moment, he roared out. Then, he formed a seal with both of his hands. True Qi surged violently, emitting a series of whistling sounds. His hair was stirred up by the force around him. If the expression on his face was really one of panic and fear, he might have looked quite awe-inspiring. Meteor Dragon Seal. As Long Chen attacked, Dongfang Tianqing let out an explosive roar and unleashed this move. Instantly, an illusory dragon image shot towards Long Chen. That boundless aura caused the others to sigh in admiration at Dongfang Tianqing's improvement. However, in Long Chen's eyes, it was just a fart. The azure dragon battle halberd danced wildly in his hand, gradually turning into a series of afterimages. If Break Yellow Springs was a simple slash, then Shatter Green Underworld was a ferocious stab, piercing through the green underworld. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Shatter Green Darkness. A whistling sound rang out, and instantly, a sharp sound of friction rang out in the air. Countless sparks splattered everywhere. Long Chen stabbed the blue dragon battle halberd forward crazily, and the tip of the blue dragon battle halberd quickly transformed into a solid image of a blue dragon. That sharp horn of the blue dragon battle technique contained an immense amount of power. It was as though the weight of a mountain was concentrated on an incomparably hard and indestructible needle as it pierced towards Dongfang Tianqing. Long Chen didn't use his dragon soul transformation. Therefore, this wasn't the strongest attack of Shatter Green Darkness. However, it was definitely more than enough to deal with Dongfang Tianqing. No matter what, Long Chen had already suppressed his opponent in terms of true qi. Not only that, he was also using an earth-ranked god weapon. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the meteor dragon seal instantly exploded, disappearing without a trace. If Long Chen's powerful attack had landed on Dongfang Tianqing's body, it would definitely have pierced through him in an instant. Everyone present understood this point, including Dongfang Tianxian, who was rushing towards Long Chen from behind. At this moment, Dongfang Tianxuan's killing move was also closing in on Long Chen. Most likely, after Long Chen struck Dongfang Tianqing, he would be attacked from behind. Tianqing. Seeing that her son was about to lose his life, Dongfang Xuanyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as tears streamed down her cheeks. She could no longer suppress the killing intent in her heart as she rushed towards Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't intend to kill Dongfang Tianqing. Li Xuanji has already left. I can oppress them, but I can't oppress them too much. If they were to retaliate, it would only bring me more harm than good. Furthermore, I still need to rely on them to enter the ancient era's ruins. Thinking of this, Long Chen's blue dragon battle technique, Shatter Green Darkness, hurriedly changed direction. However, at the same time, he used the mountain god's leg technique to kick Dongfang Tianqing's face. The handsome guy was instantly swollen like a pig's head as he was sent flying. When he fell into Dongfang Xuanyu's embrace, the burning pain on his face and the dizziness he felt caused him to burst into tears. This was simply too painful. The crowd couldn't react in time when they saw this scene. On the other side, the blue dragon elder's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. If Long Chen hadn't held back just now, he would definitely have rushed forward to save Dongfang Tianqing. After all, Dongfang Tianqing was his grandson. Dongfang Tianxian was still on the stage, so the crowd was still watching nervously. Only Dongfang Xuanyu was comforting her son while treating his injuries. When Dongfang Xuanyu saw the large bruise on Dongfang Tianqing's face, her heart broke. At the same time, her hatred for Long Chen increased. Long Chen, you bastard. When your master is no longer here, I'll definitely tear you into pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Dongfang Xuanyu's heart was filled with raging flames of hatred. Now, they could only wait and see how Dongfang Tianxian would beat up Long Chen. The reason why they still had confidence in Dongfang Tianxian was because she had already made a breakthrough a few days ago, which had brought a great surprise to the Dongfang clan. Right at this moment, Long Chen, who was fighting with Dongfang Tianxian, felt this as well. Just now, he had defeated Dongfang Tianqing and dodged Dongfang Tianxuan's attack with the 9 flash of the true dragon. Now, he was facing this proud and arrogant girl. Long Chen could still remember that she had played a trick on Yin Mengyao because she was strong. Little girl, it seems like you've broken through to the early heavenly core realm. Long Chen said while laughing. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. Since you already know, how dare you talk big in front of me? You won't shed tears until you see your coffin. Do you really think you can show off in front of the Dongfang clan just because you defeated Tianqing? Dongfang Tianxian said with a cold voice while attacking. Indeed, she had the strength of an early heavenly core warrior now. In the Lingwu family, besides Imo Shaolang, there were only 5 people who had reached the early heavenly core realm. She was one of them, and that was pretty good for her. In terms of true energy, she was much stronger than Long Chen when he didn't use the dragon's soul transformation. However, Long Chen's advantage was the blue dragon halberd. The blue dragon halberd contained a vast amount of energy. This was the energy of the blue dragon, and it could be unleashed together with the blue dragon true energy in his dantian. The combat strength it could unleash could also increase the strength of Long Chen's attack by a few times. The strength of the halberd was almost 10 times stronger than the dragon's soul transformation. Early heavenly core warrior, Dongfang Tianxian, no matter how strong you are, in my eyes, you are just a little girl. With those tiny arms and legs, how can you fight me, your father? Indeed, your breasts are fuller than mine, and your butt is perkier than mine, but that doesn't mean anything. Long Chen used the true Dragon 9 flash and said with a teasing smile on his face. These vulgar words immediately made all the people from the Dongfang family blush. They were cursing Long Chen in their hearts, and at the same time, the face of Dongfang Tianxian, who had been acting high and mighty all this time, had turned purple. A murderous aura was unleashed from her body. Long Chen, go to hell. Earth rank combat skill, wind-splitting frenzied dragon. After being humiliated by Long Chen, the furious Dongfang Tianxian finally used her strongest skill. She was a talented woman, and when she used this skill, its power and strength were not any weaker than when Dongfang Xuanyu used it before. Such a powerful attack had filled everyone's hopes for Dongfang Tianxian. A early heavenly core warrior using an earth rank combat skill, how could she possibly lose to Long Chen, who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm? In the midst of the violent wind, the gigantic dragon silhouette made Long Chen squint his eyes. Not a bad combat skill, but it's not enough for me to use an earth rank combat skill. Long Chen sighed. After that, the blue dragon halberd in his hands started spinning like a tornado, and his body suddenly leapt up into the sky. Facing the earth rank combat skill, he shot down like a shooting star. The blue dragon halberd in his hands suddenly transformed into a roaring dragon. Blue dragon combat skill, yellow spring break, green hell break. A slash and a stab, these 2 skills were supposed to be used consecutively, and when they were used consecutively, the effect was much stronger than when they were used separately. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Long Chen had just used yellow spring break, and he had sliced the windbreaker violent dragon in half. As for the green hell break, it pierced towards Dongfang Tianxian, who had a pale face and was desperately trying to dodge and defend herself. At this moment, when she saw the danger of death, Dongfang Tianxian knew that she had lost. Besides, if Long Chen didn't stop, she would definitely die. Tianxian. On the other side, Dongfang Xianyun, the third brother of Feng Yuyun Shao, the only one who had a good relationship with Xian Shao, had a change in expression as he shouted out in panic. Of course, Long Chen would not kill Dongfang Tianxian. In fact, Dongfang Tianxian had not offended him. Furthermore, Lingxi had only been able to obtain the Cyan Underworld Soul Fruit with her father's help. At this moment, Dongfang Tianxuan's entire body was exhausted, and she had given up resisting. This feeling of impending death sent chills down her spine. At this moment, she felt that the danger of death had suddenly disappeared. She knew that Long Chen had spared her, and she felt relieved. Suddenly, she felt something strange on her chest. That strange feeling made her feel weak all over. When she opened her eyes, she realized that Long Chen was standing less than half a meter away from her, looking at her with a smirk. What made Dongfang Tianxian want to vomit blood was that Long Chen was rubbing her chest with all his might, changing her treasure into various shapes. Then, he released his hands and patted her chest a few times. He said with satisfaction, "Appraisal complete. The quality is not bad, but it's not developed yet. There's room for improvement." Not bad, not bad. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.